Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. Original Cinematic has multiple exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, is slated for release in early 2024. Upcoming films Fetish, Sweetener, and Run, and their documentary Drag, the Most Targeted Art Form, are anticipated for 2024 releases as well.
Their new award-winning film Group is currently on the festival circuit, and very generously, Original Cinematic will be providing a link for our patrons to screen the film on Zoom. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter.
This week, we're recording live from the Marston House, discussing the 1979 supernatural miniseries, Salem's Lot. This miniseries was directed by Tobe Hooper and written by Paul Monash, based off the novel by Stephen King. After several hiccups in development, Salem's Lot was the first in what would become multiple miniseries adaptations of Stephen King's works. While there are many changes between this miniseries and its source material, that didn't stop the miniseries from terrifying an unsuspecting generation. With its talented cast, skillful direction, and iconic moments of chilling horror, Salem's Lot would go on to subsequently influence and impact multiple popular works in the vampire subgenre. This miniseries will forever be held as a favorite in the hearts of many horror fans. This miniseries was requested to us by friends of the show, Kristen Lofton, Mr. KNV, Kent Morton, Zara Beth, and Cookie. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think about Salem's Lot the first time you saw it?
So this was my very first time watching the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing things from the movie on TV and other places, but I've never seen this completely. Watching it, it's pretty good. I haven't read the book, so I don't know much comparison between the book and this, but it's a little I don't want to say slow for my liking, but I do have a problem with a little bit of the pacing, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And this being a mini series, this was for TV.
Mm-hmm.
The edits kind of hurt it for me in some spots, but it's pretty good, and you can see a lot of the influences that other film and shows took from this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and that was very, very cool to see and to notice and be like, hey, I know I just seen that. And I know we talked a little bit off mic before, T, and you had mentioned things you noticed from other films that we had recently covered, and I was like, oh yeah, that's really cool.
quite recently.
Yeah. But yeah, this was this wasn't too bad. I've never seen this before, and like I said, or read the book, but this wasn't too bad.
I enjoyed most of this.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that there is no nostalgia for this one.
Right.
Usually with Stephen King or Stephen King miniseries, films, etc., there's always that, oh, we watched this when we were like, whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very young age. But this one, actually, I don't think that we watched it, Nay and I, until like 2019.
Okay.
It was one of our Tuesday movies when we used to hang out every Tuesday. Now we hang out every Tuesday for this
Yeah.
So
That's true.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But watching it for the first time then, it was definitely, it was impressive in a lot of ways, I guess, for the time that it was made and the constraints in it being a miniseries and a television movie.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, and I feel like it is quite the mixed bag.
Yeah.
Because on one hand, I do feel like this miniseries contains some of the most like indelible images of vampire horror, and also the reality of the fact that they don't get grisly or gory
Yeah.
because they can't, but there are still these shocking images that stick with you, and things that are used quite frequently in the genre that were clearly originated here.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, and also the reverence for horror films of the past, because there's a lot of past vampire films that are clear influences on this one.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting in that, and I definitely respect Tobe Hooper and co for everything they brought to the table here. I also think that the performances from the cast and the cast itself are fantastic. The actors that I recognize from other things that I've seen,
Yeah.
it's kind of wild. And I think that at least for the purpose of the miniseries, because I don't know the counterparts in the novel, I feel like this film was very well cast. And I think that there is a lot of chemistry between certain actors and a lot of very big names that I was surprised to see here.
Yeah.
I also really, really appreciate the production design. The cinematography is really, really good. And the music is a character all in itself.
Yeah.
Yes.
That score is brilliant, and I love it. But this miniseries alternates, for me, between masterful suspense, interminable boredom, and I some moments I think are seemingly poorly developed. And I don't know if it's because I don't necessarily connect with these characters as much as I would like to.
Okay.
There is a lot to condense, a lot to cut down, a lot of composites to be created when you're transforming this massive novel into a 3-hour miniseries.
Yeah.
So I'm very confused by some of the choices that they make to say, no, this is important.
Right.
This thing that doesn't go anywhere, we need it.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know? Instead of developing these characters a little more so that the moments that do have payoff matter.
Yeah.
And so that's been very confusing for me because I watched this twice in preparation. And both times I was like, these things, when you look at them again and you see where the story goes, you can cut this and then use this time to further develop these relationships.
Yeah.
And even reading interviews with some of the actors, they were talking about preferring these character moments. Why don't we have these as compared to this? And so even then in 1979, they were like, well, you know, it's kind of strange that,
Yeah.
you know, we've chosen these things.
Right.
Yeah.
But, and that's the thing as well, is I know we're trying to put a lot of the novel in this, but what you chose from the novel, maybe not the best.
Right.
But at the same time, some of the most iconic horror moments of the 70s
Yeah.
that have stuck and are known to people who have seen this or not.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I mean, there's a lot to be said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and yeah, for sure, both things can be and are true in this case.
Yeah.
Because, and again, the first time I saw it was also with you, because that's the question that I always forget to answer when we do this. And I liked it, but watching it again, not having seen it when I was younger and not having seen it before I read it, because a lot of Stephen King stuff that we all grew up on, I was too young to read.
Right.
I had never read it when I'm fucking, you know, a child watching the miniseries. And so like when you do it in the reverse, which is the case with a lot of Stephen King adaptations from childhood, Misery, you know, stuff like that, you read it after, or I read it after, and it's like, oh wow, it's like so much texture and depth. A lot of the time I read it first for Salem's Lot, and so I don't remember feeling as much of a difference as I did this time. And it is a huge difference, and I will say, just to get it out of the way, I do like this.
Okay.
I think that the moments of horror are still disturbing. It looks really great. I mean, this is, again, you're talking about practical effects, kind of working with what they have. I love so much of this. I think that my issue comes, again, and we say this a lot, but narratively.
Yeah.
And reading the book again, because I reread it in preparation for this, the decisions that were made, because again, and this happens with Stephen King a lot, I think this happens with adaptations of novels, period, where you kind of have to combine two characters and like these traits from these two and make it one person. That happens a lot in this. And I think that the stories that are kind of chosen are interesting, but they are interesting in the novel because we revisit these dynamics after shit hits the fan. I think that that's what's missing here. There is and again, as a fan of the Dark Tower series, there is a very important character in Salem's Lot that is just, I don't even know the word. A ball is dropped here.
Yeah.
And obviously this is 1979. Obviously, we don't know the trajectory, but even on the character on its own in Salem's Lot, the ending here of what happens, so fucking interesting. And we will get into it. But in this, it's just like, oh, we never see him again. It's like, oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I will say I have heard this character's name since I'm a child.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so when I hear the character's name in this film,
You're
I'm
like, ooh.
expecting, yes.
Yeah.
And it's literally blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a missed opportunity. And I feel like I'm really interested to hear what y'all's interpretation of it, having not read it. Like, is it just like, you're like, well, what was that about? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Why do we even bring that up? I just wonder, because as somebody who has read it and knows what these characters did in the book, I'm like, well, where's the rest of it?
Yeah.
I understand that 3 hours sounds like a very long time, and it kind of is a very long time, but the things that were chosen to explore, if we just would have been more thoughtful about it, there could have been these really great full circle moments that we get in the novel, which is part of, and I know that a lot of people don't like his like small town world building and stuff. And he does it a lot. And sometimes it does get a bit tiresome, but I think that is a lot of the charm of Salem's Lot. And our protagonist, and of course we're going to get into the plot, but coming back here and seeing these dynamics and watching them change and seeing them in a different context as the story goes on. And I feel like we just don't get that here. I felt that was lacking.
That's interesting you say that, because I think, and I mean this with all the love in the world.
Okay.
This movie, and that's a really good point. 3 hours. Mm-hmm. I hate to say it, but what happened in those 3 hours?
Look, here's what I will say. I will say that they choose a lot of strange things to incorporate instead of diving into those details.
Yeah.
And so it does feel, at least for like the first hour or so, that not much is happening at all.
Yeah.
And so what I want in this first hour is to learn more about not only Jerusalem's Lot,
yes,
but Ben Mears.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
And why he's back, why he's doing this, what history he has with this town.
Right.
And
Yeah.
you just don't get that.
No, not at all.
I feel like, and I am a slow burn bitch. I love me a good slow burn.
Yeah. I know you don't.
Yeah, no.
I know you don't. I do very much. But a slow burn burns.
Yeah.
There is payoff.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that there's no payoff here, but I could see someone watching this and being like, nothing is happening. And I feel like it's because we're not getting that. I mean, I would love if we spent the first hour just learning about this town,
right,
and about these people. And again, like you said, about Ben. What is he doing? Like, and I feel like it is touched on, but again, I'm just very interested to hear, when you don't have background knowledge of the book, what story do you get from this solely watching this?
I don't know.
I'm just I can't divorce myself from what I know.
Right.
I will say, not having the knowledge of the book, what I got, at least from the first portion, is a very superficial
Right.
idea.
Yeah.
And you know what it is, honestly? And I think that this is like the opposite of what it was with the It miniseries.
Okay.
Where the first half was so like riveting and fleshed out, and the second half is just kind of like, all right,
Yeah.
a giant spider. The best we can do.
Listen.
It's 1990. It's a TV miniseries.
Yeah.
But this, I feel like the first half isn't as successful as the second half.
Yeah.
Because I
Okay.
feel like the second half, at least, and maybe it does feel, because I will admit, and I, spoiler alert or whatever, but the first half happens, and the second half, it feels like, oh shit, vampires. We forgot about the vampires.
Yeah.
So, it feels like
It's a
they're
bit fast.
Yes.
Yeah.
And though I will admit there are little teases, there are little things along the way.
Yeah.
There are moments of horror throughout in the first half too.
Definitely.
Not trying to belittle what is done in the first half. I just think that the giant sections of time that are spent on things that don't matter
Yeah.
give me this history.
Yeah, and I feel like
Okay.
revisiting these things, maybe they felt like they don't matter when they're happening, but later they do.
Yes.
And I feel like that is lacking here for me, because it is. I mean, that the book it's a decently long book.
Yeah.
And I know that has got to be difficult to shove into 3 hours. I'm not saying do all of it, but I'm saying what you do cherry pick to use, finish it. Like,
Yeah.
I just, and again, that one character, I just have a bone to pick. It really, it's even not getting into the Dark Tower stuff, just him in the context of the novel. That would have been I would have loved to see that. I would have loved,
I think there will come points throughout this where at least one plot line I can think of is just dropped completely.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to ask, what was the point in the novel?
Okay.
Because there was no point for the narrative of this miniseries.
Okay. I will do my best.
Okay.
But of course, we need to talk a little bit about production.
Right.
We can start at the beginning with Salem's Lot being released, the novel, in 1975. I did see that Stephen King had said he was going to call it Second Coming, which makes sense because of our protagonist.
Right.
But he said that Tabitha told him it sounded like a bad sex book.
Oh, wow.
I was.
Which, I mean, that man, listen to your wife, because she's not been wrong once.
Yeah.
But of course, De Palma's Carrie had come out in 76. And according to Stephen King, everybody wanted to get their hands on Salem's Lot. He said that anybody affiliated with horror at the time threw their hat into the ring.
Oh, wow.
And that's according to Stephen King. But I know you said Warner Brothers ends up getting the rights.
Okay.
You said that you know how?
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
Well, so I'll tell you. I found an article in Cinefantastique magazine from 1979, 15 pages long.
God damn.
The website archive.org is your friend, folks. Just for the record, because you can find a lot of things there that are not available.
Okay.
So I had that as a resource. Also, the director's commentary on the Blu-ray.
All right.
But what had happened was Warner actually had the rights to Salem's Lot shortly after publication, if I'm not mistaken.
That makes sense.
But it was part of their film division that bought the rights to it.
Ah, okay.
And so they're trying for years to get this made as a film, as a feature film. And there are so many different writers that come involved and try to write screenplays for it that are just rejected and just aren't exactly what they want, especially for the amount of story within Salem's Lot.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second.
But it was from the release of Carrie that the executives at Warner Brothers were starting to get a little pissed off because they're like, we're sitting on this gold mine of Stephen King material.
Can you imagine
Yeah.
late 70s Stephen King and you're just like, we just have this?
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
And we can't do anything with it.
That's wild.
And it's not for lack of trying. We're doing our best.
yeah.
But it just isn't coming together.
But yeah, that's staggering.
Yeah.
But like you said, there were multiple screenplays written and Stephen King was not satisfied by any of them. I have among some of the people who were rejected, which I thought was pretty wild, Larry Cohen had a rejected
really?
screenplay, but he would go on to direct Return to Salem's Lot,
Yeah.
which is,
Yeah.
you got it. Robert Getchell, who did the screenplay for Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, This Boy's Life,
Okay.
and Mommy Dearest
Wow.
was rejected.
What?
And Sterling Siliphant, who would later be an executive producer for this miniseries, But they were all rejected. Stephen King said none of the screenplays were good enough.
I did want to point out in the Cinefantastique article, Richard Kobritz, who was a producer for this project,
Who's
who
very
really, he had mentioned Sterling Siliphant. His executive producer credit was given just because of the fact that he wrote a previous screenplay. He said he had nothing to do with this adaptation. So just for the record.
All right. Yeah.
Well, there should have been a lot of credits given.
Yes, if that's what we're doing.
And they made it sound like there was a pile of screenplays. I was just like, next.
Wow.
I think there was actually arbitration over screenplay credits because of this.
Oh, okay.
But on the other side of the coin, they also needed a director. And again, at this time, this is still considered a feature film. This is not a miniseries. So George A. Romero was interested, which that would have been interesting.
Kobritz had said that he really wanted him for it because I think Night of the Living Dead was one of his favorite films ever.
Yeah.
And so the idea of getting him attached was very, very exciting for everyone at Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
But the thing is that they were worried about getting him to come to California to film it because they know that he does all of his films.
Right.
You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
And so they're like, he's a Pittsburgh. You know, he's not going to come over and do this. And so they were worried about that. And so they didn't make a overt approach, but they really were interested.
Yeah.
What would it matter to film over there? I mean,
I don't know.
He's just like, no.
Yeah. He's like M. Night. He's like, look,
yeah.
if it's not in Philly, I'm not coming.
Yeah, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. But when both Dracula and Nosferatu the Vampire come out, films in 79, and they still didn't have a screenplay even, Warner Brothers was ready to back out. But instead, and this was, I believe, credited to Richard Kobritz, he was like, well, why don't we think about TV instead of a film?
Okay.
And I did read that this was kind of inspired by the fact that Carrie had made its TV debut in 78. And it was at the time, the best film ratings wise on TV or something like that. The best film premiere. So they're like, we got the same dude, you know, this young cat, Stephen King.
He's going to go places.
He's going somewhere. And then again, we're doing a 2-night event of a miniseries by the same author.
Yeah.
And 2 nights, more ads. It just seemed, it made sense.
But Carrie was a movie they're playing on TV. It's not.
It wasn't a miniseries. Yeah. But they're like, look, we can make it work. All right. So Kobritz reaches out to Paul Monash, who has writing credits all the way back to the 50s.
Damn.
But most importantly to Kobritz, he had co-created and written Peyton Place, and he'd also produced Carrie.
Okay.
So finally, King is satisfied with Monash's screenplay. But from what I read, this is when George A. Romero was definitely out because he did not want to do. He felt like he would be very limited by. And I read a quote by Stephen King that he said TV is death to horror or something like that. Television is death to horror.
Wow.
So yeah, that from my understanding, this is when anything with Romero was like done.
Yeah.
It's not a film.
If I'm not mistaken, weren't we also talking on episode 100 of George Romero almost being attached to the It miniseries?
I don't remember, but probably.
Yeah, it was 100 episodes ago. I don't remember.
It was a lifetime ago.
But that's kind of wild that both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at the time, too, we got to think about how TV and the ratings were then, what they would allow.
Yeah.
Now I think you're allowed to fuck or something one time a season or something.
Depending on the station, you can almost.
I was gonna say,
never mind.
The station. What?
Yeah. Dude, but do you remember when that started being a thing? I remember on South Park and Nip Tuck, we were like, I can't believe we're fucking seeing this on TV, dude. That was what a time to be alive.
I will say very quickly, sorry. Part of that with the success of Carrie was what allowed them more than what they could have gotten away with normally.
Oh, okay.
Because they wrote, I think it was who you're about to introduce as the screenwriter. Or you just did.
Yeah.
Monash.
Yeah.
He wrote a letter to the executives telling them basically look, this is who we're writing from, is this guy who brought you this success.
Yeah.
So you need to be a little more lenient on what's going on. And that allowed for, and they did also come up with a European cut of the film.
Yes.
That does
okay.
feature more gore and more violence.
Oh, shit.
Can you imagine there ever being a time where somebody had to be like, look, this dude's Stephen King.
Mm-hmm.
Just give us a chance. You know what I mean? Like that's
They're like, never heard of him.
that's wild, dude. But as I've said, this has gone from a film to a miniseries. We have a pile of dead and unusable screenplays, but we finally have one that Stephen King is happy with. We still need a director. So this is when Kobritz goes to a screening of Texas Chainsaw Massacre
Okay.
and is like, huh.
I will say Kobritz has an eye for who is going to be very big in horror.
Yeah.
Because he was the one who hired John Carpenter for the TV movie Someone's Watching Me.
Oh, okay.
I think that was in 78 as well. And then a few short months later, Halloween.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he has this eye for
That's fucking cool.
Yeah.
directors. The funny thing about Tobe Hooper ending up with this project after Kobritz sees Texas Chainsaw is Tobe Hooper almost directed the film version in the mid-70s.
Oh.
He was one of the favorites in the film division of Warner Brothers to do it, but from what I heard on commentary, Hooper had a choice between Universal and Warner Brothers, and William Friedkin went to work at Universal.
Okay.
And Friedkin was like a friend and a mentor to him, so he followed him to Universal.
All
Right.
And with the rights at Warner Brothers, it didn't work out. But a few short years later, Friedkin leaves Universal to go to Warner Brothers, and Hooper follows.
Yeah.
And so this idea of Salem's Lot comes up again as a feature film.
All right.
And so he's like, I could direct it and you could produce it, William Friedkin.
Right. Billy Friedkin.
And so they're really thinking of this, and then just things just fall through.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work out. And then years down the line, it goes from film to TV, and then it comes back up again.
I had also read that he said he kind of credits this with bringing him back because I can't remember the name of the film he did after Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but it didn't do well. And then subsequently he was fired off of another set. So he had been having like not a great time when Kobritz reached out to him. So I mean, it kind of feels like everything kind of fell into place.
Yeah.
There was also, I think, just before he got offered Salem's Lot, the miniseries, he had talked about going to Italy to meet producers and doing a film about Jim Jones.
Oh.
But there was something very strange that he would not like really go into detail about, but he kept saying something about death threats coming to the producers and anybody involved with the project.
Oh, damn.
And he said that his agent basically saved him, quote unquote, from not being involved with it, but he wouldn't go into further detail than that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No.
I was like, I'd like to know more, please.
You can't just dangle bits of that. You need to elaborate the whole
he
story.
can.
He's like, and that's all I'm going to say on that.
He's like, but Salem's Lot.
Yeah.
We'll talk.
Don't ask me any more questions. But yeah, so with the pieces all finally in place, they were given a $4 million budget, and production began July of 1979 in Ferndale, California, wrapped in August, and premiered on CBS November 17th and 24th of 1979.
CBS, huh?
CBS.
All right.
Yeah.
A couple of the things that they had mentioned as far as the reason for hiring Tobe Hooper, and it is something that I really don't think that he gets enough credit for with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. People talk about it a lot as like such this like grisly, film, and it is in a lot of ways, but there's also so much you don't see, and so much that you come away with thinking that you did see it. And so when we're talking about these constraints when it comes to television.
Yeah, that's so necessary.
You need kind of a visual storyteller that's able to put something in the audience's head
and make you fill the gaps in.
Yeah.
And there was also a lot of admiration for the work of Alfred Hitchcock on behalf of Kobritz and Hooper. And we'll talk about it later because there's a lot of choices that are made that are simply these small, almost homages to Alfred Hitchcock. But partly another thing that they wanted was somebody who was not going to just do whatever they told him to do. They wanted somebody with their own ideas and not just to carry out their vision of the project, but there is definitely Kobritz's vision of the project, because he did change a lot personally.
Yeah, that is something that I forgot to mention. I want to say very quickly that I appreciate that, because you don't hear that a lot, where they're like, we want your...
No.
You don't hear that a lot. But that is something that I forgot to mention, that there was, this screenplay that finally impressed Stephen King enough to move forward, and Kobritz afterward changed a lot.
Yeah.
A character in particular, he changed completely.
Yeah.
From the novel and from the original screenplay. And Stephen King didn't even like it at first, and then finally was like, okay, that makes sense. Like, I'm glad that we did that.
Right.
But I would really like to get my hands on that original screenplay that impressed him so much, because if all of these really talented people are submitting these and he's like, no, you know what I mean? Like, what was it? I would really, was there more of that? Because again, Stephen King, of course, has the own story in his head. I feel like you need a fresh set of eyes that has not read the book.
Right.
To be like, this doesn't make sense, dude. You know what I mean? Or this isn't, it doesn't, we don't close the circles. But yeah, I would just like to read that, because Kobritz is like, yeah, you like it? Hold on, let me get my red pen. It's like, what?
And I will say, it is very nice to hear that he liked an adaptation, because this very same year, they were filming.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the thing too, because I'm like, that must have been a great screenplay, because this is not present day Stephen King, who said that The Dark Tower was great.
Right.
This is the Stephen King who in a year is going to say that The Shining sucked. You know what I mean? So
It upsets me personally every time.
It's a bad adaptation. It's a fantastic film. It is not a good adaptation.
Does he at least acknowledge that it's a good movie? Just maybe he doesn't
maybe later.
It took a while.
Because, he was...
The movie's great.
It is.
I mean...
You can't,
But, this is Stephen King in that era.
Yeah.
So I want to know, what did this dude write?
Right.
I will say, though, I was just reading the other day, and this is present-day Stephen King, and it's an adaptation we have not seen yet. But he did praise pretty heavily Gary Dauberman's Salem's Lot. That will be coming out whenever.
Now, before we sink our teeth into this film, we would like to show a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's go back home. The film opens with the outline of a grand church, silhouetted against the sky, stained pink and orange with sunset. Text on screen lets us know that we are in Himiko, Guatemala. An ominous score mounts as the church bell rings. I did want to point out very quickly already that Himiko is not a real place.
It's not.
Oh.
Yeah. I didn't know that, but apparently they anagrammed Mexico and changed the E to an I.
All right.
Of course they did. It's right in front of my face. Yeah, of course they did.
And they're filming in California anyway. So
Okay.
doesn't even matter.
So fuck it. But inside the church, a boy, Mark Petrie, played by Lance Kerwin, kneels to pray. He glances around nervously as Ben Mears, played by David Soul, lowers his head.
I hope they're dirty from a hard day's work.
They're dirty.
All right.
They're dirty. It's not a brown face situation.
Well, they're like covered in...
It's pretty bad.
God damn.
Yeah. It doesn't look great, but I think that they're dirty.
I think you're supposed to assume that they're on the run from something.
Yes.
Okay.
I will tell you.
I wonder what.
Yeah. And sunset is dangerous, right?
Yeah. For just, general reasons.
Just reasons.
Yeah.
I did want to talk about the casting of David Soul.
Okay.
Because one of the things that Kobritz was worried about is that a lot of people would see, at least the people who enjoyed the novel, that they would be like, that's Hutch from Starsky and Hutch.
Yeah.
And what are you doing here?
Yeah.
But he really wanted, and especially Tobe Hooper as well, he's like, just watch it and appreciate the performance that he's giving.
Right.
Because and even David Soul said it's giving him a chance to expand beyond this role of Hutch.
Right.
Yeah.
And there was a little bit of an incentive in casting him.
Okay.
I read in that article that he was recently in a TV film called Little Ladies of the Night, and it was the highest rated TV film ever at the time.
See, there was a lot of strategic shit in play.
and it worked. I mean, you know?
And he does good.
Yes.
Rest in peace. He just passed away.
Yeah.
Yes.
I saw a random interview that he had uploaded to YouTube. And it was saying it was 42 years after this. So that puts us, I think, in 2021.
Damn. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But he talked about being called into Richard Cobert's office to discuss doing the miniseries. And he said that the office reminded him of a house in this film because it was very dark and scary. And he was like, and there weren't spider webs, but you could imagine spider webs.
You wouldn't be surprised to see them.
But he told this really, really funny anecdote, but we can get to it when we actually get to Salem's Lot. But it is interesting, obviously, that you mentioned Starsky and Hutch, because he was talking about the one that is in development still, or I don't know what is happening with the new Salem's Lot, but he was talking about that one and saying how he kind of hopes that it's good. He hopes that they don't rely too much on digital effects, because he felt like that's what made this so special, because they did not have that or do that. But he goes, I hope that it's good. I hope it's not I hope it's not like that Starsky and Hutch movie that they did, because that was terrible. That missed the whole point of the show.
Now, hold on here. Yeah.
Of the show.
Yeah.
I will say,
I love that movie.
This detour to shoot a slug at the
it's like, we weren't even talking about that.
It was the Salem's Lot video. It made me laugh.
If I'm not mistaken, I did see on his filmography that he had a cameo in that.
Yeah, see? I told you.
So, I mean.
Right, you will not badmouth Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson.
He did. He did, though. So, but he's like, I'm going to take the check. But
Yeah.
this is trash.
I'm ashamed of all of you.
A good day. But Mark looks up at a statue of Jesus, his arms outstretched as he hangs from the cross. Mark, again, and I will try not to be too annoying with my actuallys, but Mark is much younger. He's like 12 in the book. Like, he's a kid. And I read that they were concerned about putting a child that young and some of the scary moments that we get in this.
Okay.
And again, I guess when you have to, it's TV, you know, so I mean, I get it, but I just thought that was an interesting choice.
That was another aspect of the letter sent to the executives.
Okay.
Was telling them, you know, in Carrie, they're all in high school.
Yeah.
All right.
And that was one of your highest rated. And so it was
That's
one
true.
of those.
Yeah.
That's true.
All right.
And so they were like, all right, hurt the kid, whatever. We're fine.
But afterwards, as the church bell continues to toll, Mark and Ben fill small vials with holy water. Mark holds it in his hand thoughtfully before passing the vial to Ben to put a cap on it. Ben looks down at the small bottle and gasps in fear. His face is illuminated in the blue of the container as he looks down at a bright light shining in the holy water filling the bottle. He tells Mark that they've found them again. I mean, I guess it's cool that they have a way to know that, but
Yeah.
you've not
But what and how is this happening?
Yeah.
So, all right.
The holy water's like, ah!
Yeah.
Oh, they're close. They're so close, dude. Oh, God.
But why? Like, we don't.
So my understanding, at least from what they said in that interview, is that, and you would know better than me, is that this is actually the prologue
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
in the novel. I will say something like this probably works better in the novel than the way that we are just thrown into this.
Yeah.
Don't know who these characters are, don't know anything.
Well, I will say also in the novel, I believe, and again, I've been going back and forth a lot, so if I'm not 1,000% accurate, please forgive me. But I believe in the novel, he reads a newspaper clipping that weird shit's going on in the lot.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't remember glowing holy water. Maybe I just, because it's the very beginning of the book, I forgot. But this is like, oh shit. But again, I think that we see this. It is a very striking visual, and they see it and they know what it means.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that somewhere in this miniseries, this is going to happen, and they're going to realize, oh, the glowing holy water means that we gotta get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
No, this happens in the middle of a time jump, I believe. Yeah. But I did, and whenever I started this, I genuinely thought that I might have started the second half.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're dropped right in.
Yeah.
But Mark proposes that they have to go even further, but Ben tells him not yet. The two look down at the container again, their faces bathed in blue, and we get one last shot of the light inside before it fades to black. The black is overtaken by a shot of the moon suspended in an inky black sky. A wolf howls mournfully as a house is illuminated by the moon's light. We get the title in purple next to the house with the accompaniment of a musical sting, Salem's Lot. The credits continue as dramatic music plays and the light of day slowly takes over the shot, dissolving the moon in the sky as day dawns. So I loved this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was really badass.
I really thought that it was cool. And the way that like the credits are kind of chomped away is the birds.
Oh, okay.
You love it.
Yeah.
All right.
And even so, there's so much Hitchcock just in this opening.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you had said with the birds, the music, I swear, I was like, did they get Bernard Herrmann to
Yes.
do this?
Okay.
And they didn't.
And there's a moment later on.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You saying that, I was like, this sounds very familiar.
Like almost exactly.
Yeah. And so the music was actually done by Harry Zuckman.
Okay.
And he's actually an Oscar winner in his own right.
Oh, very nice.
The reason he was chosen is not only... So on commentary, and I couldn't find any support for this, but on commentary, Tobe Hooper said that Zuckman was an arranger for Bernard Herrmann.
Huh.
I couldn't find that anywhere, but
Yeah.
he would know better than me by like 1,000.
Right.
But he also scored Someone's Watching Me, the Carpenter TV film.
Right.
And so it's somebody that Cobert's already worked with.
Yeah.
But even more so with this Hitchcock influence is this house.
Mm-hmm.
Because firstly, it looks it is very reminiscent of the Bates house.
Yes.
And I looked into it and I wanted to see what went into the design of this house, and it's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But it was designed by the production designer, Mort Rabinowitz, and he also went on to work with Tobe Hooper on The Funhouse,
Okay.
if you recall that film.
Yeah.
But the house is actually a facade
All
because
right.
it's built around a real house that they found in the area in Ferndale, California. It was in the perfect location, and so they were like, what can we do? Because this house does not look like what we want.
Yeah.
But we need it to look, big and obviously have a kind of an aura.
Right.
And it does.
And it does. But what they did is they asked the family, and the family who lived in the house stayed in the house as they did all of this.
That's fucking
Yeah.
cool.
But they built a facade around their property, and I believe that he had said, Hooper, that it was 60 feet tall, which is wild to even consider if that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not doubting Tobe Hooper, but 60 feet is fucking
That's
huge.
Yeah.
But it took 4 days of shooting at this location for the exteriors, because we'll talk about the interiors later, because that was shot on a soundstage, and it's amazing what they did with that. But the condition for shooting around, I guess, this family's house
Right.
was they had to pay the family $20,000. And then whenever the facade was torn down, the lumber from the facade was given to the family to
Hell
use.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
And they were like, sure.
Yeah.
And so that was the deal. It cost $100,000 to build the facade.
Yeah.
And I read somewhere somebody's like, they could have just built a real house if
Yeah, on the coast.
it's 1979. But of course, partially influenced by the Psycho House,
Yeah.
Okay.
which was influenced by Edward Hopper's painting, as we talked about
All right.
on episode 93, I believe, Psycho.
Yeah.
But they had said that this house is 5 times the size of the Psycho House on the Universal lot.
Damn.
So that's just to give you an idea of scale.
Damn.
This is what David Soul in that video was talking about, that they had constructed this. And like you said, they're in Ferndale, which is a real town. And he said that a resident had like gone on a trip or gone on vacation or something. And he was driving back into town, and suddenly there's this huge fucking house up on this hill that was not there. So he's driving past and staring at the house, and he drove into a telephone pole.
Jesus.
And he said that they all ran down there to make sure he was okay, and he was fine. But the crew and the actors were just laughing, and the guy was mad. But he was like, but it was funny. But like, imagine you live there. You're like, that doesn't fucking, It was just, he was like, it just spoke to like what a presence it had.
Right.
But yeah, I thought that was funny because he was like, but it was funny.
He was fine, though. He
was fine.
was a little frazzled.
But once the credits and the music end, we see a yellow Jeep traveling down the road. Text on screen reads, Salem's Lot, Maine, 2 years earlier. The car pulls over to the side of the road and slows to a stop before Ben Mears gets out of it. Now, again, this is pre-glowing holy water in Guatemala.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is 2 years before. He takes a few steps forward, uneasiness knitting his brow as he stares up to the house. Tense music joins him as he walks up to it, but he stops in his tracks when he sees Richard K. Straker, played by James Mason, coming out of it.
So James Mason is the first of a few people that I was surprised to see.
Mm-hmm.
Because James Mason, he was in North by Northwest, which is a Hitchcock film.
Yeah.
He was in Lolita.
Okay.
He was in A Star is Born. Like, this is a very prolific, I think he's been nominated for a few Academy Awards.
Damn.
Like, he was, and not only just the filmography of this actor, but the caliber.
Mm-hmm.
Because his performance is so good in this.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
And so necessary for a reason that we'll discuss later.
yeah.
But I was just very shocked to see him here, and I am just very impressed by everybody they assembled for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Straker starts to saunter down the stairs. He stops, though, when he sees Ben. The two lock eyes for a moment before Straker gets in his car and drives away, shooting a look at Ben as he goes. Ben realizes that he's sweating profusely, and when Straker and his car are finally gone, he looks back up at the house. Immediately, we see him driving down the road, past the sign marking Salem's Lot with its population of 2,013. Still bothered, he drives down the street, ignoring a stop sign as he goes. I was like, sir. We watch as he passes Mark Petrie, who stands casually on a corner. Mark struts away, passing the display window featuring a sculpture that looks to be some kind of creature on fire.
I believe that was the Jersey Devil.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
Fair enough.
I will say, with how the film begins with this prologue of these two characters, there are a lot of fleeting moments of them interacting without speaking.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting because it's like, you don't even know
Yeah.
what's
to
coming.
come. Yeah.
I did, from this small interaction, just this eye contact between him and Straker,
Mm-hmm.
I want to know more because as I'm watching the film, I don't know anything yet. I know it's just the beginning.
Yeah.
I want to know, is he looking for Straker?
Right.
Yeah.
Is it something about this house?
Right.
And did he cause you to sweat like that?
Yeah, I know.
Did
What
he
the
do
fuck?
that? Like, was that, you know? And so you start to already get this unsettling feeling
Yeah.
of, oh, I should be worried about him.
Yeah.
For
already.
sure.
Yeah.
But inside the store, Straker unpacks items, pieces of art in a box adorned with jewels. He sets them up for display.
Something very cool that Hooper mentioned on commentary,
Mm-hmm.
the access that they had working with Warner Brothers
Mm-hmm.
is the option to use props from anything and everything.
Oh, okay.
And so a lot of the items in this antique store are items that were used in films that date back to like the silent film era.
Oh, very
That is
nice.
fucking
Yeah.
cool.
So it's just fascinating to just look around.
Yeah.
But outside, Ben gets out of his Jeep and tries to slam the door, but he has to do it more than once for it to stay closed.
Is this a rental?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those cloth doors don't slam like regular
It's not
doors.
working.
Yeah.
It's not working. But this gets Straker's attention, and when he looks out of his window, he sees Ben walking up the street to Crockett Realty. Ben enters the real estate office, and Bonnie Sawyer, played by Julie Cobb, sets her magazine down and brightens up at the sight of him. He walks past her to the desk of Larry Crockett, played by Fred Willard.
Yeah.
I'm always excited. Fred Willard was so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. I don't know, and I know I can't remember who else we had talked about in the Blob, that how young we seen him.
Oh,
Jeffrey DeMunn.
Yes,
Yes, oh
yes,
my
yes, yes.
driving me
Thank you.
crazy.
Yes.
But yeah, you not that you forget, but man, how much this dude worked.
Yes.
Like, looking again, he was on the Ben and Traber Comedy Hour from 73, Madam's Place in 82, Mama's House from 84. This is Spinal Tap in 84, The Love Boat from 81 to 86, Family Matters 94 to 96, Best in Show.
Best in Show.
Yes.
Anchorman. He was in Chicken Little. I mean, it's like, dude, seeing him this young, I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And then
Remember, he was even in Modern Family.
yeah, that's right.
And his voice acting too.
Yeah, I remember him in King of the Hill.
Yeah.
He was, man, yeah. Fred Willard was great.
When I tell you, I was surprised to see him here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And his character.
Yeah. And that's a lot. But the thing is that even from that list of his credits, it's comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's even stranger.
Man, looking at his thing, that man worked comedy. I was like, damn.
And he was
you
so
love
funny,
doing
dude.
this shit.
Him and Best in Show.
Yeah.
Oh
man.
my God. Ugh. Anyway. But Ben introduces himself to Larry and tells him that he's looking for a place to rent for about 6 months. When he stipulates that he doesn't have any family and it needs to be furnished, Larry says that he can't think of anywhere. Ben asks him, what about the house on the hill? Larry is like, oh, the Marston house. Bonnie is watching this back and forth like a tennis match, but Larry breaks the news to Ben that the Marston house has already been sold. He proposes that Ben try Eva Miller's boarding house because he really can't think of a suitable place. Bonnie chimes in that the boarding house is real nice, and Larry tells Ben that the house is on Railroad Street, and when he stands up to give him instructions, Ben stops him and tells him that he remembers. It's like, oh.
Yeah. He seems like he's being a little rude, Ben.
Yeah, he is.
Like, come on. Maybe be nicer, and then he'll tell you about Marston House.
You know what? It hasn't been sold.
Yeah.
Because you said please.
He just kicks them out.
But and Ben had to already expect this. He just saw Straker coming out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, again, I feel like this line was just meant to set up the fact that he has a history with Marston House.
Yeah.
And give him an excuse to say that he knows certain things already, even when the realtor says it to him. I don't know that this is the best way to establish this history.
Yeah.
Because he did literally just, the first time we see him in Salem's Lot, he's looking up to see somebody coming out of the house.
Right.
That's the problem, I think. I think that maybe even showing that later on, and as soon as he comes into town, he goes straight to, but I don't know. I will say in the novel, Larry plays a much bigger role in what is going on with the Marston house. So it kind of feels like that was being set up, you know, but it's not.
Well, he's a realtor, so vampires, real.
No!
That's the thing is that the second that he gets into town and he goes to a real estate office, I'm like, why is this always?
That is so.
Yeah.
You know, Dracula.
Yeah.
Fright Night. Like,
it's very important.
Real estate is so important to these vampires.
Yeah, I thought he'd do more.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know? Yeah. We thought he'd be eating spiders by the end of the day.
Yeah. The vampire's like, I already got one of those.
Yeah. We don't make that.
Yeah,
we don't do that again. It's funny that you bring that up because I did read that Stephen King said he got the idea for Salem's Lot when he read Dracula. So maybe he's like, no, that needs to be.
Yeah.
You need a real estate
Got to
agent.
be in there somewhere.
But Ben leaves and Bonnie gets up to join Larry at the window so that they can both watch him go. Larry drapes his arm over Bonnie's shoulder and muses that it's funny about the Marston house because it's been vacant for over 20 years. Bonnie says that someone named Cully, maybe her husband, is going to Portland tomorrow, and she shoots a suggestive look up at Larry. Now, Boom Boom Bonnie, she'd be trifling, but we'll get to that later. In his shop, Straker looks out the window when he hears Ben get back into his Jeep. He watches Ben drive away, but across the street, sitting in a squad car, so does Constable Parkins Gillespie, played by Kenneth McMillan, who we saw not too long ago as fucking Kressner in Cat's Eye.
Dude, I recognized him immediately.
Yes.
I was like, what the hell?
Your sister told me. I was like, oh, it is him.
Yeah.
There's quite a few returning, and it's kind of apropos for episode 200, but Podmortem alumni.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's kind of wild in
And
this
just
film.
wait.
Yeah.
But when Gillespie looks up at Straker's shop, we see the sign, Barlow and Straker Fine Antiques. The bell on the door rings as Larry lets himself into the shop. When Straker steps into sight to greet him, Larry looks around at the contents of the shop, with its boxes marked fragile piled high, and comments that Straker really cleaned the place up. When Straker asks if he likes it, Larry tells him that he's done a fine job. He says that it's very tasteful and very different than the doctor's office that he sold Straker. Huh.
Yeah.
Straker agrees, setting antique canes in a stand.
I just want to say that was a human femur. That cane.
Oh, yeah.
Hold the phone.
And nobody ever has anything to say about anything they see in the shop. There's a moment later that's pretty egregious because there's just something on display that is clearly something that they did.
That makes me wonder now because you said they have access to all their props.
Yeah.
These canes are so fucking badass.
Yeah.
I would walk with one of them any day. Just to have it match my outfit, bet.
Yeah.
They're fucking so nice.
And he had a bunch.
Yeah.
Everything I see in the shop, I'm like, what was it used in? What film?
Yeah.
It's just intriguing. Somebody maybe has compiled a list.
Oh,
Probably.
Damn.
I didn't.
But Larry finally cuts to the chase and asks after Mr. Barlow. Straker cuts him off, saying that he'll arrive soon. Larry says that people have been waiting for him. In a small town like this, there's not much to do. But continuing his work, Straker cryptically assures Larry that Mr. Barlow will be well worth the wait. And he tells him that he's already told Mr. Barlow how helpful that Larry has been in getting them the house and the store. Now, this is faithful to the book.
Okay.
But it's very much like he comes into his office and he's like, look, we want this and we want this. And you're going to sell it to us. And you're going to make this much off of it. And you're not going to say a word to anybody. And you're going to be very much taken care of. And Larry's just like, okay. He's not doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
But this character is and he's a lot more, Straker is a lot more ominous and no nonsense in the book.
Okay.
So it's very much in his mind, he's like, what the fuck is this dude trying to pull? But outwardly, he's just like, you got it, boss. And even later when things start to get weird, when something is picked up, it's brought to Larry, the situation. And they're like, something is wrong. And he's like, it would be a shame if people started pointing fingers at people. Cause maybe somebody could say something about you and then maybe you would lose your job. So
oh, wow.
What's funny is I've had a couple beers already. So I'm not going to remember this conversation. So maybe we should all just go home and go to bed. It's they take him somewhere different in the miniseries.
Yeah.
But again, Larry is not, he is complicit in these businessmen coming to this town and kind of doing whatever they need to do.
Yeah.
But one thing I do want to possibly say as a reason for how agreeable he is, I don't want to say, obviously, it was a little too early to say that Straker is something supernatural.
Right.
But we could say that it's something familiar.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Very good.
Thank you.
But as Ben unloads his stuff in his room at the boarding house, Eva Miller, played by Marie Windsor, hovers behind him. When she sees his typewriter and asks if he's a writer, he tells her flatly, yes. She asks what he writes, and he tells her, books. She asks if she's read any, and he's like, I don't know. Have you read any books? And he finally says that he doesn't know if she's read his books. He's being a dick.
Yeah.
Hold on, though. Are you trying to tell me that the protagonist
I know.
in a Stephen King written story
It's a leap.
is a writer?
I know.
Yes.
Dude, I don't know what to do with this.
He's also in Maine. I know.
Holy
I know.
shit.
I know.
Nay.
It's a lot. It's a lot to take in.
I don't know if I can continue.
But wasn't this rude?
It was.
What do you write? Books? okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a little.
Thanks.
It's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Fuck me.
I never would have guessed.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I guess he could be a journalist.
Yeah.
But at the same time, just name, I wrote this.
Yeah.
How hard is that?
It's the way he's answering. Even if he was just like, I write books. Like, it's books. It's like, damn, dude.
That's what I was going to say. That's what it was for me, was the way that he's coming off.
It's rude.
And then like he picks up the book and like puts it in front of him. And he's like, oh, it's like, dude, you know that. What the fuck? I don't need the picture of you on the back cover to know. It's like, come on, you don't got to do that.
Use your big boy words. But Eva takes all this in stride, laughing at his comments. He asks where he can get breakfast, and she tells him that the kitchen is open to everyone. He'll just need to keep his things separate. After being asked, he tells her that he works at night sometimes, and Eva warns him that he can't work too late, but Ben cuts her off and tells her that he won't. She heads toward the door as Ben is clearly ready to have her out of his room, but before she leaves, she asks why he came here. Ben says that the real estate man sent him, but that's not what Eva meant. Why did Ben come to Salem's lot? Strangers don't come this time of year. But Ben tells her simply that he isn't a stranger.
So we're getting these small teases.
Yeah.
But I feel like it doesn't become a very satisfying answer until way later.
Yeah.
And even then, it's like, I still want to know more about this motivation.
Right.
The things that, I started the novel. I will finish it. Just not in time for this.
Yeah.
Right, obviously.
But there were, even from the beginning, you get a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning.
Yeah.
And so I can only imagine how much more satisfying it makes moments later.
Right.
And that's kind of what I was hoping for here.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is kind of this mystery for a while. Why are you here?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, oh, okay. Like, I mean, it's not even like I'm, the vampire. It's not that satisfying.
No.
Not really.
It's not.
You didn't need to keep it a secret for
And
that
I was
long.
going to wait till later, but that's, again, another problem that I had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're given these little breadcrumbs, but I think you're right, T. It doesn't pay off until way too late. It's like, oh, that happened so long ago. Not that I don't care, but it's like, I know what's happening now. You're showing me.
Mm-hmm.
Or you know what I mean?
I just feel like the history that he has with this place could be more detailed in this miniseries.
A little more fleshed out, yeah. Because I want to know. Like I said, that is the question too. You came back, why?
Yeah.
What's drawing? What? What the fuck? Who?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's just, we don't really get that.
But later, when Ben takes a walk, he sees a woman lying in the grass outside, sketching. She's got books spread out around her, one of which she has lying open and face down. The book is Air Dancer by Ben Mears. His own face looks back at him from the book jacket, and Ben creeps over and picks up the book, telling the woman playfully that this is no way to leave it. She looks up at him, Susan Norton, played by Bonnie Bedelia. She recognizes him, looking between his face and the jacket, but Ben just gives her the advice that books need to be respected, even if they aren't that well written. With a smile, she assures him that it is well written, and when he asks if he can sit with her, she says yes. She asks him why the book is called Air Dancer, and he asks if she's read it, even though he clearly sees that she has not finished it. It's open.
It's like, you don't know either, do you?
Yeah. Well, why do you think it's called Air Dancer? But she admits that she hasn't finished it. She was just getting to it. He accuses her of having gotten bored, but she says that this isn't true. She was just trying to finish her drawing first. She's going to read it, but he's like, you don't have to. Stop.
What is going
That's
on?
what I'm saying. Dude, I was like, what the
This is so weird.
So I will say the way that the last scene ended where he's like, oh, I'm not a stranger.
Yeah.
The way he approaches Susan,
yes.
I thought they knew each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is some old relationship,
Yes.
old friendship, something.
Yeah.
And so the way that it's going, and then like she looks at the book and he's striking the same pose as the book. As the picture on the book jacket or whatever. It's like, oh, it's you. It's like, that's how you know him only.
Yeah.
You do not know him from his previous time here.
I got the same impression. I was like, okay, y'all know each other.
Yeah.
And then as the scene goes on, I was like, oh, you don't? What the fuck?
I thought it was like a playful thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not. And the fact that he's like, you hate it, right? Did you even finish it yet? We don't have to finish it. It's like,
Why are you badgering me?
Oh my God! Yeah.
Get off my ass! I'm trying to draw it here in nature, and you're fucking.
Yeah, and even that.
leave me alone.
She's drawing, enjoying herself,
Yeah.
probably relaxing. The book is laying there, but she took a break.
It's
not thrown.
No.
It's not mishandled.
It's not in the lake.
Yeah.
Fuck this. Poorly written.
Yeah.
Trash.
It's just so weird. But he asks her name and she tells him, as well as the fact that she teaches art at the elementary school and that her father is the town doctor. Now, this is another situation of combining two characters, because in the novel, her father is not the doctor. The doctor is a completely different character.
Okay.
I will also say that she teaches art at the elementary school.
Mm-hmm.
Later, we see her leaving the junior high school.
Oh, I didn't even catch that.
Maybe she had a meeting.
It's like, moving on up.
Yeah.
I got promoted.
Yeah, I don't know.
Job.
Or, I mean, maybe she, goes to different...
No, you're
Yeah.
right. You're
but
right.
I think that's what and it's just a small thing.
Right.
But I think that is something that could be used as a way to bring other characters together even better.
Okay.
To say,
Oh, yeah.
she teaches at
Yeah, where
the
somebody
same school
goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
where,
That
So-
and
makes
somebody
sense.
else
Yeah.
works. And that would have,
And I just want to point out, when I sang the Jeffersons theme song, that was not to imply. I think no matter what age you teach, it's brilliant.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're all in agreement there.
I just meant grade level.
Yes. But as Ben looks over her drawing, Susan tells him that the reason that she even checked this book out was because she read the other one and she liked it. Skeptical, Ben asks her the title and Susan laughs, admitting that she can't remember. Abruptly, Ben is like, do you want to go to dinner? Do you have a boyfriend?
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's see, I think that's the thing, is that the pacing of this film is so strange.
Yeah.
Yes, because
Because
some
this
things
is-
are way too fast.
Yeah.
And
Too
some
fast.
are the opposite. But Susan is a little sketchy, saying that she doesn't exactly have a boyfriend, but she points out that the About the Author section under his photo says that he's married with no children. She asks if this is still true. Ben reveals that while he still doesn't have children, his wife died. He says that he has memories, and some are good and some aren't, but she didn't answer his question about dinner. With a grin, Susan tells him that she'd love to.
Ben is a widower.
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like this material is probably much more fleshed out in the novel,
Kind of.
Okay.
because we really get nothing.
No.
Yeah.
I feel like it honestly did not even need to be mentioned here.
Yeah, because it seems very, even he kind of glosses over it. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, what do you want to know? Yeah, no kids, wife died. You want to fuck?
Yeah.
It's like, dude.
Wow.
Well, he it just
I mean-
kind of goes through it, and it's like, dude,
You got
do
a boyfriend or
what? Do you like? How long ago did your wife pass? What? You're not
pants are
grieving.
chafing
You're not,
him.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well.
It's a bit forward.
Yeah.
It is.
Especially again, she, like you said, she is alone and trying to enjoy
Yeah.
her time, and you just stomped with your big boots over there.
I wrote that.
Yeah.
You hate it or what?
No,
Do
you
we go
read it.
together now?
You finish it or not? You're ruining the spine.
It's weird, man.
It is.
But abruptly, and with dramatic music, we cut to Ben standing outside of the Marston house again. There's a light on upstairs, and Ben stares at it from the street. He's finally able to tear his eyes away from the house, but when he turns back to his Jeep, he finds himself face to face with Straker. The music swells as the men stare at each other in a Larry David-esque standoff. But Straker's eyes flit up to the house, and he ominously wishes Ben a good evening before strolling down the road. I was like, where's he going?
He did what he had to do. Dude almost shit himself. He's
Yeah,
like,
he did.
All right.
Yeah, he did. Well, why are you saying, like, it's such, he's up to no good, because any regular person would be like, why do you keep staring at my house?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But he's just like, good evening. It's like, oh, you're evil.
Yeah. You're like,
Got it.
what I'm doing is much worse. I did think that maybe it was a little kind of a foreshadowing, because he's staking out this house.
Oh, okay.
But-
Very good.
Thank you. I did, firstly, the camera work of this section and the shot of Straker walking into that light of the night.
Yeah.
I need to talk about the cinematography.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's something that I don't think Tobe Hooper gets a lot of credit for. I don't think. But it is something that they really wanted him for in this, which is the motion of the camera in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
Yes.
There is a lot of movement in the camera. And there's a lot of movement in the camera in this. And it kind of makes the film feel more dynamic than static.
Right.
And this shot where Straker scares the hell out of Ben, the way that the camera moves sells it so perfectly.
Yeah.
And then the brilliance of that shot of him walking into the night.
It's great.
The cinematographer of this miniseries was Jules Brenner. Yes, my favorite name. I love you, Jules. Brenner not only shot this, of course, but Brenner shot Dillinger. Well, he didn't shoot Dillinger. Sorry.
What?
Hold on. Yeah. He shot John Dillinger. That was before he got into films.
That's unrelated. That's just a fun fact.
But in 1973, the film Dillinger. Part of what got Brenner on their radar to shoot this film was the work that he did on Helter Skelter, the TV film.
Okay.
Okay.
And so again, you've got this TV film sensibility, but also feeling almost like a feature
Yeah.
on TV. But we talked about Brenner because he shot Return of the Living Dead.
Oh, very
Hell
nice.
yeah.
All right.
Another film with some dynamic camera work.
Yeah.
Yes, very
So,
much.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
But Ben slides his glasses onto his face as he watches Straker climb the stairs and stand in the doorway of the house. Finally, Ben gets in his Jeep and starts it, and after Straker surveys his surroundings for a moment, he heads inside. Ben drives back into town, catching the attention of Constable Gillespie as he goes. Larry and Bonnie step out of the real estate office and say that they'll see each other tomorrow. But Bonnie adds in, and tomorrow night. Larry asks if she is absolutely sure, and Bonnie is. With a grin, she tells Larry that he, somebody else, not Larry, has to make a delivery and a pickup tomorrow, and regardless, Larry knows that he'll always call before coming home. The two part ways, Bonnie calling Larry honey as she tells him good night.
See, earlier I was like, okay, what the fuck's going on? Then here,
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit. I
Yeah.
was like, okay.
Yeah.
See, so whenever the film started and we see them in the realtor's office,
Right.
I thought that she had a crush on Ben at first.
The way that she looks at him when he walks
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Larry puts his arm around her. I'm like, oh, so they're...
They're husband and wife.
Right.
And then this, I'm like, oh my God.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when Larry gets into his car, Gordon Weasel Phillips, played by Elisha Cook Jr., watches, sipping from his bottle concealed in a brown paper bag.
So I want to talk for a minute about Elisha Cook Jr. He was, of course, in House on Haunted Hill.
Okay.
He was in, which we've talked about, Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah.
He was in The Maltese Falcon.
Oh.
Okay.
But a film that he was in was Stanley Kubrick's The Killing in 1956.
Ah.
Someone else who was in that film was Marie Windsor.
Oh,
Okay.
Eva.
Yeah, and they played a married couple.
Huh.
And they're the arc of that character. It's a whole thing. You have to see the movie.
Yeah.
For
I don't want to
sure.
spoil anything. But the interesting thing is that whenever they were casting, they wanted intentionally to cast the two of them in these two roles. It was almost gimmicky casting. But they said that they had trouble finding Elisha Cook Jr. It took them, I think Hooper said, 3 weeks. And he was actually working at a bait shop in Long Beach. And so they had to, and he obviously he loves acting.
Yeah.
And so he took this role very seriously.
Yeah.
And whenever they cast him, like he was asking all sorts of questions about his motivation of different scenes. And they said that he was a joy to work with, and obviously reuniting him with Marie Windsor
Yeah.
after, what is that, 23 years?
Damn.
You know, so it's just like a really, really fantastic casting. And of course, he does brilliantly.
Yeah.
For sure. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
But suddenly, Gillespie confronts Weasel, accusing him of spying. Weasel says that this isn't true, but Gillespie snatches his bottle away and takes a whiff. He casually brings up Ben, the writer that moved into Eva's. Holding the bottle back out toward Weasel, he asks if he would mind keeping an eye on him. That made me laugh because he's like, what are you doing, spying? No, I need you to spy for me.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's like, I already got you down for spying. So.
Yeah.
You might as well do it. But Weasel asks what Ben has done, and Gillespie just tells him to keep his eyes open and his mouth shut. Weasel asks again, though, and after a cautionary look over his shoulder, Gillespie tells him quietly that Ben killed 18 people, and every single one of them was an old man that kept asking what he'd done. He laughs at Weasel as he finally gets the message, and he hands the bottle back, reminding him again to keep an eye on Ben.
Leave that man alone.
I know.
He's sitting there minding his business, doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, doing something.
I mean, yeah,
we'll
but-
find out later.
Yeah.
But he's on another job.
Yeah.
he's already clocked in. But I think that a recurring thing in Stephen King novels, and again, we're still in the 70s, so maybe this is kind of like the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But it's this sense of the people who are from here and the people who are from away.
Okay.
And even in a lot of his stories, away is a capital A because it's a place. It is any place but here. Like, you're not from here.
Huh.
And so the fact that, yeah, Ben is originally from here, I guess, but not to him. You know what I mean? This is some random dude that's coming and staying in the boarding house. What the fuck is he doing? Keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
Because Ben hasn't done anything.
No.
Except for bother a lady trying to enjoy her time by the fucking river.
Yeah.
But at the Harmony Hills Cemetery, Mike Ryerson, played by Jeffrey Lewis,
Yes.
walks around inside. I was so excited to see him.
Yeah.
And he does so good in this.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Firstly, obviously, Juliet Lewis's father.
Yes, yeah.
But we talked about him on the Devil's
Devil's
Rejects.
Rejects, yeah. He's
Just-
like, oh, can you say that
Can you
more?
say that again?
He's Roy Elf.
He is.
He's right.
He's right.
But he walks up to the gate with his very angry dog, Faithful, just as Ben drives by. Ben slows a bit to take a look at Mike before driving off. It is a weird moment where they're just like, I don't know why
Yeah.
Ben did this.
I feel like there are a lot of these moments where it's just them setting up. We're gonna have more later,
Yeah, but like
but
that.
it's odd.
It's
Yeah.
the way that it's done, and Ben keeps saying like, oh, I'm not a stranger, like, oh, I remember where that is, da-da-da, whatever. It feels like, did you and Mike have beef before?
Yeah, well,
Because it's like this weird,
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
like, da-da-da. Why are y'all looking at each other like that?
it
Yeah.
does feel like recognition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we learn later that they do have someone they know in common.
Yes.
So maybe there is.
It's just, it was
Yeah.
strange.
I mean, I don't know.
But Faithful barks at Ben, and Mike gently tells the dog that it's okay. But at the Sawyer house, Bonnie's husband, Cully, played by George Zunza, crushes an empty beer can in his hand. He sits in his chair in front of the TV in the living room, and when Bonnie comes through the front door, she greets him warmly. He eyes her suspiciously as she crosses the room and kisses him. He looks suspicious, or like he suspects her
Yeah.
Mhm.
from the minute she walks in the door, and she seems just completely oblivious to it.
Yeah.
I did want to say very quickly, it took me forever. I was trying to figure out where I recognized George Zunza.
Mhm.
The year before this, he was in The Deer Hunter.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, God damn it, that's right.
Yeah.
But this is more with Bonnie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we're like, okay, well, we're building this character
Yeah.
to have a lot of interesting happenings.
Yeah.
And so I feel like this character is going to be a big part of the narrative
Right.
because we're giving her a lot of time.
Yes.
Correct. We are. Anyway, Bonnie heads toward the kitchen, asking if he wants to stay in tonight, and he answers emotionlessly with a, sure, why not? With a smile, she cautions him not to get drunk because she wants some fun tonight, and he knows what happens when he drinks too much. Still smiling, she tells him she's going to get something out of the freezer for dinner, but he calls her back, asking her to grab him another beer. She heads toward the kitchen happily. At the Norton home, Ben eats dinner with Susan, her mother Anne, played by Bonnie Bartlett, and her father, Dr. Bill Norton, played by Ed Flanders.
Ed.
Ed
Yeah.
Flanders.
I do want to say I recognized Ed Flanders. Again, all these familiar faces.
Yeah.
He plays in The Exorcist 3, Father Dyer.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, fantastic film that doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah.
But again, just recognizing all of these faces.
Right.
And the performance he puts in here is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that, and I know we talked about it off mic, I noticed a lot of these older actors.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay. I was like, these aren't... I feel like there comes a time when you can start to tell when certain actors were kind of doing stuff together or doing movies around the same time. But this one is a little, for me anyway, the actors are older.
Yeah.
Not in a bad way, but like you said, they're performing, like they're fucking actors. You know what I mean? And it is noticeable.
But as Susan and Anne get up to clear the plates, Bill confirms that Ben is staying at Eva's. He muses that she used to be quite the dish, and when he was a kid, they would watch her sashaying up and down the street. Anne scolds him and mutters, "Men." Eyeing Ben playfully, Susan repeats this, but Ben only smiles, and when Anne offers him coffee, he accepts.
I laughed out loud because when he's scolded, he goes, "Well, we did."
Yeah, what the fuck?
He's like, "I don't know what you want us to do about it now. It's already done."
I mean, that is true, but you don't gotta be all out in the open.
Yeah, like calm down.
So rude.
Jesus.
Like, well, I mean,
What do you want from me?
But after a quick lesson from Bill about drinking coffee anytime but the morning, Susan and Anne leave to the kitchen. Alone now, Bill continues talking about Eva. He tells Ben that she married Weasel once upon a time. He disparages him, commenting on his stature, his smell, and the fact that he never made a decent living. He says that no one could figure out why she'd married him, and even though they've since divorced, he still lives in the house. Life in a small town.
So that's the casting thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The fact that they were once, it's very, very funny. But again, I don't know. We don't ever learn his real name, do we?
Yeah.
Only from, I think, his credit.
Okay.
I don't think they ever say it in the movie.
Because even later, they're like, she's
like, Weasel!
Weasel!
Yeah.
Oh, that Weasel. It's like, you love Amanda named fucking Weasel?
It was confusing.
Yeah.
Watching, I was like, wait, what?
Weasel.
And I had to come back and I asked you guys, I was like, I'm a little confused. And y'all, were like, no, that's dude.
Yeah.
I was like,
That's
what
his
the
name.
fuck?
That's Weasel.
Yeah.
But not like Pauly Shore.
Right. That's the Juice Weasel.
Oh, okay. This
Yeah.
is just a regular Weasel.
I have never heard. I didn't know that Juice was any part of this. I just knew the Weasel. I didn't know that part. I learned something.
The word is concerning.
Yeah.
So I will say that. I will say that.
Juice can mean a lot of things.
But in the kitchen, Susan cuts pie as Anne gets the coffee and asks what Ben's new book is about. Susan answers vaguely that it's about two men, and Anne is immediately scandalized. I know that when John Paul, when you were watching this, you were like, so he... You were like, basically, he accosts her while she's trying to enjoy her time by the water. And then now he's just eating dinner with her family.
Yeah.
How did we go from that to this? That was quick.
Yeah. And even if I'm not mistaken, in the novel, they go see a movie first.
Yeah.
And so that's
they do.
why
She does bring him home, but it's not as
immediate.
jarring.
Yeah.
And so I was shocked too. I was like, this, and that's where I was saying, like, the pacing is so confusing.
Yeah.
Some things move breakneck speed.
Yeah.
Some things move glacial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
It's confusing.
Yeah. And if I have more time with them as a couple, I'll feel more later.
Definitely.
You know?
Yeah. But meanwhile, at Eva's boarding house, Weasel has snuck into Ben's room. Not the juice one. Our Weasel. As he frantically pulls
Our Weasel.
in terms of the film.
All right.
As he frantically pulls the paper from Ben's typewriter, Eva catches him. She flies into the room and slaps Weasel across the face, demanding to know what he's doing in there. Weasel insists that he's not doing anything. All he took was a piece of paper. He directs Eva's attention to the notes that Ben has near his typewriter, and they see that it's something about a boy and a house. Despite Weasel claiming that the paper he took was blank, Eva reads the words typed on it. The house was a monument to evil, sitting there all these years, holding the essence of evil in its smoldering bones. Weasel is confused until he looks out the window and guesses, the Marston house? Eva doesn't know, though, since Ben stopped typing mid-sentence. But she looks out the window, repeating the words on the page, and Weasel muses that Ben writes real good.
It was okay.
It was good.
I think it was over-reliance on the word evil.
Yeah.
It's evil twice in one sentence.
Twice in one sentence.
Yeah, well, the house is evil.
The
It is
house
very
is
evil.
evil. But it just makes me laugh that he's like, what house? That scary fucking evil house?
The one
Right outside
that
the
scared the shit out of me for 40 years. That one?
So you know exactly what he's talking
Yeah.
about.
The Marston house?
And the Marston house is like, it's seemingly the center of the town no matter where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's before you even properly get into, say, like it greets you.
Yeah. And I will say, again, just from reading the beginning of Salem's Lot, where Stephen King often puts quotes from things that are narratively or thematically
Relevant.
Yeah.
He starts that beginning with the quote about Hill House from Shirley Jackson. And so whenever we're reading this and they're seeing this written on the typewriter, that's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah.
Was the way that she described Hill House.
Yeah. And let's not confuse this because I'm this may or may not be descendants of John Marston. He did die in 1911.
That's the house he built. in
Okay.
Buffalo.
Oh, all right. All
Yeah,
right.
With that
Remember?
montage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Yeah.
You know?
Cool.
But back at the Nortons, they stand on the porch and Ben thanks Anne for dinner. He shakes Bill's hand and promises to get him a copy of his book. They say goodnight and Susan walks Ben down the steps, assuring him that her parents liked him. Ben counters that maybe her father did, but Susan says honestly that her mother doesn't like anybody but Ned Tebbets, a guy that she's been seeing.
Before we get into Ned Tebbets and that whole thing, I was very just mad at Bill with what he said about his wife.
What? Did I miss it?
As they're leaving, he's shaking Ben's hand and he goes, "Sorry about the peas. She's done better." Fuck you. I am never making dinner for you again.
Oh my God. I missed that because I would have been
Yeah.
all over that.
I was like, are you kidding me?
You can make your own fucking peas.
Yeah.
Then.
And I'm sorry for this. I know you're a little old for me to be like, I hope your parents like me. It's like, you're 50, dude. What the fuck?
I mean, that, yeah. Well, the fact that, I mean, I guess we kind of find out later what the dynamic is with her and her family, but
Right.
it is very like, it feels like we're in high school
Yeah.
and Jimmy's going to take me to the movies, but he has to have dinner with my parents first. Like, that's kind of what this feels like.
But then again, at the same time, it just feels, I think that's the thing that makes it so difficult is that it just feels so rushed.
Yeah.
Because I think that we have to expedite it to meet these characters.
Yeah.
And so it makes their relationship seem kind of quick and just like, all right, get to it.
Okay.
But it's because we got to meet her parents right now.
Yeah.
It's
That's
just,
true.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm honestly pretty steamed up about those peas. That fucking pisses
Yeah, I
me
didn't
off.
hear that.
I couldn't believe that. And he's shaking his hand like, when you come back, I promise. The
I'll
best.
get her. I'll get her back in shape. Don't worry. Mm-mm. But back to Ned Tebbets, who was named Floyd in the novel. Some of the name changes, I'm like, why'd y'all do that?
Yeah.
But anyway, Ben asks if Susan had been seeing him or if she has been seeing him. And as Susan gets into the passenger seat of his Jeep, she shrugs and tells him a little of both, which I do appreciate the honesty.
Yeah.
You were a random dude that walked up to me yesterday.
Today? Okay.
But whenever.
Yeah, whenever.
Whenever.
I had a whole life before you.
Yeah. But inside, Anne looks after them nervously and asks Bill what Ben is really doing in Salem's Lot. Bill says that he's here writing a book, and when Anne presses, wanting to know what the book is about, Bill says that he doesn't know and he didn't ask.
So again, we're setting up this big mystery.
Yeah.
Why is he writing this book?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he here? Continue.
Yeah. In the car, Ben and Susan sit in silence until he asks her to tell him a little more about Ned Tibbet. Susan laughs, correcting Ben that his name is Ned Tebbets. But then she doesn't talk about Ned at all.
No?
Yeah.
She says that she worked at an ad agency in New York and she loved it. And when something happened and the agency lost a big account, they had to cut back and she lost her job. I don't know if that's when they moved to Sterling Cooper Draper Price or those.
In my head, I had either a Mad Men reference or I was going to reference the big account from Stella, which is really, really niche.
Yes. Dude, Stella.
Yeah, I know.
But she lost her job.
Just coming back to a tragedy, yes.
Yeah. Ben muses that it's a cruel city, and Susan says that this is when she had to come back home and she was glad for the TLC. She asks him how long ago his wife passed, and Ben tells her it's been 2 years. When Susan asks if that's what he's been writing his book about, Ben finally admits that he's writing it about a house, the Marston house. Susan is like, I see. But then she admits, no, I don't see. Suddenly, Ben realizes that he doesn't know where they're headed, and he asks Susan. She proposes a few places, including the lake, and when Ben asks where she wants to go, the silence and pause is heavy before Susan decides that they should go to the lake.
Oh, you want to get wet?
Oh, come on.
Well, we're going swimming.
A
But
little
yeah, they're night swimming.
decorum, please.
Night
No,
swimming.
they're gonna do PCP.
Yeah, that's
That's what they do out.
I
They're
didn't
going
know.
crazy out there at the lake.
I didn't know you like to get wet.
just opens his book. It's cut out. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
what the
shit. His book.
hell? Yeah,
She's like, it really was shit.
yeah.
I've been using it to hide my drugs.
PCP.
So no, here's the question. All right, with her reaction to him writing about the Marston house, she grew up in Salem's Lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So she should know all of the history attached to this house.
True.
So it's not something that you don't get. You should be like, oh, that's fertile ground.
Yeah.
You have a lot to write about.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah.
But at the lake, they sit next to the water. After a quiet moment, Susan asks if she makes him uncomfortable because she has a habit of asking questions. Ben counters that she doesn't because he has a habit of evading questions. Susan says that they're the perfect match then. Ben laughs, and Susan tells him blatantly that she likes him. She asks if her stating her feelings outright makes him feel uncomfortable, and to the contrary, he says that it makes him happy. She asks how long he'll be staying here, and he says it depends on how long the book takes. She wonders if he's a slow writer, and when he says that he's medium, she tells him longingly that she hopes it's a long book.
I don't know if this is the term, but I love the circular dialogue
Yeah.
Yeah.
where it's almost like you're just feeding each other these words and you pick one and you take it and you run with it. It's very old-fashioned
And it's
Yeah.
very good.
and I really like it.
Yeah. But there, alone in the moonlight next to the still water of the lake, Susan and Ben share a kiss. And in the novel, they share more than a kiss.
A hug?
Well,
They get wet without the PCP.
Yeah,
I was like,
all right,
without the
well.
lake. Okay, anyway.
Without you're like, no drugs, no body of water.
No body water.
Well, body.
yeah. Well,
You all know what I mean, damn it.
Relations.
Yes. We'll have to consult the list of approved terms.
They make it sweet.
They make it sweet. But the next day in his room at Eva's, they don't in the bin here. Let me make it clear. That's the book. But in his room at Eva's, Ben sits at his typewriter working. When he pauses to drink coffee, he stares at the Marston house and leans forward in his chair when he sees Straker descending the steps. We watch Straker get into his car and, I don't know, drive through Salem's Lot in real time because I think like, we're in the car with him for a long time.
I know this is all supposed to be menacing, but he's just leaving.
It was like the intro to The Sopranos.
Yeah.
I was like, what the
It's like, what is going on? Like, just gonna be in the car with him for...
And can we talk about his car real quick?
Oh, yes.
That's a 63 fucking DeVille.
Beautiful.
That thing is beautiful.
It is pretty.
I
I don't
was
know what
wa-
those words mean.
It's a Cadillac.
It's a Cadillac.
I was looking at it and I was like, God damn, that thing's nice.
Mm-hmm.
And the more I looked at it, I was like, that's too clean. I was like, that I had to go look it up.
It is a beautiful car fitting for... I don't want to say it yet. Look, creatures need to ride in style.
You know?
Yes.
And that is a thing in the Dark Tower series that wasn't a thing yet.
Yeah.
But that is very interesting.
I will say very quickly, and I don't know if I was just watching it wrong, but I swear that it appears that we get a shot of the back of someone's head outside the window also watching Straker go.
Okay.
And I could be completely wrong, but I was like, is Ben like watching a memory of himself? Like, what the hell is going on? But it could very easily just be that it was a shot from behind him.
Okay.
Maybe,
through the window.
Yeah.
Maybe. Because I didn't catch that.
But I was like, what the hell? That's the same haircut
Yeah.
Well,
that you have. Well, yeah.
we'll talk about
learn.
later.
We'll
yeah.
learn a little bit later.
But the phone rings at Crockett Realty, and when Larry answers, he tells the person on the other end, "Yes, sir," right away. He fusses over his shirt and tie and gets up to get his suit jacket, assuring Bonnie that he'll be right back. She tells him, "Okay, honey," and before he can leave the office, he stops and turns. He tells her to stop calling him that because one day she's going to forget. With a smile, she tells him, "All right, honey." And when he looks at her in disbelief, she laughs, admitting that she forgot. Bonnie,
Yeah.
girl, playing a dangerous ass game,
Yes.
and you're being a little too cash. But Larry opens the door to Crockett Realty and steps out into the street. Weasel sits on the bench just outside the door, and he calls out to Larry that it's getting warmer. Larry turns to look at him, but he doesn't say anything before turning and crossing the street to Barlow and Straker. Larry heads inside, where Straker admits that he needs Larry's help again. Larry tells him that he's always glad to be of assistance, and Straker reminds him that he'll be amply rewarded for this. He gives him the task of having his truck at the Portland docks tonight at 7 sharp. He says that the arrangements have been made, and he will probably need 2 movers to pick up the Heppelwhite sideboard that he needs delivered. I'm like,
Yeah.
it's a sideboard for sure.
Of course.
But they're to pick it up and deliver it to the Marston house, and it is to be taken down into the cellar. Larry takes the notes of his assignment on a small notepad as Straker gives him instructions on how to get down to the cellar from outside of the house. Larry asks, "You won't be there?" And Straker confirms this. He'll be in Boston tonight and he won't be back until tomorrow morning. But there's just one more thing. He needs Larry to get 4 good padlocks. The keys to the padlocks need to be left on the table in the basement, and when Larry's men leave, they need to padlock the bulkhead door, the front door, the back door, and the shed garage.
We're not getting what you're saying we're getting, are we?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
None of that sounds weird to
That's
you.
what I'm saying,
Like, that's like, hold on.
It's like,
That
this
last
is-
thing, though.
Yeah.
This is standard. Like,
That's why it
Everybody
feels
does that.
there has to be some kind of a glamour situation going on. Like,
Yeah.
And the other thing is that you said that they more established this relationship between Larry and Barlow, and
Larry financially, is making out like a bandit.
because right now, really, with the characters that we have in the film, maybe I'm wrong, but it's like, why am I taking orders from you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why am I running any errands for you?
Yeah.
You are somebody that I just sold a property to.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the extent.
But no, he comes in, he is very assertive. He's very sure. He's like, this is what we're doing. You're going to provide me with this. I'm going to pay you this. Da, 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 da. And the way, I can't remember how the payout was, but Larry is like, what's the catch, basically? Because
Yeah.
I'm about to clean up.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess it's kind of implied here, but yeah, because Larry's like, what do you need, boss? Like,
Yeah.
it's like, it's weird.
Just strange.
Yeah.
But when he asks Larry if he's got it all, Larry confirms it with a smile. Straker praises him, saying that it's good to know that he can always call on Larry. And Larry tells him again that he sure can. Still smiling, he turns to leave the shop. But just before he does, he asks one more time after Mr. Barlow. Straker reassures Larry again that he will be meeting Mr. Barlow very soon and that he's sure it will be a pleasure for him.
That, again, sounds frightening.
Sinister.
Yeah.
Why would you say it like that? Larry finally leaves and Straker sits in one of his antique chairs, letting out a deep sigh and becoming the very personification of worry.
But also, there is a human skull in the foreground,
Yeah.
Oh,
which nobody seems to.
No.
Larry's like, you really did a great job on this.
Sure, you didn't make that.
No, it's an antique. But at the school theater, Mark Petrie is in the middle of rehearsals. He stands at the front of the stage, addressing the house with the knowledge that in 1776, revolt swept through the township of Jerusalem's Lot, which would later become known as Salem's Lot. Behind him, Danny Glick, played by Brad Savage, clutches a prop rifle and announces, "Down with the British and hooray for freedom." Another kid joins the first with another rifle, and when two more kids run out playing the roles of his children and begging him to come back safe and to take them with him, he assures his children that he will be back, but not before they're all free.
He's like, you know where I'm going, right?
Yeah.
Kids, no.
This ain't Disneyland. But Ben steps into the auditorium and watches from the back of the house. Mark continues that the war was long, bitter, and suffering, and some heroes died and some lived, but they had fought for the greatest treasure of all, liberty. The, long, bitter, suffering journey with some heroes dying and some heroes living, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah,
That's pretty good. But the supporting cast joins Mark on stage to sing America, America for some reason.
Yeah.
It's very abrupt.
So I do recall a bit of like not a history lesson, but just kind of a discussion of the town in the novel.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the condensed version of that?
I mean, we don't get anything here.
No.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, what?
I guess this is a stand-in for that, but you don't learn anything.
No.
Well, we learned that Ben is rude because he's fixing to just come and start talking.
Yeah.
While these kids are trying to practice.
Yeah, that is true.
That's true, because this man is at work.
Yeah.
But Ben has crept through the mostly empty seats up to the front where Mr. Jason Burke, played by Lou Ayres, sits taking notes.
He's like, needs work.
The ending's a little abrupt.
Lou Ayres is another surprising face to see.
Yeah.
He had been acting since like the 30s. He was in All Quiet on the Western Front in 1930.
Okay.
God damn.
And he was an Academy Award nominated actor in 1948.
Damn.
So they have a very good cast
Yeah.
of people. And again, he's fantastic here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But Ben gets his attention as the kids sing, and he has to get in close for Mr. Burke to hear him. He asks if the kids are still running the pageant, and with a chuckle, Burke nods, adding that he provides a little editorial help. Ben says that as he remembers, it's very little. He introduces himself, although he's sure that Mr. Burke doesn't remember him. But Burke does. He greets Ben warmly and shakes his hand, telling him that he's read his books. Ben gives Burke the credit, saying that he never would have written them if it weren't for him. Burke muses that was a very large thing that Ben just said, and he'd like it explained to him if Ben is free to talk about it tonight. Ben agrees.
So are we supposed to start seeing parallels between Ben and Mark as
Yes.
far as their writing?
Right.
And obviously them both being students of Mr. Burke.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know if it is apparent in the novel, but more discussions of the two of them as people
Yeah.
Yeah.
to where we can kind of draw these parallels a little better than just saying like, well, he wrote that terrible play. So that's the same
So
as
did you.
the terrible book that Susan didn't want to finish.
But at the cemetery, Cully stops by to talk to Mike. He says that he doesn't know how Mike can work here because it would be too scary for him. But Mike, his dog still trailing behind him, says that he finds it nice. During the day, at least, it's pretty quiet. But Cully counters that it's too quiet, especially at night. But Mike says that he's barely there at night. They are. I don't know if he meant the dogs
Maybe he means the dead.
Oh.
or that.
I mean,
Okay. But he asks why Cully has stopped by, and Cully says he needs a strong back. He wonders if Mike would like to make $50, but it's for two people. He's going to need someone else with a strong back. Mike asks about Cully, but Cully chuckles dryly, admitting that he's got something else planned for tonight.
and we'll learn.
Yeah.
Outside the school, Ned Tebbets, played by Barney McFadden, watches from his plumbing van. Ben catches up with Susan walking with her books, and when he offers to carry them for her, they both glance up at Ned's van. He apologizes to her and tells her that he just came to see Mr. Burke and he thought that he could walk her home, but he won't do that again. Susan assures him that it's okay and asks for him to just wait for her here.
Dude, this, I was like, are you kidding?
Yeah.
Like, he was ready to bounce. He
was?
Dude, yeah, he seen dude standing there watching her instead of being like, is he causing you problems or is something wrong? He's just like, oh, shit. He's going to fuck both of us up. I'm going to go ahead and go.
He
It's
said,
like,
I'm
dude,
boyfriend number 2.
Yeah. I was like, dude, are you for real?
I'm not trying to blow up your spot.
My thing is, I don't know why everyone in this town or from this town is so bad at surveillance.
No, yeah, no.
His name's on the side of the van.
Yeah. and
then-
he's like hanging out of it.
Yeah. And then you remember Ben just standing in the street just like, what is this?
Yeah.
house? This house is evil. Oh my God.
But Ned, meanwhile, hanging out of his window, is watching them the entire time. Susan crosses the street over to him, and he gets out of his van as she approaches. He tells her to get in, and she flatly tells him no, and that he has no right to do this. He reminds her that she said she loved him, but she says that that was 100 years ago.
So she's the vampire.
Yeah.
That's wild, man. What a twist.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah. But again, doesn't this feel like they should be younger?
yeah, it does.
Well, yeah,
it
honestly.
does. Because Ned he's pretty upset.
Yeah.
She's like, that was the snowflake dance. That was last year. But Ned glances over at Ben, standing awkwardly where Susan told him to wait. And Susan tells him that this has nothing to do with Ben. Ned accuses her of doing something up at the lake, but Susan dismisses this. Ben takes a step forward and eyes Ned, prompting him to get in his van. He stares Susan down as he starts it and drives away.
So who do you hear that from?
Yeah.
Weasel?
Maybe. Well,
Oh.
her dad, it is a small town.
It
Her
is.
dad says something later where it's like Susan brings everybody up there to fuck.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, to make it sweet.
He knows.
So when you see Susan going up there,
Yeah.
you know what's happening up at the lake. They're going crazy out at that lake.
I've heard such things.
But Susan turns back to Ben and he wraps his arm around her and carries her books as he walks her home. At Crockett Real Estate, Cully kisses Bonnie before heading out to work. Bonnie sweetly asks him how long he thinks it's going to take him, and he guesses 5 or 6 hours. He tells her he'll be back at midnight or after. As they talk, the camera pans to show Larry sitting at his desk behind them. Cully looks over at him and jokingly tells Larry to stay away from her. Larry laughs and offers that he'll try, and Cully cradles his wife's face, telling Larry to try hard because she's all his. Bonnie laughs and watches as Cully leaves. Once he's gone, she glances out the window after him, and Larry lets out a long sigh. Bonnie turns to him and assures Larry that he was just kidding, and that if he really suspected something, he wouldn't be joking about it.
I have to say, and from this moment, I feel like Cully has like Dale Gribble obliviousness because of the what he's asking, and no, because of what she's asking, where she's like, "Now, how long do you think you'll be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will I have enough time?"
Yeah.
But
How many times?
oh, come on. But as we learn, there's something afoot.
I
Yeah.
did not think that it was a
No.
Dale Gribble situation. I
Really?
didn't know, not at
Yeah,
all.
He was acting
When she comes
very-
home and he's like eyeing her, and then he's like, "No, I got something else planned for." I was like,
Yeah.
"Y'all are about to be in a world of hurt." That's
Yeah.
what I thought.
I thought that it was a callback to the plans that he had previously, where he wasn't going to drink so that he could, And so I thought he was like, "No, I've got some big plans tonight."
Oh, no.
For
No. No, I was like, in the show that he was just making, I was like, you guys are caught.
I thought the show was just a bit of good fun.
No. It's like,
yeah.
y'all think he's stupid, but he's not stupid. Or Bonnie thinks he's stupid.
Well, that was
Because
like,
Larry's like, "Well, I don't know about this,
Yeah.
Bonnie."
Just sweating in front of him. It's like, huh?
I'll try my best, Kelly.
but that was my thing. Was I was like, he's clearly acting different. If you notice, to be like, maybe we should cool it. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And she's like, no.
She's like,
it's
"My
okay."
husband's fucking stupid,
It's
dude.
like,
Don't even worry
Clearly,
about
he's
it."
not. You know.
Yeah.
If he didn't suspect something, he wouldn't be joking about it.
Yeah.
If he did
he
actually
wouldn't
suspect
be
them,
joking.
he wouldn't be
Yeah.
joking about it, is what she says.
That has no logic at
No,
all.
no.
And if he's never said that before and he's saying it now,
Why?
yeah.
I'm just glad that this is an incredibly important part of the narrative.
Yes,
Yeah.
and this will continue to the end.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But outside, Gillespie chastises Cully for double parking. But Cully counters that he couldn't expect him to go all the way to Portland without saying goodbye to Bonnie. Gillespie wants to know what's in Portland, and as Cully climbs up into his truck, he says that he's making a pickup for Straker. Gillespie asks what it is, and Cully guesses it's some European junk. He doesn't understand why anyone would want to open an antique shop here, but Gillespie guesses that they know what they're doing. He tells Cully again just not to leave his truck sitting there like that, or he's going to have to ticket him. Cully just grins as he starts his truck. He's like, no, you can't ticket me no more. Like, it's just, his whole air is just like, this man has nothing to lose. Like, he was scaring me a little bit.
Well, yeah, and then,
Yeah.
I will say. Although it is, I mean, it's good at least that somebody is kind of feeling the suspicion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because why would they just come from out of nowhere,
Yeah.
open this antique shop in a town of 2,000 people?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
Yeah, it is. But ominous well, and that's it is weird in the movie, but in the book, this is a like a people vacation in the area. And so, like, there are seasons where there will be a lot of foot traffic and stuff. And so they're even like, well, in the down seasons, like, you're not going to get a lot of business. But the summer people come and da-da-da-da-da. But, yeah, this is a very small town. So it is, like, weird. It's not explained. But ominous music plays as Straker locks up Barlow and Straker for the night, and Cully drives past. Straker watches him go, breathing a deep sigh as he does. At the cemetery, Mike locks up and his mean dog is angry to be left behind. He promises Faithful that he'll be back soon, but that he's got to go and be with people for a little bit. He steps out of the gates and Ned is there waiting. When Cully pulls up in his truck, he whines about the dog's barking, asking if it's going to do that all night. But I'm like, you're not even staying here.
Yeah.
So what do you care? He's just mad.
I thought that was weird.
Yeah, and it's not as if he's trying to lie to them so they think that he's here all night.
Yeah.
He already said, I got big plans for tonight. I'm like, what, watching my dog? Why is he acting like this?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
But when Mike tells him it'll be fine, Cully gives him the clipboard and confirms that he knows what he's supposed to do. Mike does. Drinking a beer and clutching the remains of the six-pack in his hand, he tells Ned and Mike to just leave the truck here and he'll come back to get it in the morning. Mike and Ned head off and Cully drinks his beer. When Faithful barks, Cully yells at him to shut up and throws his beer at him.
Did you get the feeling of the dog being the harbinger?
Okay.
The harbarker?
Yeah.
Yes, perfect.
Because, like, it didn't seem as if, and it seemed out of the norm for Mike, too.
Right.
That the dog is acting like this.
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't know what you're bringing here.
Literally.
Okay.
I do. I'm a dog.
Yeah.
Animals always know. We were just talking about that.
I fetch all the time, dude.
Yeah. I will say that it is not them that goes and gets this in the novel.
Really?
So, like, you can see the need to combine characters to kind of condense it because this is only 3 hours. But I just found it interesting that Ned is here because it's like we need to give him more to do, I guess.
Yeah.
Because it's different people, in the novel.
Okay.
But in the truck, Ned asks what's going on, and Mike tells him that Cully wants Bonnie to think that he's going to Portland. He says that it was actually Crockett that set this trip up. Ned doesn't understand what Larry has to do with this, but when Mike smiles, Ned puts it together and laughs. He asks what Cully is going to do, and Mike asks what Ned himself would do if he had a 12 gauge sitting in his garage. I think this is when they call her Boom Boom Bonnie.
Yeah.
But I mean, boom, boom. But I'm like, so are they under the impression that he's at the very least going to go? I don't know.
Well, what's wild to me is that they're speaking about it so cavalierly.
Yeah. He's
Just-
like, well, I'm
Yeah.
going to go kill my wife. Just leave my truck here. Like, what? I don't know.
And then they're like, so what are we picking up, man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, a man's about to commit a double murder. You gotta,
no
And
shit.
you guys just let him, and he's drinking. And
Yeah.
fucking, yeah.
What would you do if you had a shotgun? Anyway,
Yeah. You got the clipboard, right? It's like, what the fuck?
we're going to need inventory.
So is it 50 each or 50 to split? It's like, dude.
I think he said to split.
Yeah,
Which, honestly, for what they're doing, that's really low.
Yeah.
I don't know about 1979
79.
Well, yeah.
inflation, but
Probably buy a house with that.
it's like, I have to work for the rest of the month.
But we cut to Weasel sitting at a bar. Ben walks past him and we follow him as he meets with Mr. Burke. The bartender watches them, and when Burke asks if Ben wants a drink, he orders a Canadian on the rocks. The bartender muses that he's a native, and Burke confirms this, marveling at the return of the native, or is it the return of the prodigal son? They both chuckle at this. I was confused because I think Ben left when he's like 11. So is this like I didn't like a local drink that they drink all the time that he was drinking at 11 years old? Like, I don't know.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's like maybe it's a term that only you use if you're
okay, maybe.
You know.
Or, he didn't live alone at 11, so maybe his parents
It's
drank
possible.
it. I don't know. I was just like, they're like,
Is it Canadian Mist? Is that what they're all drinking?
It's Canada Dry.
Oh, fuck.
It's very good.
Not a sponsor.
No.
It's crisp. It's refreshing.
It's really good. But outside, as Cully walks down the road, he is visibly annoyed at the sound of Faithful's growling and barking. Suddenly, the dog screams and the angry sounds stop altogether. Cully pauses at the sound of this before quickening his pace down the road.
See, and that was a scream.
Yeah.
It was.
Oh, yeah.
If I've ever heard in my life, but he's like, thank you.
Well, he's running. We pan over the cemetery as he walks out of sight, past trees and tombstones, until we finally see that Faithful is dead beneath the cemetery gates.
I will say the creeping reveal of the camera, along with the music, was fantastic. The only problem for me is it took me a while to find Faithful.
It did as well, yeah.
I don't know if it's the framing of the shot or the dog puppet wasn't as prominent as it should have been.
Yeah, or maybe like the color palette. Because in the novel, they find, and this is horrific, I apologize in advance, but they find the dog murdered. It's impaled on the cemetery gates.
Jeez.
And so the person that finds it is like, oh my God, like Mike Ryerson is going to be heartbroken. He loves that dog.
Yeah.
But it's clear that someone did this.
Mm-hmm.
This seems like poor carpentry.
Yeah, the way that
maybe.
we find Faithful, it could be an accident.
Yeah.
So I just, it kind of took like the punch out of it for me.
Okay.
Because I'm like, did something fall?
Yeah.
Like, it's not clear.
Well, that's what that's what it looks like.
Yeah,
like
it
the
does.
fence fell.
Yeah.
And what's even the purpose of this?
Yeah, why? Faithful didn't.
Well, if Faithful is warning.
Oh, yeah. That is
all right.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
But at the warehouse, Mike and Ned load a huge box marked fragile into the back of Cully's truck. Astonished by the weight, Ned asks what's in it again, and Mike tells him it's a sideboard. Ned remarks that the crate feels very cold, and Mike reasons that it's been sitting in the warehouse, but Ned doesn't like it. He doesn't understand how it feels so cold, and when Mike sarcastically asks if Ned wants to pry it open, Ned is actually interested. Mike says no, though, that they just need to get it delivered, and as the gate creaks closed on the back of the truck, he muses that this is a hell of a way to make $50.
I feel like Straker, obviously he knows what's inside this crate.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't he give some kind of an excuse for it to be cold?
Yeah,
to say what it is, and then there's no suspicion.
He's like, it's a plugged-in fridge.
Yeah. I don't know how, but
yeah.
And dude, I don't know enough about crates to convincingly make it seem as if I've never opened a crate.
Yeah.
So they're talking a lot about opening crates, but nobody's talking about how they're going to conceal that.
Yeah. Well, I think
'cause
Mike was being sarcastic, but Ned was like,
no.
Okay, yeah. Because why is it radiating cold? Like, that is very concerning.
That's a very big, I don't know.
There is no piece of furniture I've ever seen radiates cold air.
And a sideboard, why would it be cold?
I don't know. Is it a sideboard for an unplugged in waterbed?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, you figured it out.
Those were hot in the 80s, I think. It was 79. Yeah. Maybe they're early adopters.
They were ahead of the They set the curve.
Yeah, but I will say that this little clue, this small tease, it's building this horror.
Yeah.
For sure.
And I really do appreciate it. And I will say this is the first moment of quite a few that do kind of, and it would come 3 years later, remind me a bit of Creepshow.
Okay.
With the crate? Yeah, definitely. But in the truck on the way back to Salem's lot, Ned points out that it's cold in the truck now. Mike agrees that it is and that it really shouldn't be because it's such a warm night. He tells Ned to turn on the heat. Ned does, and it sounds like there's some creaking and stirring in the back of the truck.
I will say that this is the scene that I wanted to commend Jeffrey Lewis because it seemed as if he was the only cast member that was like, okay, so this takes place in Maine. Maybe we should sound like we're from Maine.
Yeah.
and that we've lived here for a little while because everybody else seems to just talk like they're from California.
They're like, we're in California. He does a really good job.
Yeah.
And I really love him in these scenes in this truck.
Yeah.
Because he has to act like he is scared, but he's acting like he's not scared.
Yeah.
And it's such a good job. But the crate inches its way closer to them, and Ned tells Mike that it's moving. Mike turns fully around, and the two stare at it as it moves closer. But Mike turns back to the road just in time to avoid an accident. Ned tells him to pull over. They need to open the crate up. It's making the truck cold and something is clearly wrong, but Mike doesn't want to. He insists that they just need to get it delivered, but Ned keeps demanding that they open it. Mike, clearly creeped out, pleads with Ned to just let him drive.
If I'm not mistaken, this is when they start to introduce blue light. And I know we saw a little bit of it earlier with the holy water.
Yeah.
But Tobe Hooper said that these little clues are meant to signify decay
Oh, okay.
and rot, which is kind of a big part of the color palette we'll see later.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it is very effective as like a bit of foreshadowing for an interior, we'll say.
Okay.
But at the Sawyer house, Bonnie is decked out in a tank top and matching short shorts and heels. She fixes her hair in the mirror before going over to the phone. Sitting on the steps and watching right outside the window, going through his six-pack, is Cully. Bonnie says on the phone that it's safe, and when she doesn't get the enthusiastic response that she wants, she warns that she's going to start to lose respect. I was like, God.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Oh, my God. She insists that she doesn't want to go to a motel again.
Yes.
She wants him here in her own bed because it's more exciting for her that way. She giggles, saying that she's not going to talk like that on the phone, but if he'll just get over here, she'll whisper all those things in his ear. She tells him to get here or else before hanging up the phone and smiling. Bonnie.
Yeah.
There is just no, like, I maybe it's just like a thing of relationships I don't understand. Why are you together then if this is...
Literally. There's clearly no respect. She's like, no, I'll like it better here.
Yeah.
This would hurt him more. It's
in
like,
my
dude,
bed?
Yeah. In my husband's bed too.
This is so inconsiderate.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go to a motel again. This is not their first time.
No.
Right.
Like she's been doing this. But
it's just weird too, because earlier when we first met Cully, there was beer cans all around him. He's just sitting there drinking. Like, does that mean we're supposed to be like, oh, this is okay? It's like,
is he drinking because he knows what his wife is doing?
I don't,
you know? I don't know. It's just sad, man.
Yeah.
And she's just like, oh, I'm going to lose respect.
Yeah, I'm still.
Yes, I'm yelling my half of the conversation by an opened window.
Just wild. And this is another thing. In the book, it's not Larry Crockett. It's I cannot remember his job, but he's like some 22-year-old kid that she's messing around with. And it's the same thing that he's like, I don't like your house, dude. Like, I don't know. And she's like, no, it's fine. It's fine. You know, it's the same setup, but it's yet another character.
Okay.
But in Mark's very badass bedroom, adorned with horror memorabilia, he practices for the play, enunciating that in 1951, a fire started at the old mill and spread rapidly down the road toward the Marston house. But the wind turned the fire back toward the town. Gaining confidence, he drops his script to continue, but he's interrupted when his mom, June Petrie, played by Barbara Babcock, comes into his room.
Seeing his room, I was like, did this kid grow up to be Rob Zombie?
It's a great room.
Amazing
It is
room.
very fucking cool.
They had said again, Warner's prop department.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course.
Just
Yeah.
filled with stuff that they found from old films.
It's really cool.
It really is.
His mom asks what he's doing, and he tells her that he's practicing for the pageant, which clearly he is.
Yeah.
What do you mean, what are you doing? But arms crossed, she tells him to keep it down because his father is trying to figure out his taxes. Mark tells his mother that Danny and Ralphie Glick are coming over when they finish their homework so they can rehearse. When Jane asks Mark if he finished his homework, he tells her that he did a long time ago. I was like, okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you know each other? Like,
Yeah.
this whole thing is so awkward. And even later when he talks to his dad,
Yeah.
it's fucking awkward. It's just weird.
Is this scene only to set up that his father's an accountant for a line that
guess.
comes later?
I can't.
Yeah.
because
Because-
it's like, your father hates the sound of your voice.
Yeah, it's like, what? Your father's crunching numbers in there.
Yeah.
Do you like food, kid? Because we have dinner coming up. I can't remember.
A pageant? What the hell
What
are
the
you
hell
talking
is that? You're still in school?
I was like, what is this? It was just so weird.
And see, this is what Quinn should have been doing. Studying
Yes!
her fucking lines. That's why the ghost came for you. Oh, you're not busy.
You're not taking this
Yeah.
seriously, are you?
So, okay, you've referenced Insidious Chapter 3. I'm about to reference Fright Night because this is what I thought Charlie should have been like.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
1,000%.
Yeah.
If
Yes.
that's what we're presenting, this should be his room.
Yes.
This should be how he acts.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
But June tells Mark that it's fine as long as he and the Glick boys don't disturb his dad.
The what, boys?
Glick.
Okay.
But she leaves the room. Mark consults his script again before continuing to rehearse at full volume. She's like, keep it down. Yes, ma'am. In 1959.
Well, you got to admit, dude, if you're doing math and someone's saying 1951,
Yeah, yeah.
1973,
Yeah.
it's like that kid's got to go. Or I guess I could wear headphones or something. Or I could do my math in the garage.
Or I could
Yeah.
close the door.
Yeah, that's
He's
true.
all the way upstairs. He's speaking at full volume, but he's not talking that fucking loud.
No.
Yeah.
It's like, give the kid, he's got to learn this. We saw what happened to Quinn. But he talks about volunteer.
It was a direct result of her.
Yes.
Not rehearsing.
She's got to practice. But he talks about volunteer firefighters who came from all over to help before taking a considering pause. And this is when I was like, is he writing this himself? And he is.
Yeah.
We find out later that Burke is kind of like, make it your own, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Which I get, like teachers like that influencing you to write, like Ben was saying. But I just thought that was cool. Back at the bar, Ben and Burke share a meal. Burke tells Ben that Mark Petrie is very bright and that he wrote most of the pageant this year, just like Ben did. Ben asks if he's another writer, and Burke says that it's possible. Having fostered 2 writers would make his long teaching career worthwhile. Ben tells him that he certainly got him started, but unwilling to take all the credit, Burke tells Ben that he had a gift. He wanted the opportunity to continue with him, but Ben moved away when he was 11. Burke asks Ben, why the Marston house? He says that it factored into Ben's pageant too. After a pause, Ben guesses that maybe it's because his aunt worked there. Burke asks if she ever told Ben anything that happened inside the house, and Ben says that she never did. Burke asks about Hubie Marston, and Ben says again, no. But even at the time, the Marston house already had a reputation for being haunted. Burke chalks this up to every town having one. Ben admits that he went up into the house once on a dare. No longer eating, Ben, clearly still haunted by his childhood memory, tells Burke that he snuck inside of the house. And when Burke asks what he saw, there is unmistakable fear on Ben's face. After a long pause, he admits that he saw ghosts. Every sound, every shadow. He says that he doesn't know what he saw, but he thinks he saw Hubie Marston hanging by his neck.
So this is an excellent moment. Very just impactful performance. The way the camera presses in, the music accompaniment, everything about it is perfect. My issue, we are now a third of the way through the film, and we are just learning about the Marston house.
Yeah.
As far
Yeah.
as his fascination with it, when it started, why he's here, that he wrote about it when he was a child.
Yeah.
That his aunt worked there.
Yeah.
This is all stuff that I think could have been. I mean, it's good to know that Bonnie is like fooling around or whatever, but I feel
But
like.
what's more important?
Yeah. Priorities.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, T, because I did feel, as a first-time watcher, I did feel a little confused when we got here. I'm like, okay, well, why didn't we know any of that earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, we know something's up with the house. That's it. Like, that's it.
And to have so many people be like, well, we don't know why he's here.
Yeah.
He's an enigma. He's a mystery.
It is.
Yeah.
It is a little, because I think about it and the fact that Bill Denbrough was like, everybody's like, he's from Derry. Like you know what I mean? It is strange that nobody's like, oh, Salem's Lot's own Ben Mears. You know, like,
Yeah.
it's just, I don't know.
And I will say, honestly, like he in the novel, he lived here for 4 years. He had a fucking cup of coffee here and then moved on to wherever else, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, I don't know that I would even call him a hometown boy. Here from what, 7 to 11? Get out of here.
Yeah.
Be a little convenience store brat. Get out of here.
So he's not from here?
No. Right?
And then I don't think so. I can't remember.
If I'm not mistaken,
if he was like born here, but he lived here.
If I'm not
and then he
mistaken,
left.
the very short thing that I read, which was maybe like the first few chapters, he had said that he lived in Salem's Lot for 4 years.
Then yeah.
Well,
I could be completely wrong, and then I'll get
No,
told about it
yeah, I
later.
know.
Convenience store.
Well, I said 7 to 11. But I don't know. I just feel like I want more. And especially when we're building up this big mystery of why he's here.
yeah.
And he's like, oh, I just always had a fascination with it. I was like, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay,
You
yeah.
didn't witness a murder in the house? Or you didn't,
Or he wasn't, he wasn't part of something
Yeah.
important that
Yeah.
happened
you
there.
and your best friend went there and he never came back out? It's, it's not big
Yeah.
enough for me.
Well,
Okay.
and he was traumatized by seeing a ghost in a haunted house.
Yeah, but that happens. Dude, that happens all the time.
Right, you want a
never-
ghost? I'll go get you a ghost right now.
Yeah.
Shut up!
You've never lived in a town for 4 years, wandered into an old abandoned house and saw a ghost in there of the owner?
Everybody.
Yeah.
Dude, everybody, dude. Jesus.
a
Grow
universal-
up.
Get over it. It's a universal experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, I feel like if it was some big, like, oh, these kids, like, broke into the Marston house and stayed the night and one of them was never seen again or whatever, if it was a big event like that, people would remember Ben Mears. And you kind of still need him to be an outsider in this town. So, I mean, it's just like some of the pieces don't fit, if that makes sense.
But if he... Well, what if it was like, oh, our own swim team champ, whatever he was, they were whatever, and they were the last big team to win whatever conference, whatever, and then he moved away and came back. You'd still kind of know him. And what difference would it make? Oh, why did you leave? Because that happened.
Right.
You're back now. Oh, we have these
And-
questions.
And yeah, he could have, some side-eyeing because of that. Oh, you left right after that boy disappeared or whatever.
Yeah.
It could, I agree with you. I'm just saying, I
I just want a bigger reason.
Yeah.
Because it's got to be a big enough reason for him to come back. And it has to be a small enough reason for them to not remember him. So
yeah,
it's
you've really painted
yeah.
yourself into a
it's
corner.
very difficult.
And where was he? Did he just start thinking of the house? And he's like, fuck, I got to go back.
That's the thing. Did he start having dreams like Silent Hill or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
His wife was like, look.
Yeah.
But Ben describes Hubie Marston's green face and swollen eyes. He says that his eyes opened and he looked at him, and Ben ran away as fast as he could.
Hubie looked at you.
I knew you were the baby looked at you. But he says that he never forgot it. He asks Burke if he believes that a thing can be inherently evil. Burke tries to understand, reasoning that he's seen trees that look like tortured spirits.
No. He didn't even have to think about that. Like,
No.
that's fucking wild. Like, what else do you have in there? Well, I went to college with the devil.
Yeah.
Like, what? What else? If that's just on your brain, like, immediately? Well,
Well-
I've never seen a ghost, but I've seen trees that look like twisted souls and spirits. And It's like, holy shit,
Right?
dude.
What path you take?
Yeah. Why aren't you the writer?
Yeah.
You can write better than Air Dancer or whatever the fuck that was.
Mr. Burke, please.
Yeah.
It's like, come back.
His eyes just, he's not even looking at Ben
Yeah,
anymore.
no. But when Ben asks, a house? Burke shakes his head. Ben continues, asking if the Marston house can be evil in its very stone foundation and wooden beams, the glass of its windows, and the plaster of its ceilings. He points out that Joshua Vaughn, the man that built the house, killed his wife and his servant and then hanged himself in his closet. Hubie Marston's sister and wife suffered mysterious deaths, and though the rumors blamed poison, it was never proved. Then, when Hubie Marston came here, young boys started to disappear, and though he was suspected, that was never proved either. Now, Straker is here, and when Burke brings up Mr. Barlow, Ben points out that he's never even been seen. Ben says that he thinks that an evil house attracts evil men. Burke muses that if that's true, and he looks up as Ben finishes his question, why did it attract me?
Ben's like, okay, never mind. Maybe I was wrong about that.
Like evil men, but also great men.
Yeah. The best men who deserve to be best-selling authors. I think my thing that I really appreciate is Stephen King with this idea that is prevalent in a lot of his stories, where it's just seemingly a place that is simply evil.
Yeah.
This Marston house, the Overlook Hotel, room 1408.
Yeah.
It doesn't need this reason. It's just inherently evil. People that go there, people that live there, terrible, horrible things happen.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's an evil fucking room.
Precisely.
Yeah. Back in the truck, Ned and Mike are straight up not having a good time. When Ned fearfully brings up the fact that the crate is moving again, Mike snaps at him that they're almost there and demands that he shut up.
I feel like on behalf of what is going on inside that crate, it does not serve you, it does not behoove you to be anything but inconspicuous. Why are you dashing along the back of the fucking truck when your whole intention... I can't say what's inside.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It feels like in...
For jokes.
Really?
For laughs.
It feels like Fright Night when he's just out in front of the window doing all of his stuff. It's like, dude, you could be anywhere in this house. Why are you trying to make this difficult for yourself?
He's eating apples in there.
For funsies.
It's just wild.
In Mark's room, Danny Glick holds up a creepy mask to us before placing it on a shelf on the wall. He's brought his little brother, Ralphie Glick, played by Ronnie Scriber, who is being schooled on the nuances of ghouls. Mark defines ghouls as an evil demon who preys on corpses, feeds on humans, and robs graves. Danny asks why Mark is so interested in this, but he says that he just is. Mark's dad, Ted, played by Joshua Bryant, comes in to let the Glick boys know that their mother just called and she wants them home. Before they leave, Danny invites Mark over to their house tomorrow. So, again, I know that this is a different time. I know it's the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And they're just like, well, run along, boys. Like, it was wild to me that they were like, now take your ass home. I guess that's how they did it back then. But, it's the 70s. That is serial killer, like, heyday.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know.
They were pretty active.
They were active, and because everybody was like, now run along, boys. I was like, oh my God. Because we see Mike and Ned in the van. It is night. It's like, it's dark as fuck. But anyway, nobody had Ring cameras. All right, anyway.
I will say their lack of friendship of knowing each other.
What do you mean?
Because but it's a contradiction because it's like they're in his room for the very first time and they're like, what is all this stuff?
Oh yeah.
Because he goes, a ghoul, and he goes, a girl? It's like, dude, it's a ghoul. I have ghoulish shit in my house. You know this.
It's Ralphie.
If I'm going over to your house tomorrow.
Right, but I think Danny and Mark are friends. I think Ralphie is just the tag along little brother. And that's why he's like, what's a ghoul or whatever?
Get out.
Don't bring him back in my fucking house.
If he's not going to respect my memorabilia.
Right, you can wait outside.
Yeah.
No.
Go wait in the dark. Small child.
It's the 70s.
Once they leave the room, Ted asks his son when he's going to outgrow all this stuff, and Mark guesses soon. He picks up a broken figure and turning his back to his father, he tells him that he needs to fix this. It's like, get the fuck out.
Yeah. I'm real busy, Dad.
I'm sick of defending myself and my hobbies and interests.
Yeah, don't discourage the boy. Let him be.
Yeah.
That's if he's doing that, he has an interest.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing something. He's got a hobby.
Yeah.
You know what the fuck he's doing.
You should foster that.
Yeah.
And not be like, what? When are you going to give all this shit up? It's like, thanks, Dad.
When can I throw this out?
Yeah.
It's awful.
I mean,
Yeah.
clearly he's a good student. He's heading up this pageant.
Yeah.
Like, let him fucking be proud of him. All right, anyway. But Ted just leaves the room without another word, closing the door behind him. He's like, you got it. But Mike and Ned finally arrive at their destination. And when they open the back of the truck, the box has moved all the way to the back. Ned takes this as evidence of his claims that the crate was moving, but Mike just blames it on the road. Mike is doing what he needs to do to get by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not taking this to our house. We're fucking dropping it here. Shut the fuck up. Help me get it out. Ned doesn't accept this, though, and Mike concedes that it is really cold and asks for them to just get it done. When Ned sets his hand on the crate to move it, he has to pull it away and blow warm air onto it. He complains that it's freezing, and Mike places his own hand on the crate. Ned insists that it just isn't natural, but Mike tells them that they just need to get it done. They snap into action, pushing the crate to the entrance of the van. They open up the cellar doors and peer inside. Through a thick James Wan fog, Danny and Ralphie Glick make their way home in the darkness. When an owl hoots, Ralphie is instantly afraid, but Danny assures him that he's heard an owl 1,000,000 times before. Ralphie laments having gone through the woods, but Danny dismisses his concerns, saying that it's just a shortcut. He points out that they can even see the lights of the streets from here. Fed up, Danny says that he's going, and just as he disappears out of sight, I'm sorry, I'm picturing it in my head because it looks like this kid falls out of frame.
He does.
I don't know if that's what happened, but he's like just fucking gone,
Yeah.
and he disappears behind the bushes.
Well, I don't really know if maybe that's to signify how we find him next.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, it almost feels like, look, we have one take of this, and that's, if he falls, he
Keep
falls.
going.
Yeah.
We got to keep going. We only have this much fog.
Yeah.
It felt very odd to me because they're going through here, and I'm not gonna lie, I was under the impression they were in a neighborhood. So it's like, where do you guys live, in Jumanji? What the fuck is this? And then, like you said, he does like disappear from the screen.
Yeah. I mean, this is your brother.
Yeah.
He's already fucking scared. You know what I mean? Y'all were just talking about ghouls back at the house. And you're like, man, fuck you. I'm
Yeah.
like, that's crazy.
And it is wild. He did nothing to soothe him. He's like,
No.
I always take a shortcut through the further on the way home. Like, that's, if you have a problem with that, then go the other way.
Right? You notice the fog?
He's like, I'm going home. And he's just gone. But a thick wind kicks up, whipping the fog around Ralphie as he stands alone. When he turns around, a figure rises up with the accompaniment of a musical sting, obstructing our view of a very scared and very alone Ralphie Glick.
This was a very good and effective scare.
Yes.
You don't often see things popping up in front
Yeah.
of someone.
Yeah.
Usually from behind,
behind, yeah.
the side, etc.
It's behind.
Yeah. But to see a silhouette rise up and kind of obstruct our view of it too.
Yeah.
It was very, very, very good.
But in the cellar of the Marston house, Ned tells Mike again that he wants to pry the crate open. Mike says that they can't or Straker will hear, but Ned says that he doesn't care, and he dashes up the stairs to get tools from the truck. This was, again, made me laugh. The way that he runs up these stairs was hilarious.
Yeah, he took off. But when we picked up the box, you were like, I don't like it. This feels something's wrong. And then now you're like, look, we got to
Let's open it up.
Yeah, we got to open
fool.
this shit. Yeah.
I see why Susan didn't see a future with you.
Yeah.
Like, good Lord.
Right, you're going to open a box later.
Yeah.
I just
No.
feel like this isn't going to work.
Yeah.
I don't want any part of that.
But Mike stays behind, looking around the cellar nervously and getting frightened when he sees rats hanging out. Ned returns quickly with his tools, but Mike stops him when he hears a door slam upstairs. He says there's something up there, and he dashes up the stairs. Again, that's another really funny shot. When Ned hears the loud creaking of a door, he gets the shit scared out of him and drops his crowbar as he sprints after Mike. Outside, without another word, they both get back into Cully's truck. Ned says that maybe Mike just heard the rats, but Mike knows that someone was up there. Ned realizes that they forgot the padlocks, but Mike tells him to just throw them down with the keys. Ned gets out of the truck and does what he's told, throwing the padlocks and the keys down onto the floor of the cellar before closing the doors and taking off with Mike.
That's not what you were told to do.
I cannot believe that.
I'm not fucking going back down there.
Yeah, but you had the locks. You could have at least locked the cellar and been
Yeah.
like, fuck this, and then left the rest of them.
That was just, he's like, here's your fucking padlocks, dude. Like, he's
Inside.
like, I'm out. Back at the Sawyer house, Cully watches in the shadows as Larry knocks on the front door, glancing around guiltily. When Bonnie answers the door and pulls Larry inside, Cully turns away in disgust, his suspicions confirmed. He watches as the lights of the bedroom go off, and we immediately cut to him loading his 12 gauge and creeping up to the bedroom door, the gun in one hand and his beer in the other. At the Glick home, Henry Glick, played by Ned Wilson, calls the Petries, asking if they happen to see what time the boys left for home. Once he's told, he notes that the kids should have been back home half an hour ago. Still calm, he asks them to check if the boys said anything to Mark about where they were going. Outside, when Marjorie Glick, played by Clarissa K. Mason, steps onto the back porch, Danny comes stumbling into the yard. Now, this is James Mason Straker's wife in real life.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I read that when he got the script, she read it too and loved it. And I was like, I thought that was really cute.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, her performance is very good. I feel like she gives the film one of its more iconic moments later.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it's talked about enough.
No, I think it gets overshadowed, but it's really great.
Yeah.
Marjorie rushes over to her son, yelling at her husband to come outside, and Danny collapses onto the grass. His parents cradle him, asking where Ralphie is, but Danny tells them, weak and confused, that he doesn't know. Henry tells his wife to get Dr. Norton. Mike and Ned finally pull back up at the cemetery, leaving Cully's truck behind as he asked. The two share a look, but simply tell each other goodbye. They're like, we don't need to talk about this ever again. Ned gets into his van and Mike lets himself into the cemetery gates. He whistles for Faithful and seems concerned when he doesn't get a response. Outside the Marston house, Straker pulls up next to the cellar doors. He sees immediately that they are not padlocked. He opens the door and peers down into the cellar to see that they've just been thrown onto the ground. Tense music plays as Straker looks around before going to the trunk of his car. He pulls out something wrapped in a black bag and carries it down into the cellar. He sets the bag on the table, and when he carefully unwraps it, Ralphie Glick is inside. He looks down at Ralphie with a smile before leaving the cellar, switching the lights off behind him.
The second I saw him pull that bag out of the trunk, I was like, oh, this is like DoorDash for, you know?
For the other one, the other guy.
And just the sight of what's left of that crate.
Yes.
It's just exploded.
Yeah.
And so whatever was inside is home now. And so it's just like again, these small moments of quiet horror.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't see that happen. We don't know what was inside yet. But we know whatever it is very powerful.
Yes.
And it is clearly hungry.
Yes. And it might look like what's on the cover and poster.
Yeah, that everyone has seen.
See, to me, this was more of I was like, is this, because of something they said earlier, I was like, is this a witch situation? Because they said that the young children were missing. So, and then this, I was like, oh, so maybe is this a situation like that? But
I think it was supposed to imply that Hugh B. Marston was doing something bad.
okay.
But you're saying like the witch, like
Yeah.
taking kids, yeah. And I mean, easy prey, I guess. I'm like, I don't know why Ralphie,
Yeah.
but I guess.
I think the thing that confounds me again is the idea of a small town.
Yeah.
This isn't like the second anyone goes missing in a small town, boom, everybody knows.
Yeah.
And then you guys are just really bad at being vampires.
I mean, and not only that, like, you're the new guy.
Yeah.
And you're mysterious and you're
weird. You were weird earlier.
You are weird.
Yeah.
But they're like, it's probably fine. Like, his own brother left him. Nobody probably cares about this kid. He didn't even know what a goal was, dude.
Yeah, like, I mean, he's not going to tell. He doesn't even know what we're talking about.
Right, he can't describe us, dude.
Yeah, he has nothing in his vocabulary.
I was gonna say, he doesn't have the vocabulary.
He's like, I think it was a girl, I think. I don't know.
We're going to be fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Back at the Sawyer house, Cully listens at the door to Bonnie and Larry inside the room. And giggling, Bonnie tells Larry, it's better here, isn't it? I was like, Bonnie, bitch.
Yeah, I was like, damn.
She is digging that hole. Inside, they are kissing in the Sawyer's bed. Cully kicks the door open and switches on the light, gun at the ready. Bonnie and Larry jump up, and Cully muses that he owes Weasel a case of beer after all. So Weasel was spying already. He was spying on Larry and Bonnie.
So
I don't know how you get this reputation.
Yeah.
Case of beer? Oh, bitch, I'll figure it out. That's a cheap PI.
Yeah.
You know, Weasel, he's on his grind, and I respect it.
He's a weasel.
He's a weasel.
Yeah. Living up. Maybe that's how he got the name.
And it has nothing to do with juice.
No.
Stammering, Bonnie says that Larry broke in and was trying to assault her.
I can't believe this.
Yeah,
My jaw dropped.
I don't know what's happening here now.
I couldn't believe it. Larry tries to deny this, but Cully insists that he'll take care of it. He orders Larry to get out of bed, and wearing nothing but his shiny red boxers, Larry complies. He tries to reason with Cully, telling him that he doesn't want to do anything that's going to send him to jail. But Cully says that he won't be sent to jail, not for murdering him for doing what Bonnie accused him of. He turns to Bonnie, making sure that that is what's happening, right? And Bonnie doubles down. Yes. But Larry says no, Bonnie invited him. Bonnie says that Larry called her and said that he needed to talk to her. Cully levels the gun at Bonnie, but Larry tells him that he's going to go to jail for the rest of his life over a lie. Cully says that he and Larry need to go to the living room to talk it over. Larry thinks that's a great idea, but Cully turns to Bonnie. He warns her that he is going into the living room to talk man-to-man with Larry, but then he's coming back. He and Larry depart, heading for the living room as Cully compliments him on his shorts.
Yeah, what the fuck?
They were Colin Ranch.
Wow.
He tells Bonnie again to stay there as they leave. In the living room, Larry tries to explain, saying that he knows how all of this must look, but Cully interrupts, demanding that Larry grab the barrel. He pulls the hammer back, letting Larry know that the shotgun has a 5-pound pull on it, and he's got about 3 on it right now. He laughs, telling Larry to hold the barrel right in front of his face. Larry fearfully complies as Cully cautions him to be careful because if he moves it, he's going to blow him away. He tells Larry to just hold it steady, chuckling and marveling at the self-control that Larry is capable of. I was like, oh, damn.
Yeah.
So this, to me, feels very like reminiscent of something that could have been in Something to Tide You Over, could have been in Kressner's segment of Cat's Eye.
Yeah.
Okay.
It feels so maybe it's just how Stephen King deals with infidelity. I don't know, but it's of that. It feels so of the same language.
It definitely does. He tells Larry to close his eyes, and shaking, Larry complies. Finally, Cully pulls the trigger and the shotgun clicks, dry and empty. Larry jumps backward, taking his opportunity to fling open the front door and run out into the night wearing nothing but his panties. When he turns to flee, he comes face to face with someone in the darkness. This mystery person raises a long-fingered hand in front of Larry's fearful face, and we freeze frame before zooming in on the hand and cutting to black. Back in the house, Cully sets his shotgun against the wall as he returns to the bedroom. He closes the door, blocking our view, and inside, we hear Cully slap his wife. Bonnie screams.
So this is like a very terrible and unexpected layer in my vampire film.
Yeah.
I don't understand why any of this is here. If our intention is to have Larry get got, right?
Yeah.
Which, first of all, by the way, he had been talking a lot about wanting to meet Mr. Barlow.
He did.
So that's kind of his fault.
You can't always get no. Be careful what you wish for.
That's the other one. The other one.
He did give me
Yes.
But I feel like all this time that we've spent on Bonnie and the entire situation going on here, if that's the only payoff is what happens to Larry, there are a million different ways that we can go about that.
Yeah.
That leaves more time to have this character development for Ben, have it for Mark, have it for Susan. Like, I don't know why we spent so much fucking time on this.
So
I'm sorry, Emma.
So here's the thing.
Okay.
This does happen in the book. Again, like I said, it's not Larry. It's another character. But the thing is that, again, there are these moments where things kind of come full circle. And we see the dynamics of this town. We see the little scandals of the town. We see the relationships within this town. And then we see them redefined later on when everything is chaos. So there is a moment of payoff in the novel toward the end where things are, kind of wild, and this moment kind of repeats itself in a very interesting way. We don't get that. So when you are like cherry picking these characters to meet and spend time with, but then you're cutting off the part that makes it like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
You're left like you're saying, why the fuck are we watching this woman fucking cheat on her wife and cheat on her husband? It's again, like I was saying at the beginning, it is a strange decision. It's a strange choice when we see them, one more time later?
Yeah.
And it is in no context of what is going on in this town. It's just a horrible reminder of
what
this
happened.
moment.
Yeah.
It that's a good point, and I was confused because this is terrible, and I even asked your sister. I said, "What the fuck was the point in that?" I was like, what's happening here? With the time we took doing this, and I know you said earlier, too, T, this is one of those moments we could have spent with a different character, getting to know them or exploring something else.
Yes.
And we get this instead, and it does feel like I don't even know what word to use because there is no payoff for this. There's nothing for this in the movie. This doesn't progress Mark any further, Ben, any of them. There's no reason for this. Doesn't help anyone else's story.
And if we're talking about connections to anything, the closest we get is whenever Ben drove by them.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So I'm just very confused, especially with, look, we have 3 hours to do a long ass novel.
Yeah.
So it's very important what we pick and what we decide to elaborate on.
Right.
This has no bearing on anything.
Yeah.
You cut this out, what are we missing?
As far as the narrative goes, nothing.
I don't know. Yeah.
But with the novel, you're saying there is payoff. And so
there is payoff.
Yeah.
that's what's so confusing to me is it's like, well, let's take these moments that lead to something, but what if they led nowhere?
Yeah.
How about that?
That's the thing. And
That's the
there's
twist.
so much more. There's this milkman that we meet, and there's this young mother who is like abusing her baby while her husband isn't around. And all of these come back. It's like we're learning about this town, and that is part of why Salem's Lot is so long, but that's also part of why it's so good, because we meet all of these people and we see what their day-to-day looks like, and we see how they interact with each other, and we see this evil come into their town and change everything.
Yeah.
And okay, Bonnie was already doing some shit. You know what I mean? Like, she did not need Straker or Barlow to make her act out. So it's like we don't get to see the impact. Again, this was getting Larry into clutches. And again, it could have been anyone.
Yeah.
Because in the book, it's not even Larry that this happens to.
I think that's my thing is that if we're trying to get Larry there,
Yeah.
a million different ways,
Oh, yeah.
that could have taken half the time.
Yeah. Honestly.
And I think that my thing as well, that was one thing that kind of confused me about this interview that Kobritz did in that magazine. Because he had said that his idea as far as Salem's Lot is concerned and picking and choosing what to do is there are so many characters in the novel. And he said that they tried to pick and choose and do composites and everything of what they thought was the most interesting because he goes, the majority of the townsfolk have the same fate anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And I'm like, but that feels like you're missing a lot.
Yeah.
And you're missing the point. To me, it's not the fact that, this group of people, they all, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fill in the blank. That it's the journey. It is the story that you're telling.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, you could say that about anything, any slasher. Oh, all of them die except the final
So
girl.
what matters?
Yeah. So we don't give a fuck about it. It's just like, what? I don't know. I don't agree with that
At all.
Yeah.
mentality at all. Because for me, it was very interesting and very good payoff for a lot of these characters to see what happens to them.
Uh-huh.
And in this, it you know.
And granted, I'm sure, and I know one in particular, there is something that you can't show on CBS.
Yeah.
But I guarantee there are more interesting places to take it with other characters in the novel
Yeah.
that would have had a better payoff than what we got here.
Or even,
Okay.
you know, kind of bolster this family then, this
Yeah.
couple, if we're spending this much time with them. You know, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm okay. You saying that confuses me then. If they all have the same fate, then why the fuck is it only calling out to these two people? If they all have the same fate, what makes them special that the house is calling to them? Then everybody should be like, don't you feel funny today? Or like something's going on. If it feels like it's only pertaining to them because they're the only two that's like, well, the house is calling me and I'm having a dream and I'm seeing this shit. Okay, well, then how do I know everybody else is going to get fucked up? From my point of view, you two are trying to go over there.
Yeah.
So the house is calling you, it's not calling me.
Yeah. It's I don't know. Choices.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. At the lake again, Ben and Susan are making out when she abruptly pulls away. She tells him that she knows he's going to tell her not to make a big thing out of this. And when he denies that, she suggests that maybe he was going to say not to make any big commitments right now. But he says he wasn't going to say that either. In fact, he wasn't going to say anything. Susan chuckles, conceding that she already told him she asked too many questions. Ben agrees that he doesn't give too many answers. But when Susan guesses that maybe they talk too much, he agrees and they start to kiss again. They're interrupted, though, when they hear commotion out on the street and the sound of a car driving away. Ben says that it sounds like a traffic jam, and when he realizes that someone must have seen his car, he goes to investigate. He pulls his coat on as he walks back to the road. It's like the way that he's getting dressed. I'm like, dude, you look way more suspicious than what was going on down there. There is now a car parked behind his Jeep, and behind the wheel is a seemingly asleep Larry Crockett. With Susan close behind him, Ben goes to the window and tries to wake Larry up, but his eyes remain closed. When Ben shakes his shoulder, Larry just slumps forward, his forehead honking the horn loudly. In Danny Glick's bedroom, he sleeps fretfully. Thick fog swirls outside of his bedroom window as tense music mounts. Then, vaguely, through the fog, a child comes floating up to the window. Ralphie, dressed in white pajamas with pale skin and unnatural glowing eyes, smiles as he begins to scratch at his brother's window. This wakes Danny up, and he looks happy and surprised to see his brother. Slowly, he gets out of bed, lured by Ralphie's smile and his constant scratching at the window. His own smile growing wide, Danny walks over to the window and opens it, backing away dazedly with the smile still on his face. Ralphie swims through the air into the room, his smile now revealing sharp fangs. He settles down in front of his brother and it fades to black.
This moment is so iconic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are more like it coming up that are just as brilliant. Mm-hmm. But for me anyway, there are no words for how good these sequences are. I feel like every single thing about it is pitch perfect in its suspense and its execution.
Yeah.
And visually. I was very intrigued to learn how they did all of this. Mm-hmm. Because there are things that you don't even think about, but give this eeriness that is almost perceived rather than understood.
Yeah.
And part of that is because the majority of these sequences are filmed in reverse.
It makes it feel so much more unsettling and unnatural.
Yeah.
It's the motion of the fog.
Yeah, there was times I was watching, I was like, this has got to have been, this is playing backwards.
It doesn't look
Yeah,
right.
it's nuts, and it makes you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I mean, just the look of his face, his smile, his eyes. They also said that they attached the actors who were outside on different times.
Yes.
To cranes instead of using wires.
Yeah.
And so they hide the cranes through camera angles, but whenever they come through the window, you're like, they're not on wires.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Is that kid actually a vampire?
What is really going on? I read an interview with Ronnie Scribner, the actor that played Ralphie Glick.
Yeah.
It was in Vanity Fair. And I was like, don't fucking do that, dude, because I never thought about that. He said why Ralphie Glick was taken fully dressed in the woods and why later he's wearing white pajamas. I don't know. He was like, nobody knows, and I don't really care. I was like, then why the fuck would you say that? Because I never thought twice about it. This moment is just so horrific and like upsetting because it's a fucking little boy.
Yeah.
And it's
that
also...
I'm not even like, no, okay, costume change. Like, I'm not even like, I wasn't even thinking about that. It just is like so unnerving.
But it's also a matter of it being him returning to his brother.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's an extra layer where it's like he came home on a mission.
Yeah.
Well, my thing is this, though. Are you really going to open the window to T looking like that?
I think he was mesmerized.
Well, okay. See, that's fair because when he got out of bed, he was smiling. He's like, Ralph?
Yeah.
Ralphie does this all the time.
Yeah.
You've never seen your little brother look like
Mom,
that.
Ralphie always floats outside.
Ralphie's back. Yeah, I know you saved some dinner for him. Oh, no, it's me.
I'm dinner. Yeah, no, I think that, and this is something that comes into play more later, but I think that the eyes.
Okay.
I think that the
Okay.
eyes mesmerize people.
All right. And it does look good.
Like, T, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Mom and Dad were frightened and they were worried sick.
I just gotta wash my face. It does look cool. Again, and it's for me too throughout this miniseries, the fucking edit for the TV. It's
like, oh, it's commercial. It's commercial. Right?
Oh, that's a commercial. Oh, it's like, damn. I don't know how or if I remember, because I know the It miniseries was, you know, but I don't feel like we got that much in the It miniseries. If we did, I don't remember it. But I hear in this miniseries, it's very, very much there.
And it's so difficult for me because there are times where it almost feels like it's mildly charming because you think about it premiering.
Yeah.
But then there are other times where it's so abrupt that you're like, wow, that was...
Yeah.
Why did you do it there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Back at the lake, Gillespie meets with Ben and Susan. He gets a statement from Ben, who reports that it sounded like another car or truck drove off. When pressed, Ben can't identify the kind of vehicle, and Gillespie is exasperated. He asks Susan if she saw, and when she didn't, he wants to know where they were. Ben only points vaguely at the lake and says that they were over there. Gillespie is called away by Deputy Constable Nolly Gardner, played by Robert Lucier. He goes over to him, passing Larry's shrouded body being loaded into the coroner's vehicle. Nolly shows Gillespie Larry's clothes abandoned in the back of his car. I don't know how he got the clothes back.
Yeah.
Because he was out. He ran.
Yeah.
And he didn't show up naked like that one Predator on To Catch a Predator. We saw him go in there within his sharp-ass suit. You know what I mean?
Maybe he had a change of clothes back there.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
I don't know, because it was that jacket.
It's for later. I don't know, dude. If Ralphie's got a change of clothes, why can't he?
No.
I guess. A little frantic now, Gillespie goes back to Ben and Susan to get the rest of their statement. He summarizes that they either heard two cars or a car and a truck, then they heard one drive off. Ben adds that he thinks he heard someone get out of one of the cars, but that's just a guess because he didn't see it. But he thinks he heard someone get out of one and then get into the other one. They watch as I was like, I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah,
No, dude.
shit, yeah.
And I was with y'all.
I thought I heard like one car, and he's like, "Is there a traffic jam?"
Yeah.
What?
What? I don't get that at all.
It's a Salem's Lot traffic jam. 2 cars.
Two
Yeah.
cars. All you need.
They watch as Larry is loaded up, and Gillespie sighs deeply, remarking that it's been quite a night. First, a kid disappeared, and now they have this. Pointedly, he asks Ben if he's leaving Salem's Lot, and when Ben says he isn't, Gillespie reiterates, don't.
So again, small town.
Yeah.
You're new.
Yeah.
Shit's happening.
Well,
Yeah.
as soon as you got here. dude.
Yeah.
As soon as you got here. That's 2. And a missing. Well, we don't know what happened to.
Yeah.
Let's continue. Ben returns Susan home just in time to pass Bill as he's walking out the door. Bill lightly reprimands them for it being so late, but he tells them that he has to get to the hospital because Danny Glick collapsed.
He just look. He says it so succinctly, and he's just like, "Danny Glick has collapsed," and he's gone.
like, what?
It's like, wait, what? I'd like to know more as far as, but I mean, I guess this is obviously they're going to connect it in their minds with what Gillespie said.
Okay.
Yeah,
But it's like the fact that these two things happen on one night.
Yeah.
it's a little weird. And I put before he can answer any more questions, he's gone. Susan muses Ralphie Glick, Danny Glick, and Larry Crockett all in one night. Ben quips that Salem's Lot is a quiet little town. Susan, though, realizes that it's all happened since, and offended, Ben finishes her sentence, since he came here. But Susan says that he didn't have anything to do with it. He didn't even know the Glick boys or Larry. But Ben says that he met Larry and he saw the boys rehearsing the play. He's like, no, I could have done
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, come
What?
down.
No, Susan, maybe I did.
What kind of defense is that? No, I had plenty of access.
Yeah.
I met all of them,
It was so
and
weird.
you were not with me all day.
It's like, no, honey, it's okay. No, fuck that.
Yeah.
I told you.
I
to set
could
this
have
up.
killed those
You know
boys.
what? I did do it. I don't understand. It was weird.
What?
It was wild. And why were you offended a second ago?
Yeah.
I was like, Ben, what are you doing?
If you're just gonna cop to it anyway.
It's like, didn't you leave when you were like 11?
Yeah.
What do you know?
What's going on? He reminds her that he came here to rent the Marston house.
I don't know why he's
I don't know.
Yeah.
He thinks that his arrival in Salem's Lot has acted as a catalyst to awaken the evil in the town. So suddenly I see. It's like, Ben,
That
this
is
is not a
Yeah.
main character energy. Dude, like it has literally nothing really.
I
Yeah.
think, Susan, that this is all about me. Susan immediately tries to dismiss this, saying, oh, that's... And Ben finishes her sentence again. Nonsense.
Well, not really, because you were saying that a second
Yeah.
ago. You said since I came to town.
Yeah.
So why are we switching sides?
I don't know. At the hospital, Henry and Marjorie Glick are devastated, waiting in the hallway. When Bill steps out into the hall, they rush to him, wanting to know how their son is. Instead of answering, Bill asks if Danny has ever had a history of asthma, rheumatic fever. Has he had his TB skin patch? They insist that Danny is healthy. There's never been anything wrong with him.
It's like one more thing. Has he always had tiny bite marks
Yeah.
on the side of his... Never mind.
Yeah.
We're going to run some tests.
Has
just
he
to-
always been missing half of his blood?
Yeah. No shit.
That doesn't happen normally at age 12. So
How much blood does Danny usually have? Like, if you had to, like, just guess.
just an estimate would really help us out a lot.
In the midst of the parents' rising panic, Bill says that they're going to keep Danny here to run more tests because they just don't know what's wrong. In the morning, Mike still searches the cemetery for Faithful. He asks another groundskeeper, Royal Snow, played by Ernest Phillips, if he's seen the dog, but he hasn't. He continues to walk around, whistling for him, until he finally finds Faithful, dead and crushed under the iron fence. His eyes grow wide with devastation and heartbreak. Outside, Gillespie heads a search for Ralphie Glick. Ben is among the volunteers, and when he finds a piece of black fabric clinging to a branch, Gillespie rushes over and has Nolly bag it up as evidence. Gillespie's like, it's mine. No, but I'm like, this is just going to be great for Ben's ego that he's the one that found this.
Yeah. I will say no gloves to gather this evidence.
Not at all.
Yeah, what the fuck was
Not
that?
at all.
I mean, none at all.
He's like, now pass it around, guys.
And breathe on it. Make sure you breathe on it.
Put it in your mouth. Get a good feel for it.
And what he says about the color of the fabric.
Yeah.
Ben tells the police that Straker always wears a black suit.
This reminded me of the fact that at the very beginning of the film, whenever he first gets to Salem's Lot, he makes eye contact with Straker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why has there been, and also not only the eye contact, I'm remembering he scared the shit out of him in the middle of the night.
Yeah, he did.
But
When he's like, good evening.
yeah, but there is nothing beyond that between these two characters.
Yeah.
Later, but why not since then? He obviously is up to something weird.
Yeah.
And
obviously.
You're staking out his house to do these, like, whatever, research for your book.
Yeah.
What is that even doing,
I don't
really?
know.
Yeah, it's still white.
I'm looking at
It's still big in there. That'll help me, right? What?
But we immediately cut to Gillespie paying Straker a visit at the store. He says that it looks like the store is almost ready to open and asks if he's gotten everything in. Straker says that everything that's important has arrived and promptly offers the officer a drink. I thought that, like, we know he's not talking about fucking furniture, about what's arrived. When the drink offer goes from coffee and tea to sherry, Gillespie refuses him. Straker asks if he's on duty, and Gillespie quips that he's always on duty. Straker tells him sarcastically that makes him feel safe and snug. I was like, oh, this is cat and mouse.
Yeah.
And I appreciate this scene. The scenes that we do get between Straker and Gillespie, I quite enjoy. Gillespie looks over the contents of the store and asks if Barlow has arrived yet. Straker informs him that Barlow is in New York and he may not even come straight here after. He's like, look, he's a busy dude, all right? He might go to Europe on a buying mission. Gillespie asks if that means Straker will be opening the store without him, and Straker says, if necessary, he will. Gillespie asks Barlow's first name, and after inquiring as to whether this is an official question, Straker takes a seat and reveals that Barlow's first name is Kurt, with a K. He says that they've been working together in Europe and that this store is their retirement. They're hoping to build a name and a reputation for themselves here. He asks if Gillespie thinks that this is possible, and Gillespie guesses that it is. He asks about how Straker is liking the old house, and Straker admits that it does need work. Gillespie asks if he's been bothered by the yowins, local slang for young children, because kids love to mess with new people. This is so like, I just love it. Like, you know what I'm fucking asking you. Straker's fingers go absently to the side of his neck as he reports no bothering from the local kids. I was like, well, that was telling.
I think, again, like, why are you so bad at this? Like, how long have you been doing this? But you're like, no children.
It was interesting to me because he's a lot more, like, I guess, sure of himself in the novel.
Okay.
Because movie or miniseries Straker does a lot of, like, sweating.
Yeah, dude.
Glancing around and sighing and, like, looking nervous. But Gillespie reveals that they seem to have lost one of these kids, and now they're starting to think that they're not going to find him alive. Straker feigns ignorance, commenting that this is a shame and offering his help. Gillespie starts toward the front door and points out Straker's suit, a charcoal instead of a regular black. He asks why he isn't wearing his usual black suit, and Straker counters that he has 2 black suits, but they're back up at the house. He asks if by that he's breaking some kind of ordinance. You're being cheeky.
Yeah.
And I don't fucking like it.
I will say, just from him saying that, I have a feeling that he has 3 black suits.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Gillespie says that he'd just like to see the suits. He offers to go up to the house with him, but Straker offers that he'll bring them down tomorrow because he needs to get them cleaned anyway. This is fine with Gillespie, and when he tells Straker goodbye, Straker counters with ciao. The officer has no idea what this means.
Dude, it's not. Like, I swear to God, he was like Frank Costanza. He's like, what the hell does that mean? It's like, dude, even if I have never been to Italy in my life.
No.
I know what ciao means.
Yeah.
It's food. No, I'm just kidding.
It means hello. But Straker explains that it's Italian. Gillespie is like, I didn't know you were Italian. And Straker's like, I'm not. The word is.
Yeah.
This is so
He's like,
All
you
right.
uncultured swine. You can learn things that aren't me. Like, what?
After this moment of awkwardness, Gillespie concedes that you learn something new every day and finally leaves the store.
So again, with him being just so bad at this, I think what's so confusing to me, well, first of all, when I saw the gray suit, which is a very funny cut from what he had just said.
That he always wears,
And then boom, gray suit.
Yeah.
But I think that for me, it's like, that's a very wise choice.
Yeah.
And it honestly kind of makes Ben look a little bad.
Yeah.
Like he's trying to shift the blame.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, you're the one leaving pieces of your suit in trees.
Yeah.
In the middle of a fog you probably created. Like, it's weird.
It's a rookie move for sure. But I just was thinking the same thing that you said about the number of black suits.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'll bring them down. It's like,
Yeah.
no, I would like to see your closet, please.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Gillespie, he's on the right track. So I would like to think he is smarter than that to just be like, well, bring him tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll text you tonight to remind you. It's like, what?
Instead of just trusting him to do it.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I got to go throw a suit away real quick.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know, obviously that's what you would do.
You could say any number.
Yeah.
You could have 5,000 black suits in that house.
Yeah.
I don't know because you're only going to bring me down the 2 that you said you have.
And you have not earned my trust
No.
to
At all.
allow you to do this.
No.
Yeah.
Back at the station, Gillespie talks on the phone, reporting that a boy is missing. He's suspecting foul play and he wants to check a few people out. Benjamin Mears is first, a writer, although he admits to not reading any of his books. Next, Richard K. Straker and Kurt Barlow. He tells him that he also wants to find out if Ben Mears is connected to the other 2 in any way.
For me, I mean, really, we're going to say Ben Mears is first after the meeting you just had?
Definitely not
Yeah.
first. But I do, again, want to give credit that this guy is new and we're just checking everything out. But we clearly know
Yeah.
who the number 1 suspect is.
Who started sweating when you were asking questions?
And I'm sure even that if you're the sheriff or the constable or whatever, you can see the records that he used to be here. Or you know what I mean? Like his family was
Yeah.
here. Or
Yeah.
you can even ask around, hey, does anybody know who this guy is? Oh, yeah, a long time ago, him and his family, whatever. They were here for a little bit. And then, I mean, you could probably get a sense of who he is.
Yeah.
Or who he was. You know what I mean? To think, okay, yeah, he came back and maybe he's got weird shit has happened since he's been going on. But like you said, T, this dude's over there sweating his ass off when asking questions.
What's a suit?
Or yeah,
It's like,
That was a
the
weird.
runaround. But
Yeah. And okay, look, if we're going to operate within the world that they've built,
yeah,
Weasel saw Ben and Burke at the bar together.
yeah.
So we've at least got Burke who can vouch for him.
Yeah.
And we know that Gillespie knows Weasel because he hired Weasel.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
So it's like, what, you know?
And also, I know that we're more concerned with Ralphie Glick, but when all of that happened with Larry, he was down there with Susan.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's like he is accounted for when these things are happening.
yeah,
For both Ralphie and Larry.
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
But you know,
I don't know. Well, he came here a week ago, so
he's from away. Yeah.
capital A.
Exactly. At the Norton home, Ben talks with Bill. Bill concedes that there are a lot of things that science can't explain, but he's not given to unscientific belief. He says that he just can't wrap his head around the Marston house being connected to Larry Crockett's death. Ben reasons that Larry sold them the Marston house, but Bill is sure that Larry died of a heart attack. The autopsy left no doubt of that. So he just got the shit scared out of him. But I mean, honestly, a gun just fucking got fired in his face. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, he was primed.
But isn't that that's got to be kind of manslaughter, right? If I fucking fire a gun or whatever.
And you have a heart attack?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think.
What's the culpability?
I don't know. None of that would have happened if I didn't do that.
Yeah,
That's a really good point.
I mean,
But Ben proposes that it could have happened at the Marston house and he was dumped at the lake. Bill says that local gossip tells a different story, though. Ben brings up the Glick boys, and Bill says that that's something else. Ben asks point blank what is wrong with Danny Glick. Bill admits that they haven't finished running their tests, but, and this is just between the two of them, it could be pernicious anemia. Ben is skeptical, sarcastically quipping that it just came on overnight. He tells Bill that he can't really believe that.
I will admit, him talking to her father just after the scene that we saw with the two of them,
Yeah.
Ben's like, did your daughter tell you I'm a suspect, though? And
What are you doing?
telling me all this information, risking your reputation and livelihood by, breaking all these rules?
Yeah.
I don't know when that stuff was invented, but I don't think this is cool that he's telling him this.
Well, even
Oh,
he's
yeah.
like, and this is just between the two of us. Now
It's
you're
like
getting
this-
a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I've only known you for like 3 days, but I'm going to trust you with everything.
I even forgot, honestly, when they started talking, I forgot that was her dad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the novel, the doctor's a whole separate character.
Okay.
Her dad really, really, really likes him immediately off the bat. But the doctor, it's something different, which I don't know what I like better. Like, I feel like the fact that he's talking like this to her dad is kind of like, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think for me, it's that it makes it feel like they're peers instead of my girlfriend's dad.
Yeah.
You know what? It could have solved that by just having her father be Mr. Burke.
Maybe.
Okay.
If you're going to make a composite, and then that way, he was
like
a teacher.
he's a mentor.
And then she followed in his footsteps to become a teacher as well.
Yeah.
Instead of this weird thing with the doctor that you're not really enjoying.
Yeah.
Susan interrupts, asking if Ben is ready to go as she enters the room. Ben says that he is and gets up to join her. Susan announces that they're going to the movies in Bangor, but before they can leave, Bill says that he has something to say to Ben. Susan leaves them alone, asking them not to take too long. And as soon as she leaves, Bill confronts Ben with the fact that everyone knows that he and Susan were up at the lake together. He's like, everybody knows what Susan goes to the lake for. But before Ben can stammer anything out, Bill reasons that he likes Ben. He thinks that he respects his daughter, and he thinks that his daughter respects herself, but they could have been more discreet. And Ben agrees. I really liked this because I feel like her mom, and maybe I'm just picking up more from the book, but her mom kind of infantilizes her a lot, and she is living with them, but she's a grown woman.
Yeah.
And I liked that her dad was like, look, y'all are going to do what you're going to do, but maybe we don't need the whole town talking about it.
Yeah.
But they were just sitting together at the lake.
Well, but in the book, again, they were not. So
yeah, but this isn't the book.
yeah. So cut this out.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so confused by a lot of these moments. And also, Ben's like, I'm 40, right? Like, I don't know what.
He's like, "Are you listening here, young man? Young whippersnapper."
Yeah, you old whippersnapper.
Maybe if he said it in a way like to make him seem like they were a suspect. Like if it was like,
Or-
you guys...
You don't need
had
to be
something do with-
alone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because but otherwise, it's like it's a good thing everyone saw you at the lake because I know that you're innocent. But
Ben's
also,
like, you don't know that.
I know about the birds and the bees, and you should know about them, son, or whatever. I don't know.
Ben's like, well, I could have dipped out and murdered that boy and then just come back. You
Yeah.
guys don't know.
What would you rather
I'm a
I do,
I'm a wild card.
Mr. Norton?
In the hospital, hooked up to an IV and blood, Danny Glick wakes up. Thick fog swirls again outside his window, and again, swimming out of it and up to the window is Ralphie. He scratches his nails against Danny's window again, staring through the glass at him with those glowing eyes. And again, as if in a trance, Danny gets up and walks over to the window, dragging his IV pole with him. It falls over, and the glass container of blood comes crashing to the ground. And again, nobody's like, we should probably check that out.
Yeah.
It's probably the kid knows what he's doing. His face devoid of expression, Danny opens the window for his brother. Ralphie floats inside, his fangs exposed and his eyes set on Danny. He descends down to Danny when suddenly his face is overcome with an unnatural hunger, and he hisses before sinking his teeth into his brother's neck.
The shot of the teeth going in, I don't know, it played out differently than most vampire films. It was very, I don't know, just the way that it was shot and the action and the blocking of it.
Yeah.
I appreciated it.
Yeah.
I will say that I already thought that he was bitten.
Thank you. That's my note. Is I'm confused because I thought he was in the hospital because you did bite him and he's changing or he's whatever.
Yeah.
So you're doing it again?
I think that he didn't finish the job. I think that he started it and it made him weak and like catatonic, and then now he's like, all right, now.
So
Meal is
so
the
you gotta
leftovers.
bite him twice? I don't.
Well,
Yeah.
the master's like, you don't want a Renfield on your hands. you need to bite him again
Trust me.
because good Lord, is that
Yeah.
they get to be a lot.
The next morning, Straker carries his suits down to his car. The two suits.
Yeah.
Supposed two suits. He lays them in the back seat before getting in and driving down to Salem's lot. And as he goes, he composes himself.
So is that the point of this taking forever? Is to see his struggle with trying to pretend that he hasn't done anything?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, this scene again, why does it feel like we're killing time?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is really long. I can definitely see that, but I would have, if that's what we're doing and that's what we're going for, I think it would have been more effective if he was more worked up than that.
Yeah.
Or more
Okay.
like more nervous or more like Lancy, and you just kind of watch him compose himself and put on this character of, I didn't hear my suits, I didn't do anything, you know,
Yeah.
because it's just like, God damn, like we're riding all the way down to Salem's Lot with you. Back at the hospital, a nurse, played by Mara Cook, brings a tray of food into Danny's room. When she enters and sees Danny in his bed, twisted and lifeless, she screams and drops the tray onto the ground.
Again, that was very shocking to see in a
Yeah.
TV movie on CBS in '79.
Yes.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting that.
No. I thought that we would see her reaction. I didn't expect to see him all like twisted up in the bed.
Yeah. He was twisted up. It's like, your brother left you like that? Like, God damn. At least put a sheet over him. Like,
That's fucked up, Ralphie. But the scream continues over Straker, who is still driving into town, passing Crockett Realty before parking in front of Barlow and Straker. He takes his black suits and grins as he doesn't go into his store, but brings them across the street instead. He walks straight into Gillespie's office at the police station and lays his suits on the back of a chair. He asks when he can expect them back, and Gillespie tells him curtly, in a couple days. Straker asks if it can please be no longer than that, and he reminds him that he doesn't have to do this. He's like, I'm doing you a favor. But it makes me laugh because he's like, I got a closet full of black suits and I can't wear any of them until you give me the back.
I would know I'm not getting those back.
Yeah. I mean, and the fact that he's just like, okay, but no longer than that.
Yeah.
It's like, Straker, shut up. The officer tells him that he appreciates it without much appreciation in his tone. Straker flat out asks if he's under suspicion, and Gillespie tells him yes. Straker puts the pieces together. The missing boy, the fact that he's a stranger and new in town and a little odd. Gillespie shrugs, telling him that he knows how they are here. Straker takes a seat on the other side of the desk, telling Gillespie that it's no different than any small town all around the world. He appreciates the officer's candidness, but he does want to know if he's being charged. Gillespie tells him that he's not, but he doesn't want him to leave town either. Straker has no intention of leaving town and asks him again not to forget as soon as the crime lab, but Gillespie corrects him. It's not the crime lab, it's the FBI in Bangor. Straker takes this in stride, asking him to just return the suits back in excellent condition. Not the same condition.
No.
That just made me laugh.
actually, get them dry cleaned.
Yeah.
I want him better than when I gave him to you. As he turns to leave, Straker tells him, ciao. And when he tries to explain it again, Gillespie assures him that he remembers. Straker finally leaves. As soon as he's out of sight, Gillespie takes the little evidence bag of the shred of black fabric and tries to match it against one of the suits. When he doesn't see an evident rip, he sets the suits back down.
It's so obvious that he ditched the offending suit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why Gillespie is even attempting this. He's obviously a step ahead of you. Why did you trust him for anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
But then at the same time, you know that he's getting outside and he's like, "Whoa!"
Yeah.
Like, because he is nervous as hell.
Yeah, he's in the bathroom talking to himself.
Yeah. You've done it.
Well, you're caught.
They know it's you.
Then the burping. Outside, Straker struts across the street to his business, but he stops to watch as Cully Sawyer passes in his truck. Inside, Bonnie sits next to him with a bruise on her cheek. When the Sawyers go past Crockett Realty, dramatic music begins and Straker hurries inside. He puts a sign up in the window announcing that Barlow and Straker will be opening soon.
So that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I just, again, don't see the point of it.
Mm-mm.
And if we're attempting to show this downward trajectory of this town through their arrival,
Yeah.
why do we start with people already doing bad shit?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
And what is a little strange to me, too, is you guys had this whole experience with Larry and like the threats and the blame and the accusations, and he runs off into the night and then he's fucking dead.
Yeah.
And there's nobody's talking to them about it because Mike Ryerson knew that Bonnie and Larry were messing around. It's just like weird that Gillespie's not even like, well, Larry had a lot of enemies or what, like nothing. It's just like this dude that you were threatening with the shotgun last night is dead. And all right, let's drive down to Crockett Realty. It's just weird. I mean, I don't know.
Let's blame Ben Mears.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
See, I think that's the thing is that you have some behaviors of a small town,
Yeah.
but then no behaviors of a small town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're losing this identity of this town that is so important to the story.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I think you saying that just kind of hurt it a little more because you're right. They were already having an affair before this dude got there.
Yeah.
So shit was already, you know what I mean? They were already doing bad shit. Him being here didn't kickstart anything.
Not for Boom Boom Bonnie.
No.
Anyway. But in his room at Eva's, Ben sits looking up at the Marston house from his window. He meets Susan at a diner, and when he playfully accuses her of playing hooky, she tells him she has 26 minutes left on her hour break and she just wanted to see him. Sitting at the counter of the diner, she kisses him on the lips, and when he looks around uncomfortably, she tells him that her father told her that he asked Ben to be discreet. Then he told her to go ahead and show her feelings. Ben says that he's contradictory, but Susan sums it up as her father being a New Englander. He's been taught one thing, but he feels another. I loved that. Ben identifies this as conflict, and Susan says that she's got a conflict of her own. She reveals that she got a phone call this morning. She got a job interview in Boston. She'll be gone for 2 days. Ben seems a little bummed, but Susan asks if he wants to come with her. She leaves after work tomorrow. Ben says he can't, though. He says that Danny Glick's funeral is tomorrow and he wants to be around for it. He's like, because, you know, I am a suspect.
Will you stop bringing that up? He's like, I got to return to the scene of the crime.
It's so weird. But this confuses Susan, understandably, because Ben didn't even know Danny. But Ben tells her simply that he just needs to be there, and he wishes that she wasn't going. Susan admits that she does too, but she needs to. He asks where she's staying, and she says she'll be staying with the girlfriend, and when she offers him her number, he jumps on it. She says that it's just an interview, and even if she got the job, she wouldn't start till the end of June, and she reasons that that's not so bad. Ben guesses that it will just have to do.
So they're a couple now? I don't understand.
I mean,
because
yes.
he's like, well, no, I can't kiss you. But then she's like, look, I'm going to go out of town. And he's like, I was like, I don't understand what's happening. Why are you getting annoyed that she's going for a job interview? That's the way I took it anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't want her to leave. He doesn't want her to, but I'm like,
it's for a job.
It is for a job, and what's funny to me is like, you don't live here.
Thank
Like,
you.
No, yeah.
That's
so
all.
it's like,
Yeah,
even if I did get the job and move to Boston, are you gonna be like, sorry, Susan, I got to stay with this fucking scary guy?
Yeah,
It's just like,
Dude,
I don't know.
Take a picture of the house.
Yeah,
yeah.
Go to Boston.
that's all you're doing is looking at it anyway. At the funeral, Father Donald Callahan, played by James Gallery, prays over Danny's coffin. The rest of the crowd echo an amen, but while he continues to speak, Ben and Mark meet each other's eyes. The prayer is interrupted, though, when a weeping Marjorie Glick faints. Ben watches as Bill tends to her, but he looks up at the sky to see gathering storm clouds.
There is that moment between Ben and Mark, but it almost feels like a surreal confusion. He looks at him like, is that me when I was a kid? Like, it's much more of that than any just kind of, I'm looking at a stranger real quick.
Yeah.
He's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Like, that's in his eyes. And so I'm like, why are you doing this?
Yeah.
But, I mean, they look a lot alike.
Yeah, they do.
And
They do.
I do appreciate these small moments because it's setting up what comes later, but I don't know why they're played with such confusion.
Right.
Yeah. As the attendants of the funeral disperse from the cemetery, I didn't see a cloud in sight when everybody left, though. That made me laugh. But Ben is the last to leave in his Jeep, and we see the storm clouds gathering again.
I will say that the word cemetery on the sign is misspelled.
Very
Okay.
good.
I don't know when. I think Pet Cemetery was in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is,
Oh, yeah.
but it was ARY, which is not correct.
Yeah.
The C was a C. So maybe Stephen King's like,
There's something about
Yeah.
a misspell.
thinking this could be my jumping off point.
Yeah. But once everyone is gone, Mike goes about the task of filling in Danny's grave. He begins to shovel dirt, each shovelful landing hard on the casket that's lowered into the ground. The wind starts to pick up to the point where Mike begins to look uncomfortable.
Well, he's moving pretty slow.
He is.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's got a lot on his mind, his dog, and he just had that weird fucking thing the other night with that
Yeah.
crate. He's probably not sleeping well.
He's working as best he can. You just made JP feel
Yeah.
really bad. He's grieving, JP.
Work faster!
You never shoveled dirt before?
The storm's coming, man.
Get it in there.
It is. But in Ben's Jeep, Burke asks if he's got any plans for tonight. Ben tells him that Susan went to Boston, and when he says that he hopes she gets the job, Burke is surprised. He asks if he should really believe that that's true, and Ben admits that maybe not, but it's what he wants to feel. It's like, dude, you can just go. You don't.
No.
You don't even live. I don't know. Whatever.
It's like I rented the room for 2 weeks. So
Yeah.
It's only
My hands are
been-
tied.
Yeah.
At the cemetery, Mike continues to fill in the hole, but the wind is so severe that it's knocking down the big floral arrangements. He calls out to Royal for help, but only the wind answers. He goes to shovel in more dirt, but he stops and stares down into the grave. Eerie music begins, and Mike finally drops his shovel, walking around the hole and staring in with wide eyes. As if mesmerized, Mike walks up to the very edge of the grave and teeters, staring inside until he finally jumps in with both feet. He lands on the casket and quickly wipes the dirt away. Once he's finished, he pries open the lid. Inside, lying in a suit with his arms crossed on the pink silk lining of his coffin, is Danny Glick. Blue veins mar his pale face, and his eyes glow an unnatural yellow. Thunder cracks overhead, and Mike looks up at the darkening sky. And when he looks back to Danny, the boy sits up and hisses, revealing his fangs before sinking them into Mike's neck. We zoom into Danny's face before cutting to black.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, indeed.
I will say, again, another fantastic sequence.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, when we're talking about vampires and the power of their eyes, the ability to glamour.
Yeah.
Because at first you're like, man, Mike just really let that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's because, I mean, it's part of the myth.
Right.
Yeah.
But see, this, I can read into that more. I can feel that here. Because I almost thought when he was like in a trance at the front of the grave, he's like swaying back and forth. I was like, damn, is he just going to fall in?
That's what it looked like.
And then when he jumped down, I was like, oh, they're calling to you.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right. But with Danny, like, he just got out of bed and then was just like, Ralphie, is that you?
Yeah.
And then got bit. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, the first time he was kind of like, Ralphie, what are you doing? You're going to get in so much trouble.
Yeah.
He was smiling.
But the second time was more, I mean, with
Okay, yeah. Then
more
it was the
of a
first
trend.
time.
But
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
he was in a weakened state
That
because
is true.
he
Yeah.
had been just a little taste.
You're
a little
telling
feast.
me that little boy's stronger than Mike?
Yes.
As
No,
Okay.
Danny's stronger than Ralphie. He took whatever.
All right. Oh, okay. Okay. We're talking vampire power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's vampire power.
All right. He
That's
is
what
older.
we're measuring. He
Yeah.
is the older brother.
I don't know what that. He is the younger vampire, but the older brother.
Yeah. I read in that interview in Vanity Fair, Brad Savage, who he played Danny Glick, he said that this was the scariest part of anything that they did to him because they actually put him in that casket and lowered him into the grave. And he said it was terrifying.
I bet.
Yeah.
Like, this is still part of the show, right?
Yeah.
At Eva's boarding house, Ben uses the phone to talk to Susan. He tells her that he's glad he stayed, and when she says her interview is tomorrow and she won't be back until Friday, he tells her his plans of dinner with Burke tonight. Eva walks by with linens and pauses at the door to eavesdrop as Ben assures Susan that the dinner is just him and Burke. He smiles, telling her that he misses her too before hanging up the phone. Once the call is over and Ben stands up, Eva tells him that Ned was here earlier. He was fixing a toilet, but he was talking about fixing Ben as well. She says that Ben is nice and she doesn't want to see him get busted up, but Ben is unbothered.
I just want to say, firstly, the shot of the car coming back through Salem's Lot,
Yeah.
very reminiscent of the beginning of Night of the Living Dead.
Oh,
Okay.
And with Kobritz already saying that he's a big fan,
yeah.
I wondered about that.
All right.
I think the other thing for me, as far as Ned is concerned, is it is wild that he's coming here fixing toilets and he's like, I'm going to fuck him up. Like, just talking, it's like, you are at work, sir.
Yeah.
That is wild.
True, yeah.
That's crazy. It's
Which
like,
one's Ben's room?
yeah, and I know he's going to take a shit on his bed or whatever. It's like, and I felt really gross saying that. But I think my thing, you heard the hesitation too.
And the fact that he was just like, damn.
Yeah. And that's the thing is that you know, and he knows that he's a tenant here. It's just,
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they're,
You let him go in there?
yeah, I know.
Yeah. It's like,
Maybe that's why she's coming back with the linens.
They try to stop him.
Yeah.
I just watched the bed.
you're going to need these.
Yes.
In Mark's room, amidst the badass horror memorabilia, he paints a figure while his parents argue loudly downstairs. We join them, June asking Ted if he thinks all of this has affected Mark because he has talks with him. Ted downplays it, citing that Mark doesn't show much, but his wife refuses to believe that this hasn't affected their son. After all, the Glick boys were on their way home from visiting Mark when all of this happened. She asks if Ted even looked at Mark during the funeral, but Ted just says that Mark keeps his feelings in hand. Great.
Yeah.
June puts her foot down, saying that she doesn't want Mark going into the woods anymore. Ted finally decides to go upstairs and talk to his son.
My thing, again, it's just wild to me. I don't understand this relationship that we're trying to establish, that we're spending a lot of time establishing
Yeah.
to no consequence.
Yeah.
But what it is to me that's even stranger is it's like, oh, he doesn't have feelings.
Yeah.
Have you tried talking to him?
Yeah, and not only that, I'm sure he does because he's writing that play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's practicing his lines.
Yeah.
He even had, these boys were over to practice the lines
Yeah.
with him.
He cares deeply about stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the only thing that you've talked to him about is trying to get him to get away from all of his hobbies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
like
a
it.
lot. But Ted walks into his son's room, asking how Mark is doing and if he finished his homework. Mark says that he's fine, and again, that he finished his homework a long time ago. He's like, stop fucking asking me that. Picking up a pair of handcuffs from Mark's desk, Ted asks his son if he can get out of these. Mark brightens and offers his wrist to Ted, telling him that he can easily.
I'm sorry, but isn't it weird that this kid just has a pair of handcuffs just hanging around? Like, talk to your children. That's wild.
Well, I mean, it is, but what, again, though, we've all seen his room.
Yeah?
So if he's into being a magician or an escape artist or whatever, it's in the room, dude. Pay attention to what your kid's doing.
It's just funny that that's what he chose to be the
No,
icebreaker.
yeah, it is.
Give me these
Playing
handcuffs.
like John Wayne Gacy games with the handcuffs.
Why are they fuzzy? What the fuck is
Oh, no.
Oh, come on.
He's like, these are mine.
Yes, how'd you get these?
But Ted puts the cuffs on him, and when Mark insists that he doesn't need a key, he tightens them. Mark easily pulls the cuffs off and presents Ted with the rope. Asking if he wants to... I'm so sorry. Asking if he wants to tie him up next because he can get out of any knot.
Look, I know what we're establishing here.
Yes, yes.
He's just got a very specific set of skills.
Yeah.
And it's sad because clearly, again, like you were saying, John Paul, he has a lot of hobbies and he has a lot of interests, and it feels like his parents spend a lot of time being like, oh, well, be quiet. Well, when are you going to get over this? Well, why do you even like this stuff? So the fact that his dad's like, oh, like handcuffs, he's like, yeah, no, tie me up. Like, it's like he's just so excited to show, what he can do. It's sad.
And it only speaks to their lack of attention that he literally is like Houdini.
Yeah.
And you know nothing of his skills, his talents.
Well, the fact he's like, you can tie me up, I can get out of any knot. And he's like, that's fine. Like, I'm good.
Yeah, good job, son. Anyways.
Yeah.
When are you giving up this horror shit?
Yeah.
It's like, Jesus, man.
But yeah, he admits to his son that he doesn't understand why he's so interested in monsters and magic. He asks Mark why, and Mark says that he can't explain it. He's just always been interested in these things. It's just how he is. He says it's like how his father was interested in numbers, so he became an accountant. Ted counters that at least he can earn a living, but Mark assures his father that he'll earn a living. I was like, what a dick. That is so mean.
Here? I'm getting offended now, guy.
Yeah.
It's like, calm down.
You can make a living with horror? Fuck off, Mark. It's just like mushing his face.
And what is I'm
this?
sorry, what serve is that? I make more than you, 12-year-old son.
Yeah.
What? Good. I'm glad you do, Dad. Like, what the hell do you want from me? Let me paint my model. Get out of my room.
Literally, why are you even in here? To just shade me and then leave? Weren't you supposed to be seeing if I'm affected by my fucking friend dying and his brother being missing?
And you're like, well, I make more than you. So. It's like, yeah, I know. I'm really torn up inside.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that?
Oh, my God. At the police station, Gillespie arrives with food just as Nolly is getting off the phone with the Bangor FBI. He's learned that Straker is 58 years old and British. He applied for an extended visa 18 months ago and has no criminal record. Barlow was born in Germany in the 1920s and changed his name to Barlow from Brecken. He and Straker have worked importing and exporting together since 1943. He likes to keep to himself, and Straker is the face of the operation.
So this was an odd distinction to me because he's like, Straker is 58. Barlow is born in the 20s.
Yeah.
He would also be in his 50s. It's 1979.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought it would be more interesting to make him older.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was just a strange distinction to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe he can't find when he was born, but he immigrated from Germany this year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I suppose.
I don't know. It's just weird to, you're right, say one of their ages and the other one, it's like, oh, he was born like same decade.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I would have made him, and he was born in the 1890s.
Yeah.
Because then, you can still be 80 years old and alive.
Yeah, but it makes more sense if they're friends and they're doing all this shit together, that they would be in the same age group.
Yeah, all right.
Thought
of him more as a mentor, but go ahead.
Okay. Gillespie asks about Mears. He was born in Salem's Lot, left when he was 10, and his wife passed in a car accident 2 years ago. And he's a left-winger.
Uh-oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
Wait, so now in the movie, so I don't remember him being born in Salem's Lot whenever he was in the novel.
No.
So they've changed that.
Yeah. But then people should know him. People should know his family.
Even more so.
If he was born in Salem's Lot, his parents lived there and his parents were adults. And a lot of the people in Salem's Lot are older than Ben. So they would, your daddy ran the store or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know. This small town is not small towning enough for me, I think. But he said there's no criminal record to be seen, and when Gillespie asks about any connection between Ben, Straker, and Barlow, Nolly says that there's none. Gillespie wants to know why Ben is so interested in the Marston house then. And why did Straker and Barlow buy it? He insists that there is a connection there. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Ben sits down with Burke. Burke has already started eating and asks Ben how the book is coming. Ben admits that it's hard, and Burke asks if the Marston house is still the center of the story. Ben says yes. Burke wonders if he's been able to connect the Glick boys with the Marston house and accepting a beer from a server as she walks by. Ben insists that everything is connected to the Marston house. He reasons that you can see it from every part of town. It's like a beacon throwing off an energy force. Pretty good.
Yes.
Suddenly, Mike Ryerson stumbles over and collapses on their table. Ben helps him into a seat and Burke asks if Mike is on something, maybe drugs. But dazed, Mike says that he isn't on anything. He feels sick. Burke asks him since when, and Mike says that first he found his dog dead, then they had the funeral yesterday, and he fell asleep at the cemetery, and he didn't wake up until the morning. Ben asks if this was after Danny Glick's funeral, and Mike says yes. Ben, you were there. You know that it was after the funeral. Well, anyway. Speaking as if in a trance, Mike says that he went back to finish, but Royal wasn't there, and he started to feel sick. Glancing around the restaurant, he asks if he can have a drink. Ben orders him a whiskey, because that's what everybody needs when they're stumbling on their feet and they're not feeling well. And Burke continues to pry, asking what Mike remembers. Mike remembers singing, the sweetest singing he ever heard, and he remembers feeling like drowning. He remembers eyes. Burke asks whose eyes, but Mike just continues to go on about the eyes being bright and scary. When asked again whose eyes they were, Mike says that he doesn't remember. He downs his shot of whiskey and says that he dreams. Ben asks if he really slept there all night, and Mike says yes. He remembers his dream. He points, saying that there was somebody out there and he let them in. Ben asks who, but Mike just lowers his head to the table and says again that he doesn't know. Burke asks if Mike could just come and stay with him tonight and they'll go see Dr. Norton tomorrow. Mike absently agrees to this, admitting that he doesn't care.
But he doesn't normally act this way. And
No.
with all the weird things going on in town, why wouldn't we want somebody to see him tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if Norton was already is like, well, the Glick boy fainted or whatever.
Yeah.
He makes night calls.
Yeah. You're right.
This is very important.
Yeah.
Something's really wrong because we've seen Mike, and again, this is not how this is not him.
And for Burke to be like, "Are you on drugs?"
Yeah.
It's like,
Well,
what?
thanks. Thank you.
This is your first reaction.
Yeah, no shit.
Wow.
In Mark's room, he sleeps in his bed until his eyes open suddenly. He turns his head and looks toward his window, where a thick fog swirls beyond the glass. He continues to look until Danny Glick comes swimming through the fog, still dressed in his funeral suit. Mark sits up in his bed, staring as the fog dissipates, and Danny is finally revealed. He starts to scratch at the glass with his nails, pleading in a whisper for Mark to open the window. Mark walks over to the window with a blank expression, and Danny continues to ask, assuring Mark that it's okay because he's his friend. He commands it. Danny smiles, revealing his fangs, and watches with his wide, bright eyes as Mark raises his hand and places it on the window's latch. Danny looks excited, but Mark wrestles with himself, finally able to pull his hand away. Danny's like, no, Mark. Mark looks down at the figures he's created. They're in a scene in a cemetery. One of the gravestones is a large cross, and Mark plucks it up from the table. He thrusts it in the direction of the window, tears streaming down his face. Danny immediately hisses in pain and covers his face. Mark demands Danny go away, and still shielding his face, Danny floats backwards the way that he came as the fog returns, swallowing him. Mark continues to stand with his cross raised up to the window, shaking as he cries. He backs up to his bed and lays back down, clutching the cross to his chest.
He's crying because he's not going to get that free soda at the movies. But I think that, again, this is more of what I anticipated with Fright Night.
See, and that was going to be my comment, was after you said that, I'm glad that this scene went the way it did, and because My first note was, Mark, no, you know better.
Yes.
And then after, it's like, all right, that Mark's a good kid.
Yeah.
Like, because, again, you have this knowledge. And then instead of going and then just being like, no, and then later being like, I fucked up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He knew, no. I know what I'm supposed to be doing. And he did it. And we should have got that with Fright Night.
For sure. And this was confirmation for anything that Mark could have suspected in this moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think what follows next is like very, again, just upsetting.
Yeah. In the book, too, I thought it was interesting because he feels the pull and has to, I mean, you see it here, has to wrestle himself away.
Mm-hmm.
But he starts saying like tongue twisters to himself to bring himself back. And one of the things he says is he thrusts his fist against the post and still insists he sees the ghost from It.
Oh, okay.
Which again, not yet, but
Yeah.
I was like, I got really excited.
That's incredible.
But Mark lays there, looking at the cross, and is startled when Ted rips the door open. Ted asks if Mark is awake and if he had a bad dream. Mark says that he might have. He doesn't remember. Barely more than a shadow in the doorway. Ted says that he cried out in his sleep. Mark apologizes for this and says no when his father asks if he needs anything. Ted's like, well, good night.
Yeah.
And leaves, closing the door behind him. And Mark turns on his side, looking fearfully out the window. In the book, he's like, are you sure you're okay? Do you need any water? Did something happen? Did you have a bad dream? And Mark's like, no, Dad, like, I'm fine. But here I'm like, is your dad a vampire, dude? Like, it's weird. It's weird. And he's standing in the doorway like fucking Josh from Insidious 2.
Clearly a demon.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that?
There are tears streaming down his face.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even if it's a nightmare, sit with him for a minute.
Yeah.
Let him get his mind right before just leaving him to
He's
go.
like, Mark doesn't have feelings.
I've got numbers to crunch or whatever. Like, give him some time.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's confusing. You are coming in here to check on your boy, but then you're just, like you said, he's fucking caveman SpongeBob.
Yeah.
He's just like, well, all right, I'm leaving. It's like, dude, yeah, you came to check on him, but you're not checking on him. You're good? Okay, cool. Like you said, he is crying.
Yeah, he was crying. He was crying.
And he already knows that if he even tries to explain what he just saw, his dad's just going to be like, oh, these movies are done. You're not watching, you know.
But
So-
again, Fright Night. That's what we wanted from that. So, I mean, it works, but it just sucks.
But then again, if Charlie was like that, we'd be like, this is a rip off of Salem's Lot.
Yeah.
So maybe not, I guess.
But at Burke's house, Mike stands shirtless, staring forward. We see the telltale bite marks on the side of his neck. Burke comes in to bring him clothes, but immediately spots the marks and asks where he got them. Mike feels them and says that he doesn't know. Burke closes and locks the open window and tells Mike to call him if he needs anything, even if he just has a bad dream. Mike quietly agrees, Burke leaves, and Mike continues to stare blankly as he pulls on his shirt and sits down on the bed. In Ben's room at the boarding house, surrounded by crumpled papers, he looks out his window at the sinister Marston house. The upstairs light is on. At Burke's, he breathes deeply in his sleep, fighting something off in his dream. At the disembodied sound of laughter, he finally wakes up. Back at the boarding house, Eva knocks on Ben's door. She's wearing her robe and had clearly been asleep. She tells him that he got a phone call. When Ben pokes his head out and asks what time it is, she tells him that it's a little after 4. Burke is on the phone and he sounds very upset. Ben disappears back into his room to grab his robe before walking with Eva downstairs to get the phone. She stands by listening while Ben takes what appears to be a frantic call from Burke. He tells him to give him about 10 minutes to get there, and when Burke asks for something, Ben tells him that he doesn't have it. He was a Baptist. He gets off the phone and asks if Eva has a crucifix or a rosary he can use. Eva's confused, saying that she has one in her room, but Burke isn't Catholic. She doesn't even think he goes to church, but she goes to get it for him. I like that.
Yeah.
Because even he's like, look.
Yeah.
I'm ill-equipped.
Although I think it would have been interesting to give Burke some kind of, I don't know. It is very interesting that he's immediately like, oh, Mike's a vampire.
Yeah.
I would like something earlier to maybe show that he's open to some kind of supernatural anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe the fact that when
Well, hold on, because it was like, I think there's dead spirits in these
Yeah.
trees or whatever. So
he's open.
yeah, he's open to the. Never mind. I take it back.
It's like, no, I'm not gonna fucking sleep tonight. Thanks, Mr. Burke.
What you said was scarier than what I said.
Yeah.
Ben speeds to Burke's house, and when he gets there, the older man leads him upstairs. They cautiously approach the door to the room Mike is staying in before Burke slowly opens the door and they go inside. Mike lies in bed, asleep. Ben tells him that he looks fine, but Burke points out that the window is open and he made sure to close and lock it.
I will say he left him alone to go make this phone call.
Yeah.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that Mike got up and opened the window.
He's like,
Yeah,
these are childproof locks. Mike can't handle them.
Everyone knows that in Salem's Lot.
Yeah. But Ben looks out the window and notices that the sun is starting to come up. Burke points out that there was a single drop of blood on the shirt that he gave to Mike. Ben tries to shake Mike to wake him up, but Mike's hand just flops lifelessly onto the nightstand. Ben checks Mike's wrist and reports to Burke that there's no pulse. Burke accepts this, adding the marks on Mike's neck. Ben looks on both sides of Mike's neck for these marks, but there is nothing there. Afterwards, they sit at the table in Burke's dining room. Burke asks if Ben thinks he's crazy, and Ben tells him honestly that he doesn't. He asks if Ben believes him about the marks that were on Mike's neck, and Ben guesses that he has to. Burke insists that they are now in a position where they have to do something. Ben asks if maybe Mike died of a virus. Burke is not even entertaining this idea. He points out the marks on Mike's neck, the open window, and he says that he heard terrible laughter when Mike invited someone in.
All right. That's that. You look, dude. You did not say that last night.
Yeah.
Of course I would have believed you if you led with that.
Yeah. And well, not only that, were you sitting at his fucking door listening? What?
It's like, is
Again,
that
like-
laughter?
Yeah.
When he's like, no, I heard one car of this make and model. Then I heard another one. Then the guy got out of the first one. When did you? I didn't hear
No.
that.
Yeah.
And then look, all the evidence you present me with last night is no, I locked the door or the
Yeah.
window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's opened. But then you're like, and then I heard a full conversation.
Yeah.
Mostly him saying that when I bit you earlier and turned you into a vampire.
And I heard ghoulish laughter.
Yeah.
Before I heard a bat fly away. It's like, why didn't you say anything?
You say that first.
Very weird. Yeah.
Say that first.
Lead with that.
Ben asks if Burke realizes what will happen to him if he tells a word of this to anyone. They're going to think that Burke has lost his mind and can no longer be trusted with the town's children. He breaks the news that he can't even help Burke. All he saw was a body, and besides that, he's an outsider and a writer of all things. Burke knows all of this to be true, but he worries what will happen if they do nothing. But Ben says that there is something that they can do. He says to call Dr. Norton and Gillespie. He says to not even tell Norton that Mike died. Burke balks at this, but Ben asks how they really know if he even is. He says that they need to leave it to the medical people to check. They'll find a cause of death. We cut to them standing outside with Bill and Gillespie, his hat removed in respect. Gillespie comments on the fact that Mike drove the vehicle he's being loaded into so many times, he had no idea how soon he'd be riding in the back. I was like, God
Yeah.
damn. He tells Ben that he wants him to testify for the coroner's jury, and Ben agrees. He starts toward his car, saying that he needs to get his paperwork done. When he pulls away, Bill goes over to Burke, asking what it was that he wanted to tell him. Ben sidles up to them as Burke asks the doctor if there have been other people complaining of feeling weak or having bad dreams. Bill says no.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
But Ben chimes in that there soon will be. Mustering up the gumption, Burke asks if Bill believes in ghosts, witches, wizards, werewolves. The answer to all is no. But finally, Ben asks, vampires? Bill looks puzzled, but Burke leads him into his house. He tells him that he's going to tell him something, and then he's going to ask for Bill's help. And he may give it to him if he doesn't decide that he's absolutely crazy.
I think, again, with the small town mentality,
Yeah.
you know Burke.
Mm-hmm.
He probably taught your daughter,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know, and so you have him coming to you telling you this. confiding it. It's not like The Mist where it seemed like they were all out to get this dude at first.
Yeah.
It's like, no, this is me. You know me.
Right.
And so I can see how this is actually playing in their favor to tell someone. And we already know that Bill loves Ben.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it does make sense. And I do want to say, having not read the full novel,
Right.
the more and more this continues, I just feel just how much of an influence this was on Midnight Mass.
Yes.
And it's fantastic.
Yes. I love it.
Yes.
Ben returns to the boarding house where Eva stands ironing. She tells him immediately that she's already heard. She says, "Poor Mike." Ben doesn't offer anything to this, only says that he's tired. He's going to have a cup of coffee and then go to bed. He starts off toward his room, but stops when Eva asks him why Burke wanted a crucifix. Ben shrugs, guessing that maybe he thought Mike was Catholic. But Eva says that Burke knew better because he had Mike in school and his family were all Lutherans. She goes on to say that if Ben goes to bed, he's going to miss the opening of Barlow and Straker. Ben asks if Barlow ever showed up, but Eva doesn't know. All she knows is that they're opening the store today.
I have to admit, I thought that the opening of this store would lead to much more than it did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's been teased the entire film, and then it's really just like, here's our business.
Yeah. Like, no, this is really a business.
We're really trying to, aside from all the other things we're doing, we're trying to make a profit.
We go down to the bustling antique shop where June shows Mark a figure that she thinks his father will like. As Straker walks by, June tells him that she wants to get it for her husband, but as she's talking, she flips the figure over and sees the price. This stops her cold. She looks up at Straker, proposing the possibility of a negotiation, but he shuts it down kindly. That did make me laugh, I think, because I'm thinking of Needful Things, where it's like, oh, I can't possibly afford this. That's okay. All you got to do is take this like bag of shit down to Miss Susie's house or whatever.
Yeah.
But he's just like, nah, bitch. That's firm.
Yeah. All sales are final as well.
I don't know why that was hilarious to me.
I honestly thought that's kind of what was going to happen.
Yeah.
This is going to be the way of infecting the town a little bit.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But instead, he's just like, no, that's the price.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
I'm a businessman.
And the banger they're playing, man. Yeah.
True.
What is that, 4 seasons?
Maybe.
It's winter, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Very good.
That shit was good. I was
Yes.
like, yeah, doing the head banging and shit. Like, let's get in the store.
As a consolation, though, he offers to hold it until the end of the week without any obligation from her, and June is appreciative. It's one of those things where it's like, I'm not coming back. I can never come into the store again. But Mark glances at Straker as he follows his mother out of the store. They pass Ben, who Mark again shares a moment of eye contact with before he finally leaves. As Straker walks around the store, showing the wares to a prospective customer, Ben looks around by himself. When he picks up a fork, Straker says that it's English, but Ben counters, Georgian. Straker comes over and commends him on his expertise, but Ben says that he just knows about silver. His aunt had some, and he had to sell it when she died. Straker laments that this is an unfortunate way to gain his knowledge, but with his foot in the door, Ben continues that his aunt was a housekeeper at the Marston house, Straker's house. I thought that was a pretty good in.
Yeah.
But Straker admits that that is interesting, and when Ben admits to always being interested in the house, Straker offers that maybe he could satisfy some curiosity. Ben says that a lot of strange things have happened in that house. He begins with the story that the man that built it murdered his wife and a servant. It wasn't ever proven, but he was suspected in the disappearance of multiple children. I thought that was 2 different people, but
Yeah.
That is
Ben's
true.
Ben is also consolidating characters, making composite, you know. But Straker concedes that this is terrible, but he doesn't say much else. Ben presses, asking if Straker believes...
Yeah. Yeah.
I was really impressed the way he was like, look, you're doing antiques. I know about this particular antique because of my aunt. By the way, my aunt was a housekeeper in the house that you're living in now. But then he really just blows it with, do you believe that evil can inherit a house?
Yes,
Jesus
like,
Christ.
dude.
Or can be inherent in a house? But I was like, Ben!
Yeah.
You were doing
You
so
were being
well.
so smooth. Straker chuckles at this, saying that he believes that about as much as he believes that trees have souls.
Look, dude. What the hell is this? What the hell? Nay.
The trees
JP,
again.
what is this? Is this a thing? What the hell does this mean? Do I have another thing I have to be afraid of now? Because it seems like everybody knows that trees have like dead souls in them, and I'm just learning this today.
Yeah, that would have been nice to know.
Yeah, I had.
And why does everyone say it when we talk about the evil in this house? Everybody's like, well, we all know trees are evil. Or whatever. It's like, what the fuck does that mean?
That's not even what we're talking
That wasn't even part of it.
Oh. But Ben counters that maybe they do. I mean, they do. This is two separate instances. Straker finally tips his hand that he knows that Ben is the writer. He asks if he's on vacation or vocation, and Ben admits that he's writing about the house. I just love that he drops all pretense. It's like nobody even asked you that. He didn't ask you what you were writing.
And I will say that Ben could have come by at any time.
Yeah.
And talk to Straker. He didn't have to wait for the shop to open. People have been in and out all week.
He had to wait for the shop to open to be inconspicuous, but he drops that
everything
immediately. Straker understands that Ben would like to visit the house. He says that he doesn't see a problem with that. As soon as Barlow returns from his buying trip, they'll make it happen. He assures Ben that he'll enjoy Mr. Barlow and adds cryptically that Mr. Barlow will enjoy him too.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what was that last thing you said?
Hold on.
That's like Hannibal with the...
Yeah.
I'd love to serve you. It's
I'll
like,
have you for dinner.
Yeah, I was like, hold on.
What? Ben finally drags himself upstairs to his room at the boarding house. He empties his pockets and sets the contents on the top of the dresser. I'm sorry. This part made me laugh so hard. Just as he's removing his jacket and heading towards his bed, Ned bursts out from behind a changing screen and punches Ben in the face. Ben goes down hard on the bed, and Ned stands over him, calling him a snake and accusing him of trying to steal his girl. He brings his fist down again. This just was not on the bingo card.
No, not at all.
Dude.
The way that
he exploded.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know why. And I think because he called him a snake, I immediately thought of Solid Snake. So I was like, was he hiding in a box and then he just jumped out at him?
It's like, and I know about snakes.
Yeah.
I think my thing as well is like, does that mean that Eva let him in?
Yeah.
Because it's behind. Now, you know what I would have done?
Doing plumbing work, and then he just hid.
What, took off?
In the book, and again, this is not in the movie, but in the book, Ben talks about leaving his room unlocked.
Oh, wow.
And Susan was like, you should probably start locking your room. So, I mean...
Because my ex has said to plenty of people...
He was talking about shitting on your bed. He was making a lot of
some real wild stuff, Ben. You might want to guard yourself from that.
But I'm like, this is not even fresh.
No.
The thing at the school happened like fucking a week ago. Susan's been out of town.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
it's just, why are
yeah.
you
Some
doing
time
this
has
now?
passed.
When you least suspect it.
Well, he had a lot of jobs. He had to get those done first.
That is true.
Yeah, he's got to take this scary ass crate. He had a lot to do.
Well, but he's not going to be working for a while because he's got some charges to face, I would imagine.
I did also laugh too because we see him bring his fist back down, and then we cut to the hospital.
Yeah.
Are we in Ben's POV? Like, and I lost
It goes
consciousness.
Yeah.
Here. That wasn't a commercial break. That was Ben.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that was Ben slipping away. But at the hospital, the nurse tends to Ben, who lays in bed with the bandaged head. Once she leaves, Bill comes in the room and remarks that Ben took a pretty good beating. He has a slight concussion, and they need to keep him overnight for observation. As he strides out of the room, he tells Ben that Ned was arrested and is sitting in the jail, so he doesn't think he'll make the same mistake again. Ben asks if there's anyone else in the hospital that's sick, and Bill admits that there are a couple more admissions, but he knows what Ben is referring to, and he shuts it down with a firm no. Ben tries to bring it up explicitly, but Bill shuts it down again. He says that he doesn't believe it and no one else will either. He starts out of the room, advising Ben to just take it easy. Giving up, Ben calls after him that he wants a crucifix, and Bill relents, saying that if that will really make him feel better, it can be arranged. He leaves Ben alone to sigh, holding his aching head.
He's got no marks on him.
No,
he's not hurt.
It's very much like pretty hurt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just a little bandage in the corner of his head.
Well, what if Bill's like, you've been out for 3 weeks?
Yeah. Oh, shit.
We're glad to have you back.
Yeah.
At Burke's house, he reads books, boning up on his vampire knowledge, but he's stopped abruptly when he hears scraping upstairs. He sets his book down and picks up his crucifix, and armed, he slowly ascends his stairs to the second floor. The rhythmic sound of creaking echoes through the second story as Burke makes his way to the door of the room where Mike was staying. Without warning, Burke bravely flings the door open, revealing the source of the squeaking. His skin an unnatural blue, Mike sits in the rocking chair next to the window. His eyes are glowing pinpoints as he stares down at the ground, and when he finally looks up at Burke, they are bright and white. He hisses, imploring Burke in a raspy voice to look at him. He repeats himself, "Look at me, teacher," as he rises from the chair. He exposes his fangs, repeating himself again and again, paralyzing Burke with fear. This is one of my favorite parts of the entire miniseries.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He is he does such an amazing job.
Yeah. I was waiting for him to be like, you don't match, okay? I don't want to look at you. I was like, damn, dude. He's like, he does. That's very scary because he's sitting there in the chair and then he gets up and comes at him.
Yes.
I was like, damn, maybe you should run.
Yeah.
Burke's like, oh.
I will say, and it's the whole thing.
Yeah.
That suspenseful ascent towards the
Yeah,
room,
yeah.
up the stairs.
The creaking of the
Yes.
chair.
Yeah.
The sound that we discover what it is.
Mhm.
When I say there are masterfully suspenseful sequences in this film, this is really the one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is fantastic.
I did also want to talk about his eyes
Mm-hmm.
because we've seen kind of this thing going on,
Yeah.
but not to this extent where it is so illuminated.
Right.
They've mostly just been yellow.
Yeah.
But this one is the first time that you're like, oh, this is the hypnosis.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This is the glamour. I had heard on commentary, Hooper had talked about how they did this, which is they put material in these contact lenses that would catch the light.
Okay.
And so they would dangle a 100-watt bulb
Wow.
by the lens of the camera. And so whenever the actor would look up, this time Jeffrey Lewis, it would shine from that light source.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, though, with the material in the contacts, they could only wear them for 15 minutes at a time.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, this is even worse.
I thought you were going to say, of course, all the actors are blind.
Yeah.
No, they could only wear them 15 minutes at a time, and then they had to take a 30-minute break.
Oh, my
Yes.
God.
Yeah. And so and there's even worse contact lenses later, as we'll learn for one character we haven't met completely yet.
Oof, yeah.
Jeez, Yeah.
But this is, I mean, when we talk about it, because we talked about Evil Dead,
Uh-huh.
which is 2 years from this.
Yeah.
And if those were bad 2 years later, imagine how these were.
Yeah.
God damn.
Remember on Fright Night when they weren't
Yeah.
sanded?
Oh, come on, man.
I know.
I just had lunch or whatever. But I also want to call out his physical performance,
Right.
because the way that he rises out of the chair, it gives you the feeling of them levitating outside the window.
Yeah.
It's a very, very, very good performance.
He's so fucking great in this. Like
Yeah.
I can't say enough. This moment I was like, God damn, like it holds up.
And we talk about things like a lot of people are like, well, it's on TV. How scary can it be? It's like, dude,
Yeah.
No, yeah.
moments like this and moments like we're about to see in just a bit, it can get pretty frightening.
Yeah. Finally, Burke tells him no. He stands his ground as Mike advances on him and finally raises his cross. Mike reacts violently to this, finally backing away from the old man. Emboldened, Burke follows Mike across the room, demanding that he get out and formally revoking the invitation he once gave him. Mike threatens that Burke will sleep like the dead, and Burke denies this, thrusting the cross at Mike and causing him to crash through the window. Then outside, Mike fucks his car up. No, I'm just kidding.
I swear, when he looks out the window, I thought he was going to be laying there like Michael Myers. I swear to God.
Or like when Bart doesn't have a soul and he's like, But we hear Mike's hissing, and when Burke looks down to the ground below the window, there is no one to be seen. Suddenly, we hear the frantic beating of Burke's heart as he clutches his chest and stumbles back into the spare bedroom. He ping-pongs down the hall, bouncing off the opposite walls as he finally makes his way to the bedroom. Once inside, he collapses onto his bed and grunts as he tries to reach the phone on his night table.
He didn't ask for none of that shit. He was just teaching those kids, watching them do the play, making sure everybody did what they were supposed to do.
And he was being nice. He opened up his home to him because he didn't feel well.
And but he literally used the knowledge he just gained.
Yeah.
He's like, I revoke that invitation.
Yeah.
He's like,
no, damn it. In the jail, Ned sleeps on his bunk. He turns and wakes just in time to see someone wave a hand in front of the lock of his cell. The door opens on its own, thick fog waiting just behind the bars. Ned seems unfazed by this, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, but suddenly and jarringly, Kurt Barlow, played by Reggie Nalder, pops into view. His skin is a pale and lifeless blue. His pupils are a sick yellow, surrounded by green and red veins. His bald head is flanked on either side by bluntly pointed ears, and his two front teeth curve into sharp fangs. Ned opens his mouth to scream, but in his terror, no sound comes out. Sharp music plays as Barlow moans, swooping down onto Ned's bunk.
So firstly, just the reveal of Barlow is so amazing and frightening.
Yeah.
And the atmosphere of the entire scene, the music, the fog.
All of it. And when I try to scream in my dream, that's what happened. So that was triggering for me and I didn't like it.
Like, we don't need that here.
No.
I will say I don't know why Ned is so important for Barlow's appearance, but we do realize that he also got Larry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did get Larry.
Because
that is true.
we know what his hands look like now.
Yeah.
I was very surprised though that what we got was Nas, aka the first one.
Yeah.
Aka Nasty Nas, aka motherfucking Nosferatu.
Yes,
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit, okay, you went back
Yes.
to the beginning.
The influence is very clear, and I will point out that in the novel, Barlow is a composed and suave businessman.
Really?
He is not. This is not at all. Not at all.
Huh.
From what I read, this was the major diversion from the novel.
Really?
Yeah, and they wanted to make him appear evil. They had, I think, and you had mentioned it earlier about Frank Langella recently playing Dracula.
Mm-hmm.
That is what they said they were trying to get away from.
Okay.
They said they want this to be the source of evil that we've been fearing this entire film.
Yeah.
And the best way to do that is to make him almost like Murnau's Nosferatu.
Yeah.
And to give him this pure evil. They said if he's talking like Bela Lugosi, people might laugh. If he's talking like Reagan, it's like people, they're trying to think of all the different ways to do it. So like, why don't we just have him not talk at all?
Yeah.
And it also makes Straker more important because he is the mouthpiece of this entire operation.
Yeah, that's true.
It does. I feel like I wonder, and Monash did not write this. This is one of the changes that Kobert's made.
Mm-hmm.
And Stephen King was like, I don't know, dude. And then ultimately he said that he was glad that they did it. But I wonder what it would look like if he does come to town maybe earlier on and he is very polished and suave and maybe he looks a little more fucked up every time we see him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like maybe we only start seeing him at in these moments.
Yeah.
But he's more and more like it's wearing on him, I think that would be cool. Maybe do both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
But
we cut a little time away from Bonnie and do that.
Yeah. Or maybe he's the one sleeping with Bonnie. No, I'm just kidding. But he looks iconic.
Yeah.
And I know that it is very close to Nosferatu, so I don't want to be like, this is innovative.
Yeah.
We've never seen this shit before.
Mm-hmm.
But he is fucking scary. He's still scary.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is close to Nosferatu, but it's also its own thing entirely.
Yeah.
Because Nosferatu didn't have eyes like this.
No, yeah.
His skin, it was a black and white film.
Yeah.
This deadened pale blue.
Yeah.
So I mean, it is its own thing, but it does have a clear influence.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to talk about his eyes because they said that the contact lenses were the size of half ping pong balls.
Oh my.
And he obviously couldn't see.
Yeah.
And also, they had said that, I don't know what they were using for the applications, but they said if he moved wrong or he sneezed or whatever, the teeth would fall off. And so the whole thing was just like a difficult endeavor for everyone.
Yeah, I read a lot about them having to do constant touch-ups on the makeup because it was just falling apart.
Right.
In that YouTube video that David Soul did, he talked about Reggie Nalder like not having a great time and not really seeming like he wanted to be there, but he did it for the check.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
And I was like, damn. But then I read an interview with Reggie Nalder and he was like, I liked he said that the contacts and the makeup were a pain in the ass, basically. But he said that there were a lot of components that he liked about the performance, but he liked the money best, is what he said.
Well,
I was
mean,
like, damn.
I'm not going to be hanging out with you at the craft services table if my eyes are burning all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If, you
no
know,
shit.
So
Also, though, and this was interesting because they cut the obviously the version that we watch, like if you have a Blu-ray or anything, is the 3-hour thing nonstop. It doesn't break in the middle or anything. It does the credits at the beginning and then it goes through like a film. He's not credited in the first episode, I guess if you want to call it, because he's not in it.
Yeah.
He's credited in the second one. So in a lot of versions, he is uncredited in this because they don't show the credits for this, for, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Oh,
So even if you go on
okay.
IMDb, it says Reggie Nalder uncredited. He's down at the very bottom.
Wow.
And I was like, damn, that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
But
And another small thing leading back to what we were saying earlier with the kind of Hitchcock homage.
Yeah.
He was in The Man Who Knew Too Much.
oh,
And I will say, I think this is one of those instances that we have with a lot of horror films where it's like the presence alone, you feel like he's here more than he is.
yes.
Because there's no way that he has more than, 5 minutes screen time, if
Yeah.
that?
I'm trying to remember where I read it, and I was not able to find if this was 100% accurate, but I think that I read somewhere 90 seconds.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, honestly, when you think about it, I can actually see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it is so sparing, but it's Barlow. You know what I mean? And when you
Yeah,
finally
yeah.
see him, it's like, fuck, you're frozen in time. But yeah, I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but I mean, if it's not, it's probably close because you do not lay eyes on him very much at all.
Mm-mm.
But at the Glick's home, Henry is getting ready upstairs when he hears a strange sound downstairs. Concerned, he calls out to his wife, and when she doesn't answer, he goes downstairs to investigate. After a short search, he finds Marjorie, sprawled out on the floor of the kitchen. He wakes her gently, cradling her as she mumbles incoherently. When he finally says that he's going to call a doctor, she says no. Henry tries to insist, but Marjorie has made up her mind. Barely able to open her eyes, she admits to him that she's weak. He tells her that she's barely slept, but Marjorie says that she's been dreaming about Danny. He tries to tell her that this is natural, but she goes on, telling him that in these dreams, Danny comes back and says he's so happy to be home. He's her baby. The recollection of this makes her smile, but it brings Henry to tears. A difference in the book is that when this happens, she's whispering to him that like they can all be together again and that it's going to be so nice. And she's like whispering in his ear and bringing her mouth close to his neck. And he like in the book, they say that he gets a boner.
What?
Now,
What the hell, dude?
why is that there? What is that?
Why does Stephen King have to do this?
Sometimes I don't understand the small things that are in there.
I'm actually pissed off. I'm gonna give this
Yeah.
miniseries an extra half a point because they didn't include that. What the fuck is
How
that?
does that even play out? He consoles his wife and holds her.
And by the way,
his penis grows larger.
all right, we
It's
know
like,
what a
dude,
boner
what?
is, dude. You don't have to spell it out
We're
for the
reading
audience.
the book. We're reading the book.
Are we? Are we? Jesus.
It says he begins getting an erection, or he gets an erection.
begins?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
Say it like Stephen
but
King, though.
So he begins. But it's
So it's even less important because it's not even achieved.
It could be.
What the hell
I
is
don't
this?
remember. But the word is erection. He didn't say boner or penis. He said erection.
Look,
But I know
dude.
that you always get mad when he does that.
Because he always
So I was
does. It's like, why? Why?
I was like, I have to bring that up.
It's just such an unnecessary detail.
Oh my
It's a little
God.
strange.
It feels like gossipy
I'm
almost.
crying. And he got a boner,
Yeah,
dude.
and he liked it. Isn't that weird? He liked it?
That is just a weird time to bring that up.
Yeah. Jesus.
Oh my God.
Because even if you're watching this like from the window or watching something like this happen, you're not paying attention to that. Why? Why is that? Yeah. What the fuck?
At the hospital, Ben pays his bill when Susan comes in. She greets him with a kiss and says that her dad called her. He dismisses his injury as just a bump on the head, but Susan says that she knew he was fine. There's more. Ned died last night.
Holy shit!
That's wild.
Yeah.
Yes. Ben is confused, but Susan continues. They found him dead this morning in the jail, and after her father's examination, cause of death was determined as pernicious anemia. Ben realizes, just like the Glick boy. But Susan says that Ned had high blood pressure, though, and Marjorie Glick died this afternoon from the same symptoms. Ben asks what her dad had to say about this, and she reveals that he wants to talk to him. She brings up Burke, who is here in the ICU due to a heart attack. Ben's like, where the fuck have I been?
Yeah.
Like he's missed everything.
I think this is what we're talking about with the second half, things just moving so quickly now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they were not moving in any kind of pace like this.
No.
And suddenly everything, not even the second that Barlow gets to town, it was a long
Before,
while.
yeah. No, after.
Yeah.
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 Ben is concerned about Burke, but Susan tells him that he is stable. Ben clutches Susan's hands and tells her urgently that she needs to go back to Boston. He tells her that there's some kind of plague in Salem's Lot and it's killing people. He asks if she understands and she counters, "Do you?" Ben does, though. He tells her it's coming from the Marston house. It needs to be found and it needs to be destroyed. Ben visits Burke's room where he sleeps, hooked up to machines to monitor him. He joins Susan back in the hall, asking if she knows the priest at St. Jude's. When she says his name, Father Callahan, Ben affirms this and leads her down the hall. At the church, Father Callahan dismisses himself as an agent of the Holy Catholic Church, and the very concept of evil in the church has changed a lot over the past century. He says that it's evil with a small e. Ben quips that it's just Satan with a small tail. He brings up witches and incubi, and Susan finally says it. Vampires. And Ben piles on. In Salem's Lot. Susan asks if he really hasn't noticed anything strange. Callahan did mention that the Malloys weren't at Mass, and Mrs. Malloy never misses Mass. And what happened with Mrs. Glick? Ben adds, Ned Tebbets, Mike Ryerson. We cut to the Norton home where Susan waits by the car and Ben talks to Bill feverishly on the porch. Once Bill heads back inside, Ben rushes to Susan and says that Bill will do it. They'll have the medical evidence, but Ben is still frantic. He tells her that she has to get some hawthorn and put it all over the house. He says that she'll need to take the crucifixes from Father Callahan, but Susan interrupts him, saying that her mother would never go for that. But Ben insists that they have to. She's like, my mother is the devil. She's not going to let me do all that.
She's like, she's having an aversion to garlic, too. Like, I don't know about that. Dude, speaking of which, I read in that article, Kobritz, apparently in the book, it is garlic that he tells her to hang outside of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
But he's like, well, that's too obvious. It's too played out. So I changed it to hawthorn. Why?
Yeah, I know.
We know garlic. We understand garlic.
Yeah.
And you're reading all these old books.
You're doing all the rest of it with the crosses and the I'm revoking your invitation.
Yeah.
Okay. He says that the vampires are creating more vampires. 2 times 2 times 4 times 8. He continues to rant, but stops when Bill calls his name from the porch.
I don't understand the draw of creating more vampires.
Mm-hmm.
I understand drinking people,
Yeah.
but to create more, that's going to be less food for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
So move into a town, drink at your will, and then move on.
But then you got a bunch of Renfields running around.
Well, no, you know,
I was gonna
kill him. I mean, I don't know.
That still leaves you without food.
Yeah, but you got, that's why you're moving a lot.
But then you with the vampires, you at least have friends.
Yeah,
But you're all hungry.
Yeah,
yeah.
Your friends.
It's just not, again, they're really bad at being vampires.
Yeah.
Ben walks over to them as Ann Norton stands in the doorway. Bill tells Ben that Ned's body has disappeared from the morgue and a baby that passed away this morning is gone too. That baby is from the novel.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was talking about earlier. But Susan is in shock. Ben asks after Marjorie Glick, and when Bill says she's in a funeral home in Cumberland, Ben doesn't have to say a word before Bill concedes that he'll go get the car. Ben rushes after Bill, reminding Susan, Hawthorne. At the Petrie home, Mark and his parents sit at the kitchen table with Father Callahan. I was like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
'Cause in the novel, Mark and Father Callahan go to try to talk to his parents.
Mm-hmm.
This is like an intervention. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why he's here.
It's like, you got to stop watching horror movies.
Yeah.
Because again, whenever we're talking about these things in the novel and Father Callahan suddenly reappearing in this narrative,
Yeah.
when he doesn't have a place in the narrative properly,
Yeah.
Right.
it's just kind of confusing.
Yeah.
Do you just have a busy day today?
Yeah. He's like, good thing I've been sleeping since all this started because y'all want a lot from me right now. But Mark's parents tell the priest that they think this all stems from Mark's unhealthy habits of masks and assembling monsters from kits. It's not healthy. Callahan advises them not to make judgments and asks Mark if he's sure that it wasn't a dream. Mark insists that it was not. It was Danny Glick. June dismisses this, saying that nightmares seem real. The Petries reiterate that it was just Mark's subconscious fears because the boys were so close. The lights start to flicker. The phone rings, and when Ted turns to answer it, the light in the kitchen grows painfully bright until the bulb bursts. The table between them starts to rattle and shake, and everyone stares around, confused. Suddenly, the kitchen cabinets open and their contents fall to the floor. The china hut shakes so severely that the plates fall and break. A chair slides across the floor and something comes crashing through the window. Music mounts as everyone stares at the black cloth that has landed on the floor. Before their very eyes, the cloth inflates, and once it reaches its full height, it's revealed to be Kurt Barlow. He grabs June and Ted Petrie and knocks their heads together.
Like Mo.
Like,
Yeah, I was
no.
gonna say, you can't just go past that.
No.
You got-
No, I gotta stop for a second. But he renders them immediately unconscious and drops them to the floor. I would love to sit here and tell you that something different happened in the book.
Mm-hmm.
It did not. This is what happens in the book as well. But again, if you're going in with your little red pen and you're changing garlic to Hawthorne, change this.
Yeah.
Visually, it's hilarious.
It is, dude.
It doesn't
It is.
work. It
It
doesn't
is.
work.
And it upsets me so much because everything leading up to it is so good.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's so brilliant watching this cloth rise up and become Kurt Barlow.
Yeah.
And then it just becomes absurd with this Three Stooges bullshit.
Yeah.
I just don't understand it. And look, again, like you're saying, there are many different ways to do it. He
Yeah.
could literally touch their shoulders and then they just
Anything.
Yeah.
anything.
Anything with the
Anything.
why
Yeah.
I wanna.
Like what?
And I was like, huh.
Yeah.
That was it. And then it's even fun. I don't want to say it's funny.
No,
but
it's
it is.
funnier.
But
It
in a
is.
second,
It
when
is.
Mark's like,
Oh my god! And here's the thing: is that you've also added a sound in post that is
Yes.
unnecessary.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Take
dude.
the sound out.
Yeah.
take it out. Mark and Callahan jump to their feet, and when Mark goes to attack Barlow, Callahan arms himself with his cross. Barlow immediately gains the upper hand, and Straker walks into the kitchen, calling Mark a little boy and warning him that he can do nothing against the master. I was like, when did he get
Yeah.
Did you drive Barlow here? Like what?
He yells at Callahan to stop advancing with the cross or they'll cut Mark's throat. He asks what Callahan would give for the boy, but the priest is confused. Straker rephrases, "What would you give to save the boy from this night and save him for another night?" Callahan asks what he wants, and Straker tells him plainly, "The master wants you." He tells him to throw his cross away and face the master. Callahan's faith against Barlow's. Is his faith strong enough? Callahan asks if he can really trust the monster to let Mark go, and Straker nods, excited. Callahan tells Mark to run, and Barlow raises his long-fingered hands, letting Mark free. On his way out.
Oh, God.
He checks his mom with tears streaming down his face, and Mark tells Callahan that they're dead.
I was like, what? That should have knocked them a little loopy.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
dead?
They're dead. Ah, she's dead.
Yeah. And again, no kind of impact, no kind of
No.
blood,
Nothing.
No.
And I'm sorry, dude, but this whole thing is starting to piss me off. Because I'm sitting here watching this and I'm like, why are we acting as if there's been this decades-long battle between Barlow and Callahan?
Yeah.
Because he's like, you've waited your whole life, priest, or whatever.
Yeah.
Faith against faith. It's like, we just met you 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And you've never seen Barlow before. You've never been after anything. You've never even faced off against fucking Straker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We've-
why is
we've
this big deal?
We've seen Father Callahan when he was just talking to Ben and Susan.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
And we saw him at the funeral.
This dialogue feels like Callahan's the protagonist.
Yeah, it does.
And that
Yeah.
we've been following him this whole film.
Yeah, it is confusing because he keeps telling him, "Face Master."
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I got it. You
You
want
only
us
need
to
to say
fight.
it
Yeah, you don't.
You're his hype man. We
Yeah,
got
it's like, I get it. Again, Renfield, whatever. It's like, whatever, dude. But it's like, it did feel like that. It is confusing again. And you're dead right, because he's not in this miniseries like that for us to be like, kick his ass, dude.
No.
You're not. Yeah, you're like, okay, Father Callahan, get in there.
Yeah.
But again, we don't know in this movie. We don't know him enough. We're not invested in any of his story. We don't even have a story for him for us to be like, to fuck him up. It's
Yeah.
just like,
No.
oh, you guys are gonna get at it. You're the only priest in town right now.
Yeah.
Fight.
Yeah.
You know,
That's it.
the only person that's had enough run-ins with Straker for this to even make any sense for him to be saying any of this is Gillespie.
Gillespie.
Yeah.
That's
But
what
even
I
That's
then,
true.
it would be like, that's a little much, right?
Yeah.
That's a bit much.
Yeah.
But Callahan just repeats for Mark to run. Mark turns to Barlow and, pointing a shaking finger, he promises to kill him. Barlow growls in return, and finally Mark flees. The three left alone now, Straker tells Callahan that it's his turn to do his part of the bargain. Callahan reminds him that he's a priest, but Straker only laughs at this. He tells him again to throw away his cross and face the master. Faith against faith. Snarling, Barlow advances on him before ripping the cross from his hands and dropping it to the floor, bent.
So, narratively, in this film, that's the end of him, right?
We do not see Father Callahan again.
Yeah.
And that is maybe my biggest issue with this.
Yes.
I mean, in the novel, and I don't feel, we don't see him again. So it's not like,
Yeah.
you know, we see him later and it's like, oh, now this is different. No, this is it. This is a wrap on Father Callahan.
Right.
He is with them, and he like I said, he's going with Mark to try to talk to his parents about this. Barlow busts in, conks their coconut heads together, and then it is this face off of faith, but it's a trade-off of letting Mark go for Callahan facing Barlow. He does. He's quickly, the upper hand is taken by Barlow. Barlow cuts his wrist or cuts his arm and tells Father Callahan to drink from him. So it's like kind of perverting his faith. And Father Callahan is already, you know, he's a Stephen King priest. You know,
Yeah.
he's got his own shit going on. But Callahan tries to fight, and he's like trying to move his head away from the blood, but finally he can't breathe and he drinks it. And he's he's tainted. He's drink the blood of a fucking vampire.
Yeah.
So Barlow lets him go and he tries to flee to the church. And when he opens the doors of the church, he's shocked and hurt because he's unholy now. So he gets on a fucking bus to anywhere that's leaving now and has the bus driver go and buy him a bottle, and he fucking flees and leaves Salem's Lot. And it's like it's one of my favorite parts of the book. And not to mention, he plays such a fucking huge role in the Dark Tower later. And again, I know that we don't know this in 79, whatever, but just the arc that he has in the Salem's Lot novel is so interesting to me. And the fact that this, symbol of the ultimate faith is just fucking defeated and he's not helping them anymore. He flees. Like, it's so good. But this is it. This is all that we get of him.
Yeah, I was confused because he does have a small part, but like you're saying, he's in the later books. He's in Wolves of Calla, Songs of Susanna.
A huge
Yeah, he has
role.
a whole story when he flees from here, and you learn about it in the Dark Tower. So it is a little strange him ending right here.
It really bummed me out. And this is a vampire story and you have a fucking priest. Why are we not? You open it with them like fucking loading up on holy water.
Yeah.
Why are we just letting this priest sit in the fucking where we're bitching him? Yeah. Why?
What they had said in that interview was that they had earlier drafts of the screenplay where they made a composite character out of Burke and Father Callahan.
Okay.
And that would have given him more to do and given him a bigger role.
Okay.
But they said the more we worked through it, it just didn't work or make any sense. And so what they decided to do instead is to give him nothing.
Literally nothing.
So it's just kind of confusing.
Yeah.
And then we have this epic moment, this showdown that is undeserved. And then you bend the cross and it's a wrap. It's over. This was extremely disappointing to me.
And we have a moment later, which we'll get to, of somebody leaving town that would have been much better with a man of faith who is supposed to conquer this evil.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. I don't understand these choices. I just don't.
It bummed me out, dude. Big time. But at the funeral home, Bill inspects Marjorie Glick's body. When asked by Ben, he has to admit that her condition is very similar to Mike's. There's no lividity and no rigor mortis. After a considering moment, he says he's going to call home and make sure that Anne and Susan are okay. Ben assures him that they'll be fine if they follow instruction, but Bill leaves to make the call anyway, saying he's going to make sure that they do. Ben watches the clock as he fashions crosses out of tongue depressors and tape. He looks nervously between the clock and Marjorie Glick's shrouded body before blessing the makeshift cross in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. He muses that there are no atheists in foxholes. He begins to pray out loud, struggling to remember the prayer and getting it wrong. He stumbles through, finally getting it right, but when Mrs. Glick's body begins to twitch beneath its sheet, he calls out frantically for Bill. He continues to pray, louder, but Marjorie begins to take in ragged breaths as her hand reaches out from under the sheet. She sits up, pulling the sheet off of herself as she calls out for her son, her teeth fanged and her eyes glowing yellow. Ben screams for Bill, only gaining the attention of Marjorie. I was like, where the fuck is Bill making this phone call? Yeah. He's like, I gotta go across the street.
He hears none of this?
Yeah.
No.
She comes at him, swiping, but he keeps her at bay by holding the cross in front of him. Bill finally comes into the room and Ben warns him not to look at Marjorie's eyes. The two have something of a standoff. Marjorie never quite able to get at Ben because of the cross, but when Bill scoops up a scalpel and slices her arm, she bitch slaps him across the room.
What the fuck was that?
Like, you're not helping.
He's just slicing and dicing. He's not even paying attention. What if we could save her? What if something? What the fuck?
Well, she appears beyond saving.
Well, no, I know. But it's like he just did. It's like, oh no, we're taking the arm off.
I just feel like, a little slice with the scalpel is not going to do anything but piss her off.
Yeah. And I will say the green underneath.
Yeah.
That was really, really cool.
That was good. But utilizing this distraction, Ben is able to press the cross against her face, burning her and leaving an imprint. Which does look familiar to something that we've seen very recently.
Oh, yeah.
And I loved it in both.
Yeah, for sure.
Marjorie Glick backs away and screams until she disappears before their very eyes in a cloud of fog, leaving the tables of instruments to fall over once she's gone. Ben and Bill catch their breath, staring at the empty autopsy table.
Did she die?
She's not here anymore.
She was vanquished.
Well,
I guess.
kind of, but then she clatters some shit on her way out.
Yeah, that was
She's
just...
like,
So I don't know if she just like disappeared or if she
I don't
went back to the
know.
master or,
Oh, maybe.
you know?
I'm wondering if she's in a place that we see later. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
I will say her entire character arc, did it remind you of the Verdilock?
Kind of.
Okay,
honestly.
yeah.
Because her son coming to her in the night.
Yes.
It feels like there might have been some influence on Stephen King from Mario Bava.
Okay.
It's just
Yeah.
that's so fucking sad. Her whole arc
Yeah.
is devastating. In Bill's car, they sit in silence until Ben says that he called a friend of his from San Francisco who understands the occult. He told him that they need to get to Barlow in his coffin during the day before sunset. They have to drive a stake through his heart. You know who would know all of this stuff if you would just let their paths cross a little bit sooner? Mark Petrie.
Yeah. I will say just the call, the friend's like, all right.
What the fuck?
I mean, in this hypothetical situation you've presented me with, I guess what I would do is...
Bill asks about Straker, but Ben insists that Straker is human. He's the bodyguard, the one that prepares the way for the monster. Bill asks how he can be killed, and Ben insists that he can be killed anyway, be it a gun or a knife. After Ben is spooked by the bright headlights of a honking car, Bill asks why they came here, and Ben snaps, "How the hell should I know?"
What's that?
I know. What the fuck?
Why are you so mad?
Tensions are high.
Yeah.
We all... But good Lord.
But after a moment, he answers. It's like, how the hell should I know? No, I know. I do know.
Actually, you're right. I'm sorry.
Because they're somewhat isolated and somewhat inbred. They're full-blooded. He says Barlow must have wandered for centuries looking for new places to victimize. Bill admits that he's seen it, but it's still unbelievable. I was like, did you just call me inbred?
Yeah.
I thought you were cool, dude.
Yeah.
Jesus.
They finally pull up to the Norton house, and when Ben sees the hawthorn hanging from the porch, he praises Susan. Inside, Bill asks after Anne, and Susan tells him that she's in their room and assures him that she's fine. Again, we get a very dramatic conclusion with Anne in the book. Here it's... Okay.
She's fine.
She's fine.
It's not even clearly positive or negative. She's all right, I guess.
Just try not to worry about that right now.
Yeah, we're not
All
talking
right.
about mom. Okay? Nobody cares
the
about mom
entire
right now.
town's at stake.
But Bill rushes up to her anyway, and Ben and Susan embrace. They sit on the couch, and when she asks what happened, Ben breaks the news that Marjorie Glick has joined the ranks of the undead. She's a vampire now, and soon it will be all of Salem's lot. He tells Susan again that she needs to leave town, and when she asks about her parents, he says that Bill is going to stay with him to help him destroy Barlow. But before sunset tomorrow, she needs to take Anne and anyone else that will go with her and leave Salem's lot. The next morning, Ben drives down the road, passing an ominous downed tricycle in a yard. He parks at the police station. When he goes inside, he's greeted by the sight of Nolly asleep in the chair with his foot up on the desk. He wakes him, asking where Gillespie is, and Nolly says that he called in sick. He tells Ben that it's the first time Gillespie has been off the job. Ever. He starts to fall back asleep, and Ben asks if he's all right. I'm sorry. I'm just like, are they just coming in and noshing on everyone?
Yeah.
See, again, I don't understand the point.
Yeah.
You are a vampire. You turn No, you already turned. You turn your lover,
Yeah.
your partner for life, and that's it.
Yeah.
And you two just run amok.
Yeah.
Not
Turning-
these guys.
No.
You bit the deputy?
Yeah.
What the hell's that gonna do for you?
I'm not. And Dad, he's just like, I'm really sleepy.
Yeah.
Oh. But Ben asks if he's feeling all right, and Nolly admits that he's tired because he didn't sleep last night. He was dreaming. He muses that it was funny. He dreamed about Ned coming to see him. Ben immediately flees, but Nolly just says again that it was a funny dream. So Ned's like, we're going to get his ass.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
Well, who arrested him?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
All right.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the scariest shit ever happened to me last night.
But Susan rings the bell at Eva's boarding house, and when no one answers, she lets herself inside. She goes to Ben's room and takes a peek at the paper poking out of his typewriter. Eva enters then, still wearing her robe. In a weak voice, she tells Susan that Ben may have gone into town. Susan notices that Eva looks pale and asks if she feels all right. Eva lowers herself into a chair and says that she's just tired. She dreamed all night. Her hand goes up to the side of her neck as she remembers that they were sweet, sweet dreams. Weasel, when he was young, just like old times, kissing her on the neck. Overcome with emotion, she tearfully says Weasel's name again. Susan advises that maybe she should go lie down, and locking eyes with her, Eva says that she will. She slowly rises to her feet and makes her way to the door, but before she leaves, she turns and stares at Susan again. Once she's gone, Susan walks over to the window and takes a long look at the Marston house.
So is this sleeping? Like, we're going to deprive you of sleep and then we're going to bite you? Or is it
We're going to make
bite
you think you were asleep because you were in a trance.
Right.
And then we'll just leave you, I guess.
Well, because it seems like there's two phases. I'm going to bite you that makes you tired, and then I'll come later and finish the job to make you full vampire. I don't.
In what universe does it take 2 bites?
Yeah, I don't know. I know there's 2 teeth.
And this
Yeah.
one,
but
they dip one in and then later they come and dip the other one in. No, because Mike Ryerson had two holes.
yeah.
But it
Well-
still took a little while.
2 bites.
Yeah, it did.
Come on, dude. Jesus Christ. We get it. All right? We get it. Fucking hell.
Sorry.
Everything is smut with you two.
The Glick father had an
Yeah,
erection.
All right. We also know that, dude. And we shouldn't.
Yeah, why?
That's his business.
It's inappropriate right now.
It is. It's all inappropriate.
But we're in Susan's point of view behind the wheel as she drives up to the evil house. She gets out of her car and stares up at it, the clouds first shadowing the house and then brightening it. She turns to go back to her car, but stops when she hears and sees something rustling in the bushes as it travels through. She stares as Mark Petrie emerges from the trees, carrying a cross made from 2 pieces of wood. Mark rushes to the cellar doors, takes out a lock-picking kit, and gets to work on the padlock. I was like, is this fucking Fallout?
Yeah.
Well, he's like, I can get out of it.
Dude, he's been hiding those the entire time. He's not as special as we thought.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
He has a lockpicking kit.
it's a cheat if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you fucking cheater. I hope he gets you.
Susan climbs the hill to the house just in time to see Mark fling the cellar doors open and disappear inside. After a hesitating moment, she follows him. In the cellar, Susan is distracted by the sound of the wind kicking up outside and making the cellar doors slam together. On the other side of the room, the door leading to the rest of the Marston house creaks as it slowly closes. Regardless, Susan climbs the stairs to the door and pushes it open. Upstairs, the Marston house is in a state of disrepair. It is old and dirty, like it hasn't been cleaned since it was abandoned. I was like, Straker, bitch, you live like this?
Yeah.
I know that Barlow doesn't care, but you're a human, dude.
Yeah.
Like, a little pride.
And what's weird to me is Crockett isn't like, dude, are you sure? Like, the state of this place.
Yeah.
It's real bad.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe he's staying down at the antique shop.
Maybe.
He's like, you can stay here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because good Lord.
It's not good.
Is that even up to code to even sell to someone?
Yeah, no shit.
Like,
Yeah, well, that's probably why Larry's like, look, whatever you guys want. Because
Yeah.
I really took advantage of you.
and I'm sorry, but Ben's been inside there before.
Yeah.
Back when it was already abandoned and haunted and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
And he sees Straker leaving every morning like, goodbye, honey. And he doesn't feel any type of way about that. Like, it's just odd.
The doors open
is.
and he's like, that smells
It's like,
wild.
holy shit. Is that algae? How is that on the wall? Is that algae? I did want to talk about, first of all, I said algae, like it's a person's name.
Is algae in
Is
there?
algae in there?
Allergy?
Oh,
Huh?
Yeah.
booyakasha.
Yes.
I wanted to talk about the interior of this house
Okay.
in a more constructive way. Firstly, the staircase is intentionally reminiscent of both Citizen Kane and Gone with the Wind.
Okay.
And I thought it was very interesting that it was Gone with the Wind with what we talked about with Fright Night a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So again,
Yeah.
but the interior was not wanting to just appear to be like a dilapidated house.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted this house to look like an open wound.
Okay.
They said this house is the heart of the vampire. It's intentionally meant to be its body and this abstract representation of that.
Uh-huh.
I love that.
It's so successful for me. And it's clearly a set because of how sprawling it is.
Yeah.
Right.
But it is a gorgeous set.
So is
Yeah.
this what they did in Burbank?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything that's on a set, I think, is where they...
Okay.
Because the exteriors were all Ferndale, as we said.
Yeah.
Right.
But everything that they do with this house, and it's so... Like, and we see more of it. We see other seeming antiques in there.
Yeah.
Different types of animal things.
Yes.
You know what? Tobe Hooper.
Yes.
He's done this before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Texas Chainsaw House.
Yeah.
Is there a laughing chicken in here?
Now that's the only...
Because that's really going to set it off for
Outside.
me.
So-
Outside, okay.
Okay, as long as it's because the 0.5 I gave it before for not having that thing about Glick's father. I was about to take it away because they didn't have a laughing chicken. It was going to be back to where I started, but if it's outside, we'll let him have it.
But Susan hears strange rattling noises from deeper in the house, and she calls out into the darkness for Mark. She doesn't receive an answer, so she calls him louder, finally wandering around and accidentally knocking a wooden statue over. I was like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Why are you yelling in here? Clattering echoes from upstairs, and suddenly white dust blows out of the fireplace, causing rats to vacate and run into the room with Susan. We finally see Mark walking upstairs, and Susan goes after him. I was like, are y'all on different planes of existence? Like, how does he not hear you?
I don't know.
Upstairs, Mark kicks around abandoned animal skulls on the ground as he goes. He pulls open a drawer to find rats scurrying over a layer of glossy cat's eyes. I was like, are these fake or real?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either, but I don't like it.
That's their business. The rats. You do whatever you want. I'm intruding.
Right, yeah, that's your drawer.
Yeah, dude.
You and the rats.
Sorry
It's
about
not
that.
my business.
Just close it.
Mark looks around, realizing the multiple taxidermy animals surrounding him. They were taxidermy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I hope. I mean,
They
okay.
didn't look alive.
I don't think so.
Or I mean, just like dead.
Oh.
They were preserved, right?
That's odd if he's decorating,
Yeah.
you know?
It's a strange choice.
But you didn't buy,
All the nice shit y'all have at the shop, and this is okay.
you don't get an algae eater, but you get like
Susan hears more things fall upstairs as she makes the long walk up. The music mounts and fades away as she finally makes it to the landing and walks down the hallway Mark was just in. She passes the open drawer, which is connected to a desk, I guess set up for taxidermy.
hey.
But when she turns to round the corner, Mark cries out, advancing on her with the sharp point of one of his stakes. Susan screams, but Mark quickly lowers it when she sees him. He's like, Susan!
Okay.
I was like, it is Mrs. Norton, Miss Norton at most.
Yeah.
I don't even think I teach at your school.
Yeah.
No, that's why I'm like, whenever he said that, I was like, it would have been nice if they had one scene together.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
To have anything to where he's like on a first name basis.
Yeah.
But he came prepared.
He did.
did.
He did. You got to give him that. But he asks what she's doing here. She tells him that she followed him inside and they need to leave now. Mark reveals that Barlow killed his parents. Sorry.
Once again. Really?
Yeah.
I think that they were already dying or something.
Yeah. Something.
There's no fucking way that.
They were on the edge.
Yeah, dude, they had 1 HP left. And that was all it took. That's wild.
But Mark, reveals that Barlow killed his parents, and Susan insists that he can't do this himself. She tries to explain that her father and Ben are coming, but she's interrupted when a door opens loudly downstairs. Mark demands that she go, but she insists that she is not leaving without him. They'll come back with Bill and Ben because they need the help. They just now start to acknowledge the sounds all around them, clattering, scraping, a slamming door.
A laughing chicken.
Yeah, laughing chicken. Mark tells Susan that he is here and rushes to a room, the steak at the ready. Susan waits a moment in the hallway, shaking with fear before going in after him. She enters the room just in time to see Mark collapsing to the ground. Straker appears from the shadows, shutting the door and closing her inside with him. Susan stares at him, but he only smiles back at her, inviting her to come with him. He opens the door back up and Susan complies. I'm sorry, this is the human.
Yeah.
Hit him with something. All you got to do is bonk his head against something.
I was really surprised when Mark ran off. I was like, you're really going to let this child run off on his own? And then when she went out, I was like, okay.
Well, it's like, I'm sorry, Mark. I told you multiple times. But we cut to Straker tying Mark to a chair. He tells him that it will hold until tonight, but when Mark asks what is happening tonight, Straker doesn't answer him. He turns to leave the room, but Mark isn't done. He demands to know where Susan is, and Straker slyly tells him that he's taken her where she wanted to go. He's brought her to the man that she wanted to meet. He smiles as he leaves, closing the door behind him, leaving Mark restrained to the chair.
I don't know that was her intention going into this house.
Yeah.
It's like she was actually chasing after me to make sure I was okay.
She wanted to meet me.
Can we leave now or what?
But also, this is really good foreshadowing from earlier when he's telling his dad, tie me up, dude. I can get out of any knot.
But he has him in like 50 knots.
Yeah.
He can get out of 50 knots.
Well, all right then.
But at Gillespie's house, he's loading up his car until Ben comes flying down the road in his Jeep. I was like, what?
Yeah, dude.
Because I thought that it was set up that he was bit.
Yeah. He's like, I'm sick, all right. Sick of Salem's Lot. Get the fuck out of here. Do you know what's going on here? Have you seen this?
This is the turn I did not see coming.
No.
At all.
But I mean, I get it because it's like, what am I going to do with the fucking gun? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, something horrible is happening here.
But at the same time, now we have this exit. I feel like what you said earlier.
For sure.
Way more impactful.
Yes.
If the holy man is like, dude, this is it.
Yeah.
But frantic, Ben asks Gillespie where he's going, but the officer doesn't break stride. He continues to load up the car with a lot of cargo, saying that he's just going to visit relatives. Ben has had it. He tells him that they have to stop Barlow. He's up in that house and he's a vampire. He needs to be destroyed. Gillespie laughs at this, and that only makes Ben angrier. Gillespie maintains that there's no such thing as vampires, but Ben snaps at him, accusing him of being afraid, and Gillespie confirms that he's not sticking around. When Ben yells at him that he's running, Gillespie only repeats the word. He's like, yeah, clearly. He says that Ben is staying, and since Ben is staying, he runs to his patrol car and takes out his gun. He puts it into Ben's hand and tells him that he hopes it does him some good. Gillespie runs back to his car, which is already loaded up with his family, starts it, and drives away without another word. Ben screams after him that the town is falling apart and he's running. There is no response from Gillespie, only his tires squealing on the road as he makes a hasty retreat. Ben gets into his Jeep and goes down the same road.
I feel like this exit would have made more sense to me if Gillespie had been there for Marjorie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he had also seen that, because the last time we saw him, there was nothing like this that he's even speculating about.
Yeah.
No, and he was very determined to get to the bottom of what was going on. We had the cat and mouse stuff.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
right.
so did the FBI call him back? It's like, dude, it's a fucking... You need to go.
Right, go.
Get out of there as soon as you can.
Well, I mean...
Parkins, are you there?
It's just like, boo.
Yeah. Good.
He
He's
made
gone.
him sheriff and he left.
Yeah. Woo.
Leave the vampire. Leave the sleepy vampire. But at the Marston house, Mark flexes and moves against his restraints, loosening them.
Yeah, he's David Blaine.
Yeah. We love to see it. On the street, Ben parks haphazardly on the curb before running into the hospital. He finds Bill inside and tells him that Gillespie is leaving town. Bill ends his phone call and asks if Ben has seen Susan. After consulting his watch, Ben says that she should be gone by now, but Bill tells him that they're not. Anne is still waiting for her at their house. He's like, she's really tired. But we see Ben's Jeep flying down the street again. At the church, he fills those small blue bottles with holy water. He runs back to the car, and when Bill asks if Father Callahan was inside, Ben says that no one was inside. Bill asks if the water is blessed, and Ben says simply that it's holy water before taking off again, struggling to keep that door closed. He flies down the street, rapidly approaching the Marston house, and they pass Susan's car parked outside and fly up to the front, parking by Straker. Well, Straker's car. He's not in it. He's busy. Bill leads the way to the house, but Ben pauses before finishing the steps. He stares at the house in fear. Frustrated, Bill reminds him that Susan is in there. Suddenly, the door flies open and Mark Petrie runs out, terrified. Ben grabs him before he can walk away, and he holds on to him. Mark confirms that they are in there. Ben asks where, and Mark admits that he doesn't know. Ben sternly tells Mark to run as fast as he can and keep running before he and Bill dash into the house, leaving Mark on the porch just standing there.
Just a little bit of behind the scenes trivia. On commentary, Tobe Hooper said when Mark runs out, he shoulder blocks David Soul right in the eyeball.
Oh,
and you can see it, but they'd had to take like a pretty long break after the. It's you see it happen.
God.
Yeah.
And he takes it. And he's like, I'm not going to ruin this take. Like, let's just.
I was gonna say, and they're like, that's the tape.
Yeah, and it's the one that stays in.
Inside, dust mites swirl around them as they survey the first floor. They stop at the stairs, and Ben begins to back away, frozen with fear. But Bill yells his name and brings him back. A door creaks open upstairs, and Ben opens his duffel bag, pulling out his vial of holy water. Gripping onto the filthy railing before quickly letting go, Bill begins to climb the stairs. Still downstairs, next to the window, Ben pulls out Gillespie's gun. Bill pauses at the top of the stairs, where he sees a wall adorned with sharp antlers protruding straight out. When someone walks up behind him, Ben turns around, leveling the gun at them with wild and terrified eyes. But it's just Mark. Ben snatches him, telling him that he told him to leave. He yells at him again to run, but Mark yells back, no. Ben, I understand that he's like traumatized by this house, but my man loses all composure once he gets in here. Like, he's set up to be like the action hero, but he fucking loses his shit in here.
It's really weird.
You know what would be cool is if he like saw Hubie Marston or something.
Okay.
And he was taken back, because this dude he loses it.
It feels like what they were saying as far as this house having this effect on people.
Yeah.
It's almost like the Overlook, where it's like, dude, I'm not me.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what else would be cool? If he had his own vampire show on TV and he was the host.
That would be great.
Yeah.
But upstairs, Ben approaches an open door, but before he can get to it, it slams shut. He stands staring at it, but Straker snatches it back open. Bill is startled at the sight of him, and Straker wastes no time. He walks right into the hallway. grabs Bill by both shoulders and lifts him off his feet like he's not a grown-ass man.
Yeah.
He carries Bill this way, back the way he came, toward the antler wall. Bill screams for help, but Straker has already begun impaling him. Ben and Mark finally take notice, but it's too late. We see Bill Norton take his last breath and collapse, impaled against the antlers that poke through his bleeding chest.
So I wanted to share a bit of trivia I found about this, just kind of speaking to the far-reaching influence of Salem's Lot. And I made sure to write this down because I knew that Jules would appreciate it, if they don't already know it, because they do know everything about Hannibal.
Yeah.
But Brian Fuller had said that this scene and this death was a big influence on a few of the death tableaus in the first season of Hannibal.
Oh,
okay.
And so when you know that and you think about it, there are quite a few antler impalings. And it is a very important motif that comes up quite a bit.
Right.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention, speaking of TV shows, that this miniseries is credited as a major influence on Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Really?
All of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just period?
According to Joss Whedon.
Huh.
Yeah. Which, boo. But,
Yeah,
you know.
of course.
See, when I watch this and I see this, all I think of is Lost Boys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the red light, the antlers, he gets impaled on it. Same. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And didn't they float a bit?
Yeah. They were flying when they were fighting.
But again, the influence.
Yeah.
Ben and Mark run to the stairs just as Straker is coming down, armed with a piece of wood. As he descends the stairs, Ben points the gun at him and fires. Again and again. Straker keeps coming, seemingly unfazed, but when he reaches the bottom of the steps, he succumbs to the gunshots. He falls to his knees, his face contorted in shock and pain as he dramatically reaches out for the filthy banister before finally falling dead.
What?
Yeah.
So, no, for me, it's like, so if you're familiar, you can just take a few more gunshots than a regular person?
It ups your gunshot.
I feel
Tolerance.
like we kind of get our, maybe it was just me, but a little more, because he picks dude up.
That's what I'm saying.
Picks him up like he's a toddler.
I thought it was going to be like in Fright Night where it's like, oh no, he's not just a guy.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, he's like, oh.
Oh, you got me.
Internal bleeding.
It's like, and he's reaching out. It's like his death rattle and everything.
Yeah.
I really thought he was going to come back later.
Yes.
They're like, look, we got maybe 15 minutes left. But unable to see Bill from the first floor, Ben calls out to him. In a shaky voice, Mark advises that it's getting dark and they need to get to the cellar. Ben frantically snatches up his duffel bag, slipping in the process, and follows Mark to the cellar steps. I'm like, dude, you need to get your shit together. When he catches up to him, Mark immediately falls down into the cellar, and Ben has to catch himself before doing the same. When he turns the lights on, it's revealed that the stairs have fallen away. Ben jumps down to check on Mark, but he insists he's all right. He just hurt his ankle.
I will say, it's so childish and such a ridiculous thing for me to laugh at.
Yeah.
But I don't know why it killed me for him to say, it's just the ankle.
Yeah. What do you
ankle.
mean?
Not my? Like, I don't know. It just made me laugh. I don't know.
This is the old ankle. You know, we all know how that feels.
I'll be fine.
But the music mounts as the two look around, and we cut to commercial. When we come back, Ben scours the cellar, saying that he knows he's in here. Mark finds a hidden compartment in the wall held closed with a padlock. Ben investigates, identifying the area as the root cellar, and after a glance toward the window to see the dwindling sunlight, he takes a hammer and a vial of the holy water out of his duffel bag. He fucking... The vial slips from his grip and shatters on the floor.
Let's just go home, dude. Yeah, let's just...
Ben!
But...
The water smokes and sizzles on the unholy ground.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it proves what he's been saying every single fucking chance he gets.
Yeah.
It does.
The bones of this house are evil?
Yeah.
Or, yes, there's your proof, dude.
Butterfingers, Ben.
Yeah.
We could have figured that out without you wasting a whole fucking vial of water.
I hope he brought more vials because
That was embarrassing,
Yeah.
dude. But undeterred, Ben gets to work smashing the padlock open with the hammer. It falls away and he pulls the small door open. Inside, in the damp darkness, is a coffin. Littered around are Barlow and Straker's victims. Ben says that they have to get Barlow out of here, but Mark laments that the coffin must weigh a ton. Ben only repeats himself, handing over his bag to Mark. He crosses the room to the coffin and starts the arduous task of dragging it out of the root cellar. Mark helps him at the very end, but they're really able to get it to the main part of the cellar quite easily. It's like, that must weigh a ton. Oh, it's fine.
Like, no, there's wheels at the bottom.
This all seems a little too easy right now.
It's so fast.
Yeah.
It's so fast. But the task completed, Mark looks up at the window and notifies Ben that the sun has gone down. This doesn't stop Ben, though. He pulls the lid open to reveal Barlow slumbering inside. He snatches the bag away from Mark, and once he's turned away, Barlow opens his eyes and stares directly at the boy, hissing. I'm trying really hard not to laugh because I remember the first time that you and I watched this, T. I can't say those words together. We rewound this like 5 times because we were crying laughing. And then when John Paul finished watching it, he was like, why did he do that?
What the fuck was that?
It's too much.
Mark is immediately dazzled, and Ben's next course of action is to yell at Mark not to look at him as he throws Mark across the room. Mark hits a table hard and goes down. We fucking were crying. Don't look at him. They fucking throws him.
Yeah.
It's the impact. This is so, we couldn't stop laughing.
I feel like there's a difference in being like, don't look, and trying to turn somebody around. He like shoved that kid like he was mad at him all day.
It's the thing to the eye. He was like, all right, let's like, fucking go.
And I don't think that was a stunt kid.
Oh, fuck.
It's so funny. I'm sorry. Like this is like the climax. This is the big moment. And I couldn't stop. It's funny to me every time I see it.
If he had just pushed him out of the way and he just fell on the floor, fine. Yeah. It's the clattering against the table because there's some real impact there.
Yeah.
He throws him across the room.
He's like, oh, it's the arm too. Oh, the torso.
I can't climb or walk.
Mark's fucked. He's out. But Ben pulls the stake out of the bag, and Barlow sits up like the Undertaker. Ben literally pushes Barlow back into the coffin, raises the stake, knocking the overhead light and causing it to swing, and plunges the stake down. Barlow's desperate hands grab at Ben, but as Mark watches with bated breath and probably a broken rib or two, it is clear that Ben Mears has the upper hand. He grabs the hammer and goes to town on the stake, driving it deeper and deeper into Barlow's chest with each swing as the vampire groans. As Mark watches, the victims in the root cellar behind him begin to crawl toward him, illuminated by the swinging light. The swinging light did remind me of Psycho.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
More Hitchcock?
Yeah, and we are in a cellar.
Yeah, that's true.
And it is creepy watching them crawl behind him.
Yeah.
Because like all this shit is going on in the main room. Mark is not looking over his shoulder.
No, he's completely unaware.
Yeah.
That's just for us.
But he finally turns just in time to see Ned Tebbets and Mike Ryerson creeping toward him hungrily, their arms outstretched. Mark slams the door shut as Ben continues to hammer the stake home. The clattering from the root cellar continues, but Barlow has finally fallen silent. When Mark rushes over to Ben, Ben tells him sternly to get out. We see what remains of Kurt Barlow, a withered skull equipped with sharp fangs. Ben says, "Susan?" And Barlow's skull opens its mouth.
He was shocked too.
Yeah.
I was like, bitch, no.
Yeah. He's like, what?
Kurt Barlow.
Yeah. Hey, we just met each other, dude.
What the hell is wrong with you? I did just want to say, just applaud this entire sequence.
Yeah.
The tension, the swinging of the light, the vampires crawling for Mark.
Yes.
All of it And the melting away of Barlow.
Yeah.
To become
Yeah.
this skull.
Yeah. That is great. I think that for me, the only thing that detracts, obviously, is him fucking beating Mark's ass for no reason. But the easiness with which he's able to do this.
Yeah.
Because Barlow sits up and he's like, nah, and just lays him back down. And Barlow's like, all right. Like,
Hey, look, when I just wake up, I'm not ready to.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? Fuck it.
Yeah.
Stake me. I don't fucking care.
But again, I think that's what we were saying earlier about this odd pacing.
Yeah.
Because now it feels like, oh shit, we got to rush to the.
Yes.
We only have
Yeah.
this much time left. When really, this should have been like such a bigger climax.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it is as incredible and amazing as it is visually and audibly with the music and everything.
Yeah.
I agree completely that it does just feel a little quick.
Yeah, it's just too fast. That's it. Because it
Yeah.
all does look cool. And like you said, when Mark is there and they're crawling behind him too, I was like, fuck, they're going to get him. Like even I was sitting there and like, man, this, you know what I mean? Turn around. And then he's just like, nope. It closes the door and it's like, oh,
All right.
yeah, that's just all right.
Yeah.
And they'd even said, Hooper said on commentary that even the melting away of Barlow,
Yeah.
they had a much longer sequence of this head that was made of wax.
Yeah.
And it just, you watch the entire thing happen almost in real time. But he goes, we didn't have time to show all of that. So
Damn.
you see it like clip by clip.
Right.
It's
Which
still,
still-
it
It does-
still looks
yeah,
really
that
cool.
still looks
It is
cool.
amazing, but you know.
Yeah. But outside, Ben sets fire to the Marston house, begging for Susan's forgiveness. Mark points out that the wind is heading back towards Salem's lot, like in the thing that he was writing.
Yes.
Historically. After Mark and Ben drive away, flames engulf the evil house, destroying it and everything that resides inside as it seems to moan and scream. Ben finally stops the car and lets the grief wash over him. He closes his eyes, achingly saying Susan's name. Mark tells him that the whole town will burn, but this doesn't bother Ben. He says that it will drive them out of their hiding places and purify Salem's lot. The vampires that can escape, though, will be on the run and on the hunt. Mark asks, for us? And Ben's like, yes.
It's like, we just killed their leader, dude. Like, what do you think?
We see the Marston house again, being devoured by the hungry flames, and when we close in tight on the cellar window, we hear a woman screaming inside. The glass shatters.
I just wanted to say about the town burning with the way that it catches the wind.
Yeah.
Much like you had said with his past writing of the history.
Yeah.
It is history repeating itself.
Yeah.
Just like the tragedy of the Marston house.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
Yeah.
kind of like a narrative parallel.
really good.
Yeah.
So are the vampires though not like werewolves? If you kill the main one,
Apparently
everybody else
not.
goes back. 'Cause
Dude, so I don't know
those
where.
people.
Yeah.
That's the cellar.
I don't know where Ben and Mark
They're
are,
like, no chance.
I don't know where Ben and Mark are going, but I would stop in San Francisco first to kick my friend's ass for telling me that this is the only way.
Yeah, because it just killed Barlow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was it.
But after a shot of the moon, accompanied with the howling of a wolf, we are back at the church from the very beginning. Over the silhouette of the grand church in the setting sun, text on screen reads, Hemiko, Guatemala, 2 years later. Ben and Mark, looking worse for wear, fill up their small bottles of holy water. Ben intakes air sharply as the holy water begins to glow. He tells Mark that another one has found them, and Mark says that they need to go further. Ben advises, though, not yet. The bright light slowly dissipates. Ben and Mark walk home, and once they go inside, Ben takes out the holy water again and hands it to Mark. Their faces glow in its supernatural light, and without a word spoken between them, Ben looks around the home. He turns the corner to find a woman in his bed. It's Susan. She whispers his name, and when he walks over to her, she whispers weakly that she found him. He tells her that he knows. Her eyes closed, she says that she loves him. He says, yes. Her voice still a whisper. She tells him that he was so difficult to find. Ben pulls the bag off of his shoulder and squats down next to her, telling her that he knows. Susan tells him that they're together now, though, and they'll always be together. They'll always be young, and they'll love each other. She tells him that his promise is forever. Ben asks, forever, ever?
Oh.
No. Ben asks, forever? And Susan confirms, forever. Finally, she opens her eyes, a glowing yellow, and asks him to kiss her. Seemingly transfixed, Ben begins to lower himself to her lips as she cradles his face with a long-fingered hand. As he gets close, Susan bares her fangs, and just before she can sink them into Ben, he raises a stake and plunges into her chest.
Boo. I'm telling you, man, this was a beautiful deal.
Yeah.
I don't understand why he didn't take it. I'm not running from fucking vampires for forever.
That's what he plans to do.
Yeah, but that's weak. If the if the love of my life is offering me a chance to be a vampire forever,
Yeah.
we're doing it.
He's like, there was a spark, but we knew each other for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Yeah, but it lit fire real fast.
They did. But Susan screams as she dies, and Ben begins to cry.
I did want to say something they had said on commentary, again, with this access to all of this stuff on Warner Brothers property.
Mm-hmm.
The dress that Susan is wearing in this scene actually belonged to Jean Harlow from the 1930s.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And so it was kind of meant to give this timeless
Yeah.
thing, and it works.
It does. This is not the ending of the novel.
Okay.
Susan, when she disappears with Straker, Mark gets Ben and the doctor, that I guess Bill, whatever, and they go and he stakes Susan. He finds her in the house and he stakes her.
Oh,
and then
shit.
the book continues. They're like, now we got to get Barlow.
Before they even leave?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. The ending is them going back and burning down Salem's Lot.
Oh.
Okay.
But I believe it was Cobritz that I read said that it worked better narratively here. And the big showdown with Barlow, I believe, happens at the boarding house.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, it needs to happen in the Marston house.
Okay.
Well, that I agree with.
Yeah.
I will say, though, seeing Susan there, it almost seemed as if she was okay at first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, all right. I guess that I didn't see them go back and get her, but
Yeah, okay.
sure.
Yeah.
Happy ending.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Mm-mm.
But Ben's eyes are red when he steps back into the living room where Mark is just patiently waiting. Ben cautions Mark that there will be others, and when Mark asks if they're going now, Ben nods. Wordlessly, they gather their things to leave, but we glide past them, through the open window and through the trees waving gently in the wind, up to the night's black sky and its bright presiding moon. As dramatic music plays, the moon gives way to a skull before going back to normal. It cuts to black and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Salem's Lot?
So real quick though, does that mean the moon's a vampire or what? I don't.
The moon is Barlow. I'm just kidding.
I was like, is that the novel?
Yeah. All right.
The
Fuck it.
hell? Look, Stephen King isn't known for his
Yeah,
endings,
no.
all right?
Leave him alone. But that did remind me again of Norman Bates' face at the end of Psycho.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mhm.
This wasn't too bad. Like I said, this was a first time watch for me. There is a lot of cool things, and you do see a lot of the inspiration that other films and TV have taken from this. And that's really cool. I know we've talked about it before with other movies that we've covered. This one, I did enjoy this. The TV cuts really fucked it up for me. Like it hurt some of the scenes that were good, or like they were doing something. Then it's like fade to black. But it's not like we're going to another scene. It's clear a commercial goes right here. And it's like, fuck, man. And I get it. I know this is what, 79?
Yeah.
I understand. But they are very, very there. And it's like, damn. The story too is a little weird. Like I was like, I don't, and I know I said maybe the pacing or something with it, but it did feel long. And then the characters, not that I didn't care, but I didn't care. It's hard for me to want to be like, yeah, Ben, or, when, I mean, really, I don't got much other than what you're telling us, and that's barely anything. And then the same thing with Mark. We get some of Mark and who he is, but then his relationship with his dad is weird, and then nobody wants to listen to him. Then it's just like, what? Then the vampire lore, I'm not really sure what's going on here with that. But I mean, it's there, and it's cool. And not Nas was there, and that was pretty cool. But this isn't bad. If you've never seen it, I would suggest watching it. But for me, maybe it's because I didn't watch it, a lot when I was younger, or I'm just getting kind of spoiled from other things. But I still feel like the miniseries you know what I mean, was just a little better than this. And I'm not trying to compare, but it is another miniseries from Stephen King. But again, this is good. I see the influence that it had on a lot of things, but I don't know, man. I don't know what it is, but I've started to say the grab me thing, you know what I mean? But and it really didn't do that. It had my attention, but I feel like the way that the story is told and how things kind of play out kind of really hurt it for me, and it didn't allow me to fully immerse myself in what was going on.
I feel like we kind of have the same complaints.
Okay.
It's really down to the narrative, the pacing, not only the characterization, but the character development.
Yeah.
Because I want to know more about these people. I want to know more about this town.
Yeah.
I want to know the rot and decay brought to this town by Barlow and Straker.
Yeah.
As opposed to it kind of really just, we see one character, I don't know, with Bonnie and Crockett, where it's just like, okay, I guess that's an example of something in this town. I don't know what you're trying to do. That
was already there, though.
But yeah.
It's not even an example of like, oh, ever since he's got here, it's like this whole thing.
Yeah.
It's just not accurate. I really enjoy a lot of this, though. I enjoy how it looks, how it feels, the atmosphere of it, especially in the scenes and sequences of suspense, are brilliant.
Yeah.
I love the Hitchcock homages from Hooper and Kobritz. I really, really enjoy the music and the cinematography.
Yeah.
Like the 70s, man.
Yeah.
I love that decade. And something I forgot to mention as far as influences and things that have taken influence from it, not just TV, not just film, but music, because Ghost's album, Opus Eponymous, the album cover is the poster for Salem's Lot, basically.
Oh, nice.
It's incredible. But I feel like this is really good in a lot of ways. A lot of ways it just simply falls short for me. And I really, really want to love it a lot more than I do, but I just can't because of these shortcomings.
Yeah.
But what is great is brilliant.
Yeah.
So it's really, really difficult.
Yeah, I agree with you both. My biggest issue is just narrative shit. And especially reading the novel and seeing what they had to draw from and just kind of being disappointed with where they took certain characters or certain arcs. If we have all this time, flesh these characters out more, flesh these relationships out more. And if you want to cherry pick a townsfolk or two to explore more with, close their stories. Give us that, conclusion after the town is overrun with vampires and after shit has hit the fan and people are realizing what's going on and they're trying to fight against it. I also wanted to point out how funny it is that in episode 100, the It miniseries, we had a Bill and a Ben going into the conclusion. In episode 200, Salem's Lot miniseries, we have a Bill and a Ben going into the conclusion. That has nothing to do with anything, but I just thought it was funny. But it is very difficult because there is a lot to love. Like you said, the moments that are great are fucking phenomenal. They hold up. What did you say, T? 45 years later?
Yeah.
It's astounding how chilling it still is, how good these horror performances still are. But it is the average is just brought down by these moments of, you did all that to get Larry to run outside?
Yeah.
Like, okay, it's strange. A lot of the choices that were made are just very strange to me. And I don't know if it's an instance where the people that are involved in the final cut of this screenplay have been with it the entire time and there are no fresh eyes to be like, wait, guys, this doesn't make a lot of sense, or this doesn't pan out. This is really lagging and slow, and this part goes at breakneck speed. Like it's just weird and disjointed in a way that hurts more because the rest of it is so fucking good, if that makes sense. But I think that we've been here all day. And I think that we can slide into ratings. I mean, what I just said, it has these excellent moments of horror. I love the effects that they were able to do with what they had. There is no digital shit here. There is water being poured on dry ice. There is children being strapped to fucking cranes and pulled out of windows. Like, I love that. I love that. The performances are all great. Yeah. There is no actor in this that I'm like, yeesh. Everybody does a phenomenal job. It's just the pacing, and it's just what they have chosen to highlight from this admittedly very long novel that you can't tell everything from. But put Father Callahan on the fucking bus. Put him on the bus. And I'll shut up.
Yeah.
I'll even forgive you for the Bonnie shit. Put Father Callahan on the bus. It's just moments like that where it's like, why did you do this and not that? Why did you cut this off here? You know, I mean, I've already said it. We've already gone over it.
You're just working yourself up again.
I'm just working myself up again. But I am, because the moments that I love, I really fucking love. And so again, it's one of those things. It's so good, you're mad at it for not being great. And that's kind of where I am. But, and this is hard, but on a scale from 1 to 10, brutal, bloodthirsty businessmen. It's hard, man, because it's a mixed bag. If I can just grade different aspects of it, I could have like 4 numbers and then we can average them. Maybe I should have done that. But I am giving the Salem's Lot miniseries, I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off, a 7.5 out of 10. Brutal, bloodthirsty businessmen. The moments of horror in this are iconic for a fucking reason. They're fantastic. It is some odd choices that were made with the story that we are telling that weigh it down. But I would still, and I know this is 3 hours long, still watch it.
Yeah.
Those moments are worth it, but the first half does go a little slow. But I will now open up the floor to you.
I agree with you, babe. I think we've kind of already said how our gripes and what, and I agree. There's a lot that is good in this miniseries, and I totally agree along the lines where your score is. But for me, what brought it down just some more, and again, this is a me thing, was the TV edit. That there was times when I'm watching and I'm like, oh shit, like when the kid comes in as a vampire through the window, then it's faded to commercial and it's like, damn, you know what I mean? Because it is so noticeable. It's different in the movie when you are editing to go to another scene or you're transitioning to go somewhere else or in a flashback or whatever. But here it's very, very apparent that this was on TV. And I tried not to hold it against it, but it did take me out of some of the moments. And I was like, fuck, man, I want to stay in that moment.
Yeah.
And it just didn't allow me to do it. The ending is very quick. Very quick. But I did enjoy. I was like, okay, this is cool. And like, again, it is always good to go back and see where other movies that you love or TV shows get their inspiration from. Oh, that's clear. You guys enjoyed this. Hell yeah. But again, like we all said, the pacing, the storytelling, the there's no character that I'm just there like, yeah. So it does hurt. It does hurt the miniseries for me. So for all that, on a scale from 1 to 10, brutal, bloodthirsty businessmen, I'm going to give Salem's Lot. I was going to go with the 6.5 because we've had fun. And I did enjoy this more as we talked about it. I'm going to give it a 7. I did enjoy it, but all those little things that were in there that was just kind of like popping at him. Like, holy shit. Oh my God. Why did you do that? Then you launched the boy. Then
Launched.
He did.
He did.
And then Barlow immediately, there was, even in Fright Night, at least he put up a fight, and then he turned into the green mist and died. Here, you're right. He did just sit up, and then he was like, no, lay back down.
He's like, okay.
All right.
Yeah, and then just, I was like, what the fuck?
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah.
I'll fall back asleep.
That
Shit.
was way too easy.
Gotta tell me twice.
No, I agree with both of you. I feel like there are quite a few missed opportunities here, especially with, from what I'm hearing, of all the source material.
Yeah.
The things that we could have seen, the places we could have gone, the things we could have learned.
Yeah.
Just about the characters.
Yeah.
Things that we could have understood earlier. Why Ben is here. Why he is writing this story.
Yeah. You know, we went through so much shit. I even forgot to mention that.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, you know, so it's just a little, in some ways it's disappointing, in other ways it's absolutely riveting.
Yeah.
So it is this very difficult thing. Rather than restate everything, I think just to say that it is exactly as you said, it is a good film that could have been great.
yeah.
And tragically falls short because of those shortcomings.
Yeah.
But the influence of it is undeniable. The things that stay with you will stay with you forever.
Yeah.
There are some indelible images that I will never forget
Yes.
Yeah.
from this film. And it's so interesting that we didn't watch this as children.
Yeah.
And so there is no nostalgia there to push it forward a little bit more for me.
Right.
But I think that even seeing it as an adult, there are images that I have known about since I was a child and that are so ingrained in the pop culture
Zeitgeist.
Yeah. That even if you haven't seen the film, you've definitely seen images or you've seen things that were influenced by it.
Yeah.
So it's just a very impressive thing that 45 years later, these ideas, these techniques, these scenes and sequences have held on as hard as they have.
Yeah.
So that's very impressive, and I do want to give it a little bit more credit for that they did create these things that we do still talk about and will remember forever. I think even with the inspiration clearly from Nosferatu, I think Kurt Barlow is one of the most frightening vampires I have ever seen on film.
1,000%.
And I am appreciative of them using him sparingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that only makes his appearances all that more impactful.
Yeah.
And I just really, really appreciate a lot of what they did here. But we have been here all day.
Yes.
So for me, out of 10 brutal, bloodthirsty businessmen, I came to the table with a 6.5 because of the narrative slog that it falls into sometimes.
Yeah.
But for me, I mean, these images are so fantastic. Some of the sequences are so perfectly crafted with their suspense and their payoff. The narrative may not have that payoff in a lot of ways, but the sequences do.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they are very, very good. And so for me, I'm going to bump it up that extra 0.5. Also giving it that extra 0.5 because they didn't include that fucking weird ass thing that you told me about in the novel. So it's earned it. It has earned it. So out of 10 brutal, bloodthirsty businessmen, I am going to give Salem's Lot as well 7 brutal, bloodthirsty businessmen out of 10.
Yeah.
So you appreciate that they didn't talk about Glick's dick?
All right. Good. Look, that's how you want to end episode 200. That's what you want. That's the fucking...
His throbbing
All
massive...
right. All right. Take us to the chorus. Jesus.
Well, that's all from us at Podmortem. What would you rate Salem's Lot, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Podmortem. Be sure to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at Blood and Smoke, at RealStreeter84, and at TravisMWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon and stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, when going home again, it may be scary to realize all the things that have changed, but it's even scarier to find that some things are exactly the same. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Yeah. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Tamez, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Ramatar, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun,
Mandy M., Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G., Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G., Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J., Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie De Guzman, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin,
Cameron S., Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A., Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E., Maggie H., Fernando Dominguez, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J., Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Neil Chesson, Valerie K., Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities, Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Jess L., Heather Santiano, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Cassidy Carruthers, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., Dana Cook, August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mack, Cindy Palmer, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, and Katie. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. We love you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. I have to say, we appreciate you all sticking out your neck for us.
Ah.
Yeah.
Like
A vampire bite.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just didn't want to say fantastic for the 800th time.
Oh, wow. Shots fired. Lucky I'm a familiar because I can take,
I can take extra.
I can take about 4 more shots.
I got to say, though, that you guys are the best 200%.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
thank you, really, for 200 episodes. It would not be possible without you all listening. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so, so much.
From the bottom of our hearts, we appreciate each and every one of you.
Yes. So until next time.